James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother-of-pearl. The handle unmarked. But the gun has killed and the man has killed. People call them both the six-shooter. Presenting one of the screen's favorite stars, Mr. James Stewart as the six-shooter. Based on the timeless legend of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who brought single-handed justice to the Western Territories.
I had figured on going through Clay City. It was an hour out of my way, and I was already a day late to the Jefferson Ranch where I'd signed on for the roundup. But when Scar started limping from a loose shoe, didn't have no choice. We had to head for the nearest blacksmith shop, so we turned north.
Howdy, mister. What's trouble?
The horse losing a shoe.
Well, let's have a look. All right, raise it up, fella. Come on, boy. It's split, mister. He needs a new one. Okay, boy.
Can you take care of it?
Oh, sure. Bring him over here.
Hey, what happened to Red? Fella used to own this shop.
Went to Nevada chasing silver. I bought him out.
Yeah, you don't look very much like a blacksmith, huh?
Oh, I'm stronger than I look. Heavier, too. What do you think I weigh, mister?
Oh, I don't know.
Go on. Take a guess. 120? 30?
Well, no more than that.
You a betting man, mister?
Well, sometimes.
Well, I say I weigh over 130. If I don't, you get the new shoe for nothing. If I do, you pay me double. What do you say?
You got a set of scale?
Don't need no scales. What do you say, mister? Is it a bet?
Well, don't seem to be no way of proving it.
All you got to do is lift me up. You look like a man who can judge weight. What do you say?
Okay, all right, it's a bet.
All right, mister, just heist me. If you don't think I weigh more than 130, the shoe is free.
All right, I never tried to judge a man's weight before, but all right. There we go.
Well?
Oh, I'll be dogged.
I'm packed solid, mister. Real solid.
You're packed tighter than a steer. You must weigh 150 pounds.
Yeah, you see? What did I tell you? 158. The horseshoe's going to cost you money, mister, but you ain't the only one. Ever since I bought the shop, there ain't been a stranger come through Clay City but what he paid double for his first horseshoe. You ain't sore, mister?
No, that was a fair bet.
Sure it was. I told you I was heavier than I look. That's what folks call me, Heavy Norden. My real name's George, but everybody calls me Heavy. What's your name, mister?
Ponsett, Britt Ponsett.
Fella they call the six-shooter? Well, doggone it. I've heard about you, mister. I've sure heard about you. Oh, would have recognized you if I'd have noticed your gun. Sure is fancy, ain't it? Hey, do you mind showing it to me?
No. Here, catch.
Hey, real fancy. Just like Sheriff Schofield said. He says he's seen you fire 6 shots with it while Whitey Jackson was getting off his first bullet. That time down at Eagle.
Well, the sheriff kind of likes to build up a story.
Oh, he swears it's the truth. Here's your gun, Mr. Ponsett. Thanks.
Sure.
You was mighty quick in getting into Clay City. How'd you hear about it so fast?
Well, hear about what?
The holdup at the Fargo station last night. Ain't that why you come?
Nope. No. I was headed past town. I turned off because Scar got that loose shoe.
Well, now, ain't that a coincidence? Fellow holds up the Fargo office, kills one man, maybe 2, gets away with $5,000, and 12 hours later, you ride into town.
Well, they got any idea who did it?
Nope, not a single solitary one, from what I hear. Like I say, the deputy agent was dead when they found him. Other fella, Fred Wilmer, a friend of his, got shot up pretty bad. Ain't done no talking yet. Doc says maybe he never will.
Did Sheriff Schofield take out a posse?
Nope, ain't nobody to go. Most of the men signed up for the Jefferson Roundup. Left town day before yesterday. Here, the Jefferson Ranch is paying good money this year.
Yeah. You seen the sheriff this morning?
No, not lately. Might be over to his office.
I think I'll walk down that way while you're fixing up Scar.
Sure, Mr. Ponset. That's a darn good idea. Sheriff Schofield will be real glad to see you.
A couple of doors this side of the sheriff's office, I saw the Wells Fargo sign nailed up next to a window. The place wasn't locked, so I went inside. One of the chairs was upset, and there was some damp stains on the floor. The cast iron safe against the wall was standing wide open, so I kicked it shut. Went out in the back stoop. There was some more blood on the steps, and then just red mud. Right at the edge, I saw the hoof prints. They trailed off along the side of the creek. Whoever made them headed west. The horse had been wearing one shoe different from the other three. A sharp rock must have cut into it sometime or another. Not enough to split it, you understand, just enough so that the print left a jagged line, like fancy handwriting.
Find something, Britt?
Oh, hello, Sheriff. I was heading your way.
Yeah, I just saw Heavy. He told me you was in town. Did you find something?
I don't know. You see these hoof prints?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Don't mean nothing. Trail gives out a mile or so down the creek at Fork.
Uh-huh. Has Clay City had any other trouble lately yet?
No, not a bit. I guess any town's got to expect a hold-up once in a while, though.
No, I heard it was a little more than that.
Yeah, that's right.
Fred Wilmer able to talk yet?
Afraid not. Doc said he'd let me know first thing he'd come around. Took him out to his ranch.
You been out there to see him since last night?
Wasn't no reason.
Well, it might be a good idea to be there, just in case.
Thought maybe I ought to stick in town.
Oh, I don't think anything more is going to happen here, Ed. I'll get Scar and I'll meet you out at Fred's place, huh?
I can handle this alone, Britt.
Oh, sure. I'll just offer to keep you company, Ed.
I'll meet you there.
He's all fixed up, Mr. Ponset. Tied him up around the side so he'd be in the shade.
Thanks, Heavy. Thank you.
Did you find Sheriff Schofield? I told him you was in town.
Yeah.
Did you figure out anything?
Well, not so far.
Oh, you will. Sheriff's a good man. Why, you and him together, you'll get whoever done it.
No, maybe so. You're the only blacksmith round here, ain't you, Heavy?
Only one for 40 miles.
Uh-huh. You ever see a horse with a shoe that's got one jagged edge, left hind leg?
A lot of shoes got jagged edges, Mr. Ponset.
Yeah, well, I'll show you what I mean. I ain't much of an artist. Now, here, it kind of looks a little like this.
Seems to me I seen a shoe like that just the other day. Oh, sure, I remember. Told him he ought to get a new one for it. Ben Schofield, that's who it was, just the other day.
Ben?
The sheriff's kid. You know him, don't you, Mr. Ponset?
Oh, sure. I ain't seen Ben in a couple of years, though.
Oh, you wouldn't recognize him if you did. He just sort of growed up overnight.
Yeah, I guess he has. Well, that ends the first act of the six-shooter, folks. Hope you're enjoying the show. Before we get on with it, I'd like to tell you a little bit about how I happen to be doing this program. I've been lucky enough to do quite a bit of radio acting before, but I've never had a program of my own. The right thing just didn't seem to come along, at least not until the six-shooter. You see, I've made several stories of this kind for pictures. That is, honest, legitimate stories of the West, and I hope that this series can offer the same type of enjoyment with the same integrity. We think it's the sort of program the whole family will enjoy, and we think that the character of Britt Ponset typifies some of the greatness that built America. We'd be pleased if you agreed with us.
And now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring Jimmy Stewart.
Sheriff Schofield was sitting on Fred Wilmer's porch swing when I got there. Doc was inside with Fred, so I squatted down on the stoop and waited. About half an hour, the doc came out and told us we could go inside and see Fred. Fred was lying on a cot, breathing hard. The white cloth across his chest was stained pink, and his voice sounded like it was full of air.
We was just sitting in the express office talking. Sam and me didn't hear the back door open. Must have left it unlocked. Turned around, and there he was, holding his gun on us.
Did you get a look at him, Fred?
Handkerchief over his face, Sheriff. I couldn't see nothing. Just the gun. They told Sam to open the safe. There wasn't nothing else he could do.
Sure.
He took the money, walked over to the door,
Yeah.
looked at us for a minute, and then shot. Didn't have no reason. He hit Sam in the face and hit me in the chest. He didn't have no reason.
Take it easy, Fred. Take it easy now.
Just like he enjoyed shooting at us. That's how it was, like he enjoyed it.
Maybe he was scared.
Oh, he wasn't scared, Sheriff. He didn't have no reason. Thought he killed us both. Then he started down the steps. I got my hand on the shotgun and let him have it.
You hit him?
I don't know. Maybe he gave a yell and rode off.
Uh-huh. What kind of a fellow was he? Was young, old?
I couldn't see his face. Young fella, I'd say, though.
How young?
17, 18, full grown.
Was he tall, short?
Medium. About the size of your kid, Ed. About that size.
Got enough for you, Ed?
Yeah, that's enough.
You think you'll get him, Brett?
Sure, Fred. Sure. Come on, Ed.
Didn't have no reason to shoot, no reason.
Let's go, Ed.
We're wasting our time, Brett. He's got a day's head start. He'd be 40 miles from here.
Well, not if he's shot up.
Now, you go on if you want to.
Well, you're the sheriff. You've got to make the arrest.
You ain't never been so particular before.
Well, maybe not, but this time in particular. You coming?
We don't even know where to start.
Oh, I thought along the creek. That's as good a place as any other.
It's a waste of time, Brett.
Oh, we got time to waste. Come on, let's go. We picked up the trail along the creek and headed west. It wasn't hard to follow, and every once in a while we'd see a few drops of blood spattered against the shrub bush. About 10 minutes later, we came to a fork where Ed had said the trail gave out. Scar stuck his nose down into the water, and I looked around. The trail didn't give out. It turned south. I nodded in that direction. Ed didn't say a thing. Just followed. At about 5 o'clock, we stopped to eat. El built a fire, and I opened up a couple of cans of beans I had in my roll. Oh, you ain't hungry, Ed?
It's early for supper.
Yeah. Ed, I talked to Heavy before I went out to Fred's place. I asked him who had a horse that would leave a mark like the one we've been following.
So?
And he said Ben did. Your son, Ben. I thought you ought to know that.
A lot of horseshoes leave the same kind of mark.
Fred said it was a young fellow.
It wasn't Ben.
Where is he, Ed?
Jefferson's ranch, working on a roundup. We left Clay City day before yesterday. Couldn't be Ben. There's a lot of wild youngsters in these parts, but Ben's a good boy. Couldn't be him.
You sure?
That mark don't mean nothing. Plenty of horseshoes leave the same kind of mark. You know that, Brett.
You had enough to eat?
Yeah.
Come on, let's go. Moon came out, thin, yellow. Not real bright, but enough so you and follow the trail. For about 3 miles, there wasn't no blood. He must have wrapped something around the wound. Wrapped it real tight. And then we found the bandage. A piece of shirt tail sopped through. For the next mile, he'd been bleeding a lot, worse than ever. He was hit pretty bad.
Looks like it.
He couldn't have gone much further because... Hold it, Scar. Ed.
Yeah.
Hold on. Over there in the gully, that cabin.
Yeah.
Whose is it?
Used to belong to Jake Levant. Died a couple of years ago. Ain't nobody living there now.
There's somebody living there.
Huh?
Out in back. There's a pony. You better go ahead on foot.
Britt,
Yeah?
we're going to take him alive, ain't we?
If we can.
We got to take him alive, Britt.
It's Ben.
I don't know, Britt. Not for sure.
It could be Ben.
It could be.
Where's you been the last couple of days?
I don't know that neither. Had an argument with him 2 nights ago. He needed some money. He'd been playing poker and lost a lot.
Well, 5,000's a lot.
I wouldn't give him none. He got mad, said he'd get it himself. And I hit him hard across the face. I hit him twice. He started to hit me back. Then he walked out of the house. I ain't seen him since. I wish he had hit me back.
Now, we got to get across that clearing, Ed. Over to that clump of trees.
He may see us.
Yeah, we'll have to take that chance. You ready?
Yeah.
You all right?
Sure.
We'll stay in these trees for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
And then we'll rush him. Ain't gonna be easy to take him, Ed. Now that he's spotted us.
You ain't gonna kill him, Britt.
I ain't gonna let him kill me.
It ain't his fault, Britt. It's mine.
You know that ain't so.
No, it's the truth. It's my fault.
You didn't raise him to be a killer, Ed.
Maybe I did, Britt. I was the sheriff, seeing that everybody kept close to the line, seeing that everybody lived honest, especially Ben. I broke him, Britt. Broke him like you break a wild horse. I tried to take all the fight out of him fast. You know what happens when you do that to a horse? He gets tame, but the fight's still there, and someday he turns wild again.
I'll rush him alone, Ed.
No. Stay here, Britt.
Oh, Sam Norton's dead. Maybe Fred Miller, too.
Killing Ben won't bring him back. He's my son, Britt, my only son. You don't have no kids. You don't know.
I'm sorry, Ed.
No, we're going back to town.
Not without him.
We're going back. Now, you can outdraw me, Britt, but I'll still have time to get a shot off.
I'll try to get him alive, Ed. I'll try.
No, don't turn your back on me, Britt. Don't be a fool. Don't make me do it, Britt.
I wasn't being brave. I knew he wouldn't shoot. A man like Ed Schofield just don't change overnight. You can figure a man like Ed. That's what I thought, anyway. But I hadn't figured what would happen next. I haven't figured on him running out into the clearing, standing there in the moonlight, gray against the black sky.
Ben! It's me, Ben! You're dead! Can you hear me, Ben? Britt Ponson's coming after you. Throw out your gun, Ben! Britt Ponson's coming! Now listen to me, Ben! It's your death!
I saw him go down, real slow. Like his legs had buckled under him. I couldn't tell how bad he'd been hit. He rolled down a gully out of range, and I crawled forward. I pushed myself past a couple of rocks and head toward the back door. The kid was in the kitchen. I couldn't see him, but I could hear him moving around, going from window to window, looking out, waiting for me. I slid past another rock. I could run for the door or wait. The kid made up my mind for me. I slipped down fast, and the bullets nicked the rocks. The kid had good hearing. He knew I was right there. I took up my gun and waited. I knew he'd get nervous first. Young fellas always do. I wasn't so young. I could wait. It wasn't more than 5 minutes before the door started opening. His pony knew I was coming, too. He started for the horse. I aimed at his leg. For a second, he stopped moving and just hung in midair like a hawk. Then he sprawled forward out of sight behind a log. I raised up a little and hunched myself along the side of the cabin. Everything was quiet now. Even his pony. The moon went behind a thick cloud, and I came around the corner of the cabin. Suddenly the moon came out again, just in time for me to see his .45, just in time to see him coming up over the top of the log. His revolver slipped out of his fingers, and I saw him trying to reach for it again. He couldn't make it. I stood up and walked over to the log. The kid was lying face down, gasping for breath, little short gasps. He pulled himself up onto the flat of his hands, and then he passed out. I turned him over with my foot, and I looked at his face. Ed? Ed?
Over here.
Where'd he get you?
In the shoulder. I'm gonna be all right. Britt, is he... Did you have to...
He ain't dead.
Thanks. I guess he didn't hear me calling to him. He didn't know who I was.
Ed.
What?
Ed, it ain't Ben.
What?
It ain't Ben, Ed.
You sure, Britt?
Yeah, this kid's got red hair.
There ain't no reason to lie to me, Britt. I ain't shot up bad.
No, I ain't lying. I knew it wasn't Ben while I was going up after him. I knew it.
What are you talking about?
Hey, just come to me. A man don't change overnight. Neither does a boy.
If it ain't Ben...
Lots of tough kids in these parts. You said so yourself.
Where do you suppose Ben is?
Where you said, Jefferson's Ranch, working in the roundup. They pay good. No. A boy don't change overnight, Ed.
Huh.
You able to ride back to town?
Yeah, sure. I may have to take it a little slow.
I'll get the kid.
Britt.
Yeah?
You know something, Britt? I couldn't believe it was Ben neither. Not when he shot me. I just couldn't believe it. You know that, Britt?
I know it, Ed. I know it. Well, that was your first meeting with Britt Ponsett. I hope you'd like to meet him again every week. And I also hope you'll try our product. It's something I use myself, and it's never let...
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, his handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company present James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. In a few years, our public schools will be as behind the times as the Little Red Schoolhouse. And it's estimated that by 1956, there will be some 7 million more children in elementary schools than there are now. More equipment will be needed. And above all, more elementary school teachers. To help assure your child a proper education, join and work with local groups and school boards. And for free information about how people in other communities are improving their schools, write to this address. National Citizens Commission for the Public Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York 19, New York. Now, Act 1 of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart.
It was hot that afternoon. A low, crawling kind of heat that seemed to be following us as we rode along. The sun hadn't come out in the morning, but about noon it pushed through the clouds. Boy, it was hot. By 4 o'clock, when it should have been cooling off, it just seemed hotter than ever. We still had about 15 miles to go before we'd hit Lead Creek. That was where I figured on getting a job helping lay track on that new spur line to Salt Lake City. I nudged Scar on the flank, and we headed down a little gully. His ears pricked up, and he jerked his head. I wasn't sure whether he'd heard something or just sensed it. You know, with a horse, it's pretty hard to tell where hearing leads off and sensing begins. What's the matter, boy?
Hey.
And then I heard it, too. I wheeled Scar off the trail. I went about 20 yards before I saw him. He was lying in the shade of a yellow boulder in a clump of mesquite. A young fella, just lying there. He looked comfortable and relaxed like he was taking a siesta. But he couldn't have been enjoying himself too much, not with a big red stain like that across the front of his shirt. What's the trouble?
I had a little accident.
Yeah, it looks that way. What happened?
My horse threw me a couple hours ago. Must have landed on my gun. It went off. See, you haven't got any water, have you?
Sure. Here.
Thanks. Lucky you came by, mister. You're a stranger, ain't you?
I'm just passing through. Yeah, I'm not much of a doc. Maybe I can fix a bandage for you for the time being.
I already fixed one. Just my shirt tail. Don't seem to be doing much good.
Oh, yeah, let me see if I can tighten it. Hold on now. You think you can ride?
I don't know. You ain't seen my pony yet. Pinto with a half moon on his flank?
No, I can't say I have.
I'll have to run off.
Oh, now, just don't worry about him. My horse will get us into Lead Creek.
Lead Creek?
Yeah, it's close to town, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah, all right, now, let me give you a hand here.
It ain't no use, mister.
No, you gotta try. Now, just lean your weight on me.
I'll never make it.
Okay. That's it.
There's a cabin past a mile or so west. I might be able to ride that far.
Oh, that'd be better than staying here. Now, I'm gonna lift your feet up. Now, that'll hurt plenty, but once you're in the saddle, you'll be all right. Now, here we go. There we are. Now, take it real slow. I'll walk alongside. There you are. Was it west, you said, huh?
Yeah. I sure do appreciate this, mister. I sure...
He keeled over in the saddle. I managed to keep from sliding out, and we started off. About 15 minutes later, I saw the cabin he'd been talking about, and it wasn't much more than a shack, only 2-3 rooms, and a couple of acres of fenced-in pasture and a barn. I led Scar up to the front stoop and lifted the young fellow off. He was still unconscious, which was all of the good, of course. I carried him up to the front door and gave it a couple of kicks. Kicked again, and he sprung open. Anybody home? Hello?
What?
Yeah, now you just lay there. I'll try and get some rest. I'll look around.
Where?
He passed out again. I covered him with a blanket lying across the foot of the cot there. Supper was on the kitchen stove. Beef stew. Smelled pretty good. I opened the back door. I saw somebody cutting up a pile of kindling over near the barn. Whoever it was sure knew how to handle an axe.
Where'd you come from?
No, I'm sorry if I frightened you, ma'am. I knocked on the front door, but I guess you couldn't hear me, huh?
I ain't got no handout for tramp. Go on, get out.
Well, I'm not exactly a tramp, ma'am. Although I'm not blaming you for thinking it. I've been riding for quite a spell.
Well, what do you want?
I ran across a fellow a little while ago in a gully just east of here. He'd been shot up.
Shot?
Yeah, he said his gun went off accidental. He's hurt pretty bad, and since this place of yours was the closest...
Where is it?
I took the liberty of putting him in a cot inside there, so I hope you don't mind. Oh. Well, she didn't wait even for me to finish. She just marched past me like I wasn't even there. I watched her for a second, and then I followed her into the house. I'd never run into a woman exactly like her before. At first, I thought she was a man. You know, the pants, the checkered shirt she was wearing, and the way she chopped up kindling, they fooled me. She walked like a man, too. Stiff, square shouldered. But her eyes, they were a woman's eyes, all right. Kind of soft and young and frightened. Yeah. The rest of her had been pretty as her eyes. She'd been a real fine-looking girl.
Take that rag off him while I fix a new bandage.
Yes, ma'am. It's a shame to tear up a fancy petticoat like that.
I got no need for petticoats, mister. Can you turn him on his side? That's better. Now, if I can just get the bleeding to stop.
You know him, ma'am?
No. Why should I?
Oh, I just thought since he was in your neighborhood.
Lots of folks pass by here. That don't mean I know him. I don't know you neither.
Oh, sorry. My name's Ponsett. Brick Ponsett.
Ponsett. I've heard of you somewhere, haven't I?
No, not likely. This is the first time I've been around Lead Creek here.
Got a pocket knife?
Yeah.
Thanks.
George, you're doing a real good job on him, you know. Your husband off somewhere today?
I'm not married.
Oh, it must get kind of lonely out here all by yourself, doesn't it?
I like being alone. I want a lot of people around me.
No, I can't say I blame you. I never been much on congregating myself. I always sort of like to... Well, you know, that bleeding's letting up a little. All right, I guess I'll be shoving off, ma'am. When I get into town, I'll send the doctor out here.
No. No, you can't. What I mean is, there is no doctor in Lead Creek.
Oh?
He moved away a couple of years ago.
Well, there must be a doc somewhere around these.
No. Not within 100 miles. I'll have to take care of him myself.
Well, maybe I can find somebody to help you. You know, since I brought him in here, I sort of
I'd rather do it alone. I'll manage all right.
Well, that's mighty decent of you, but him being a stranger, all right. Well, so long.
Mr. Ponsett?
Yes, ma'am?
You won't tell the folks in town he's here. Well, he's a stranger, like you said. He don't concern them, and I don't want them laughing at me. They'd say, Jenny Garber's finally got herself a man. And if he wasn't unconscious, she'd never have managed it. So, you won't tell them, will you?
Well, I don't suppose anybody will ask me about him. Easy, boy. Easy.
What are you looking at?
Oh, I was just noticing those horses over in the pasture there. Those both yours?
Yes, they are. Why?
No reason. No, that pinto looks like a good animal. What do you call him?
Name's Moon, because of the marking on his flank. Looks like a half moon.
Yeah, I can see it, yeah. Well, I hope the patient doesn't give you too much trouble. All right, come on. The sun went down, but it didn't cool off much. Maybe when the moon came out, there'd be a little breeze. I've been riding for a couple hours since I left the cabin. Still had 5 or 6 miles to go before I hit Lead Creek. We were coming through a narrow canyon when I heard a little rustling sound. First I thought maybe it was that breeze I'd been waiting for. The next thing I knew, I was behind a rock. I wasn't quite sure how I got there. I guess my legs sort of took over without me having to tell them what to do.
You ain't got a chance, Ned. We're all around you. Come out from behind those rocks and keep your hands up.
Well, I'd be glad to oblige, but I ain't Ned. Whoever he is.
Hold it a minute, Sheriff.
Oh. Well, looks like they made a little mistake, boys.
You all right, mister? No serious damage, I guess.
Well, sorry to bother you, but what are you doing out here anyway?
I was heading for town. I heard there might be some work on the new railroad, thought I might sign up for a spell.
Well, I guess they can always use another man. My name's York. Sheriff Jim York.
I'm pleased to meet you, Sheriff. I'm Britt Ponsett.
Ponsett? The fellow they call six-shooter? I didn't know you were in these parts. Boys, meet Britt Ponsett. Britt, this is Sam Norval, Tom Jackson, Harry Potter.
Howdy.
Britt's the man who brought in the Phoenix Kid. Kid had the drop on him, too, but he never got a chance to pull a trigger. At least, that's the way folks tell it.
Yeah, well, between the doing and the telling, there's apt to be some exaggeration.
Well, anyway, I'm sure glad we run into you tonight. That 6-gun of yours may come in handy.
Oh?
Yeah, we're looking for Ned Landy. That's who we thought you was at first.
I figured something like that. Now, what's this Landy been up to?
Trouble for the last 3 months. Hold up, a couple of shooting sprees. Broke into Harry's bank last night and killed Harry's brother.
I see.
I've taken a posse after him before, but we always seem to lose him in these hills. We'll get him tonight, though. Picked up his trail this morning. Even spotted him for a minute or two on the far side of Devil's Canyon over in the trees. I got off a shot. Thought I'd hit him for sure. But I guess my aim was off. Anyway, he gave us a slip again.
Well, what's he look like?
Oh, he's young, about 23, I'd say. Short, wiry, black hair, rides a Pinto.
Pinto, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You ain't seen him? Yeah, I guess I have.
Yeah? Well, where was he?
I left him at a cabin about 9 miles back. And, your aim was all right this morning, Sheriff. He's carrying a bullet in his stomach. Of course, he said he'd shot himself by accident.
The only cabin out this way is Jenny Garber's.
That's the woman. That's the woman who lived there.
Well, come on, boys. Let's go. Ain't you coming too, Britt?
Oh, no, you won't need any help, Sheriff. Landy's not likely to last long enough for you to get him into town, I don't think.
Well, we'll get him in all right. Doc will see to that.
The doc? But I understood there wasn't any...
Sam here's the doctor. See, that's what he's been claiming for the past 20 years.
Yes, huh? Just wait a minute, Sheriff. Just hold on. I've changed my mind. I think maybe I will ride up there with you.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in a moment. First, a word from Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment.
You'll be glad this winter you bought a Coleman heater this fall. Yes, as you sit back in your easy chair, snug and comfortable, you'll be glad you bought a Coleman heater. You'll enjoy floor-to-ceiling warmth in those rooms you could never heat before.
Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. Here's what you get.
First bonus, a new low price.
Yes, now you can get a dependable Coleman automatic heater at a new low price.
Second bonus, a new low operating cost.
Coleman saves you up to 25% on heating bills because Coleman gives you maximum heat from your fuel.
Third bonus, a 32-piece set of Libby's Safe Edge glassware worth $14. It's free with your new Coleman heater.
Get 3 big bonuses. Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. This sale is for limited time only.
So see your Coleman dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name and address in your telephone directory.
Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
About an hour and a half after I met up with the sheriff, we came to a little stream trickling down the hill just off the trail. I'd missed it when I passed by before. I hadn't known there was any water around, and Scar hadn't smelled it either. Air being so quiet and everything. Well, we pulled up and gave the horses a chance to get a drink.
Well, I guess there ain't no rush. And that's as bad off as you say.
Yeah. Yeah. Was something funny, Sheriff?
Well, I was just thinking about Jenny Garber.
Oh?
Yep, she's finally got herself a man. He's going to be real temporary, though. I can tell you that.
Yeah, and if he didn't have a bullet in him, I'll bet he'd take off the first time he got a look at her.
Well, it'd take more than a bullet to keep me there.
Me too, Sheriff.
What is there something wrong with Jenny?
Well, you've seen her, ain't you?
Yeah.
Well,
I guess she's no beauty.
Oh. Now, that's giving her the benefit of the doubt, Poncho. Now, if you ask me, my horse is better looking.
No, you know, Sheriff, now a lot of plain women seem to get along all right. Better than some of the pretty ones, you know.
Well, it ain't just that Jenny's ugly, but she's so darn awkward and big.
Yes. Why, even when she was a little girl living in town, she was always a head taller than any boy her age. And stronger, too. Well, I guess they've had enough to drink.
Yeah, the thing was, her folks was peculiar about Jenny. Wouldn't admit she was any different from the other girls.
Hey, you remember how they used to dress her? All those fancy clothes with frills and ribbons. What made her look twice as foolish as she would have otherwise.
No?
Her father used to take her to parties, too, in square dances, but he was the only one who ever danced with her. No, sir, I don't think a single boy in town courted her. Not one.
You're forgetting Willie Franklin.
Oh, sure.
Will Franklin?
Yeah. He's quite a cut-up. Made a bet one night with some of the fellas. He said he'd get Jenny to agree to marry him. He took her out in his wagon and proposed. Of course, she said yes. But he didn't know that Willie's friends was all hidden in the back of the wagon. Leastwise, he didn't know it until they all busted out laughing.
Was right after that her folks died, wasn't it, Sheriff?
Yeah. That's when she bought this cabin. About 5 years ago, come to think of it. Well, Jenny can't be more than 25 or 6. Looks a whole lot older, though. Wouldn't you say so, Britt?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not much good at judging ages, especially a woman.
There's her place, up ahead. Lamp's still on. She must be up.
Sure, she's up all right. First time she ever had a man within touching distance, ain't it?
Ooh, boy. What's the matter?
Yeah, we better leave the horses here and go the rest of the way on foot.
Oh, no. Landy's not apt to give you any trouble.
Oh, you never can tell. You may be feeling better by now.
Yeah, but not that much.
Hey, he's seen us. Didn't waste no time about it, neither. Guess he wasn't as sick as you thought, Britt.
Or else he made a mighty fast recovery.
We'll never hit him from down here.
What do you suppose happened to Jenny?
I don't know. I've forgotten about her. He's probably got her half scared to death. Well, we'll have to rush him.
It ain't going to be easy, Sheriff. With this moon, he's sure to spot us.
Well, that's all we can do. Sam, you and Harry see if you can make it up to the fence over there.
Right.
You okay?
Okay.
Now, I'll fire twice. That'll be the signal to close in.
Now, hold on a minute, Sheriff. Just hold up here a minute. Now, if we go plowing up in front of that cabin, somebody's going to get hurt.
Well, what's the matter, Ponset? You've been shot at before.
Well, that doesn't mean exactly I like the idea. And besides, there's another way of getting in that door around back. And there are a couple of trees back there, too.
Oh, no, he'll be watching the back door. That's no fool.
I know, but it's worth a try, eh?
All right, I'll go with you.
Now, wait a minute. Now, you just let me go alone. One man ain't as apt to be seen. Now, you just keep firing. And if I ain't back in 5 minutes, well, we'll take him your way, huh?
5 minutes. We won't wait no longer.
I hunched down low and I started circling toward the rear of the cabin. And there wasn't much cover, just rocks, a couple of scrub pines. Anyway, nobody was shooting at me yet. So far, nobody'd seen me. I come up along the side of the barn, and the back door was just ahead now. I still had about 20 yards to go. I ran forward, and my foot caught. I tripped over over some of the kindling Jenny had stacked up there in the afternoon. I lay quiet for a minute. I just waited. It sounded to me like I'd made enough noise so they could hear it clear down Lead Creek. No, shooting wasn't in my direction. So I got up on my knees. I raced for the cabin. I opened up the door. I kept on going. And when I got into the living room, I saw I'd figured right. That was on the cot, just where I'd left him. Hadn't moved. It was Jenny who was doing the firing. And she swung around. She pointed the revolver at me. Her eyes weren't soft, not anymore.
You told him. You brought him here.
I had to, Jenny.
I would have taken him away as soon as he was well enough. Why couldn't you let us alone?
That killed a man last night,
I don't care. I don't care what he does. As long as he needs me, I'll stand by him and help him.
He needed a hideout, didn't he? He must have been staying here for some time, or his pony wouldn't have had enough sense to come back here with his own accord. They're going to start closing in, Jenny.
You're not going to take him away from me. I won't let you. Ned likes me. He told me he likes me. And he's the first person who ever did.
Give me your gun, Jenny.
Even if it isn't true. Even if he didn't really mean it. He doesn't laugh at me like the others. He doesn't mind my looks. But he said I'd be an old maid. Even my mother said it. But I won't. Not now. Ned'll take me with it. He'll marry me. I know he will.
Jenny, listen to me.
Don't you understand? I can't let you take him away. No matter what. Not even if I have to.
Killing me won't help in that.
It's the only way I can keep him. I've got to stop you somehow. You and the others out there.
Oh, there's no way you can keep him, Jenny. He's dead.
What?
Now turn around. Turn around, look. I'm not trying to catch you off guard. Just turn around. He hasn't been breathing, not since I came in.
Oh, he loves me. Ned loves me.
All right, boys, come on in.
You all right?
You got him, huh, Britt?
Oh, there he is.
I might have known you'd take care of him.
No, it wasn't me, Sheriff. It was you.
Huh?
Your bullet from this afternoon.
Well, I'll be darned. I told you I was sure I'd hit him. Remember, Tom, I told you.
Well, then how come he was able to hold us off just now?
Well, he was a tough one to kill. He wouldn't give up. The strain of shooting at us must have finally finished him. Ain't that the way you figured, Britt?
No, something like that.
Well, what's the matter with her? Little gunplay bother you, Jenny? Come on, get a hold of it. It's all over now. Well, sure is funny how women are scared of gunfire. Every one of them. Even Jenny. Well, it just goes to show you that underneath, they're all pretty much alike.
Yeah, I guess they are. Well, Nat was buried the next day, and there was one bunch of flowers at the funeral, wild daisies. Folks just couldn't figure out who sent them. And, they tell me that it was right about then that Jenny Garver started acting different. Oh, I don't mean she got pretty or anything like that, but she did seem more confident. She just seemed a little more sure of herself. People said if they didn't know better, they'd swear that a man had something to do with the way she changed, but of course they all knew better.
I'd like to take a minute here to remind you about some of the great entertainment in store for you later in the week on NBC Radio. Next Friday night marks the fall return to the air of both the Bob Hope Show and the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show. Both these great comedy programs, formerly heard on different days, now join forces to make Friday night a top listening night on NBC Radio. The new Bob Hope Friday night show will feature well-known guest artists, the music of Les Brown and his band of renown, and the vocal talents of lovely Margaret Whiting. And, of course, Bob will be in there delivering his rapid-fire topical humor. You'll find that the Bob Hope Show is most enjoyable listening each Friday night on NBC Radio. And immediately following Bob Hope, listen to the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show. And Alice has her brother William to keep her informed of Phil's hilarious actions. Also, in the talent-filled cast, you'll hear Julius Abruzio and little Alice and Phyllis. You'll hear wonderful comedy every Friday night beginning this Friday night on NBC Radio. Yes, for the best in Friday night radio entertainment, remember to tune where you hear the familiar three chimes for the Bob Hope Show and the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show. Two great programs returning this Friday to NBC Radio. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company have presented James Stewart as the Six-Shooter. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. The Six-Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and today's transcribed story was written by him. Special music was by Basil Adlam, and heard in the cast were D.J. Thompson, Jeff Kirkpatrick, George Neath, and Harry Bartell. The entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Hal Gibney speaking.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Glendale Tower to Pan American Trip 7. Wind east 7. Altimeter setting 29.92. You're clear to land on runway number 2.
Pan American Trip 7 to Glendale Tower, Wilco.
The controls of an airplane are elementary. When you push the stick forward, the nose drops. When you pull the stick back, the nose comes up.
Company, attention. Cadet Allen, Archibald, present. Archibald,
Wings for defense, wings for commerce. The symbol of our world of today. September 7th, 1941. It's a pathetically contradictory world of streamlined speed and heartbreaking strife, of achievement and destructive war. But the symbol for both war and achievement is the airplane. And the airplane is also a symbol for the great modern city of Glendale, California, one of the aviation centers for the globe-circling airlines, for training flyers for the Army and Navy, for Canada and the RAF. Yet, only 100 years ago, this great area of factories and homes was undreamed of. Where Flint Ridge, Eagle Rock, Highland Park, Occidental College, Garvanza now lie, the lofty mountains stood silent sentinel over vast solitudes of waving grain fields and pasture lands. It was the Rancho San Rafael. Let's go back through the years and relive the romance of the ranchos.
The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, dramatizing the romance and adventure connected with the growth of this great state. Each week at this time, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, uncovers another fascinating story of events and people who built the land we know today as Southern California. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight is one I know you will enjoy, selected from the vast files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. You see, it's the business of this company to know the history of our Southland.
Yes, the vast historical files of this company of necessity contain detailed records, available nowhere else in such accessible form, of California's glamorous past, back to the earliest Spanish land grants, one of the first of which was Rancho San Rafael. Each week, for your enjoyment, we recreate from these records a true story, replete with the drama, gaiety, and tragedy, romance and hatred, triumph and disaster, that so filled the colorful transition period from the days of the Dones and the gold rushes to the present time.
Our story tonight is a fascinating one, set in the fertile section of Southern California, which became one of the first of the great ranchos, Rancho San Rafael. The years drop away as we go back, searching. 1930, 1920, 1910, 1905. Wait. Let us stop here just a moment. 1904. 1904 was a big year for Glendale, even though the town had not become a city as yet. For it was that year.
Here it comes now. Here comes the first car.
Yep, that's right. Here it is. It's rounding the bend.
And just think, man, that car will take us into Los Angeles in less than an hour.
Yes, and it takes 3 at least in the spring wagons. Well, I guess it's time to start proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen. Now, folks, quiet, please. I'm going to ask the man who is chiefly responsible for this great event to drive the last spike in the rails. So step up here, Mr. L.C. Brand.
Well, thank you, folks. This is a great day for Glendale, and no one will be any happier than I will to see that car roll up here.
Here you are, sir. Now pound her in.
All right, boys. Stand back.
That's it. That's it, Mr. Brand.
Well, there it is. You can give the car the signal now.
All right, boys. Bring her in.
There she is. The Pacific Electric is here.
Dr. James.
Yes, what is it, Dora?
Come quickly. It's Father. He's dying.
You mean Verdugo? Yes, of course. I'll come.
Hurry.
As the people of Glendale welcomed the future, the past was slipping away from them. For on his deathbed lay Teodoro Verdugo, respected citizen, one of the last of the Dones. And with him, time wrote the final chapter in the story of the great Rancho San Rafael.
Doctor, can't anything be done?
I'm sorry, my dear.
Oh, Papacito.
Oh, my child, you must not cry. I leave you the good name of Verdugo. If I left you nothing else, you would be rich. Honor it, keep it high, where it has always been. And this land, the Rancho San Rafael, even though it belongs to others now, do what you can to make it a fine place for people to live. That is what my grandfather, Don Jose Maria, would have wished. He loved the Rancho San Rafael, as I have.
Papacito.
Yes, Teodoro Verdugo loved the Rancho San Rafael, as had his father and his grandfather before him. It was from that love of the land that burned in the heart of Jose Maria Verdugo that the Rancho San Rafael was first formed. But we must go back farther through the years to find that story. It was on one lovely sun-filled day in the 1770s that Corporal Jose Maria Verdugo, in the service of His Majesty the King of Spain, rode over the land across which ran the old road to Monterey, a portion of which is still called Monterey Road. With him was another young soldier, and they were returning to the mission San Gabriel, where they were stationed.
Well, Jose, now maybe you don't like being a soldier so much.
How do I not, Carlos?
Sending us out into this wilderness, this desert. What are we to do?
It isn't so bad at the mission. We are busy keeping the Indians in order, and we have adventure.
But why do we have to leave San Diego? Think of the times we could have had there, the fiestas and the senoritas. The senoritas. And no senoritas in San Gabriel.
Yeah, what you should do is get married and settle down.
See, the fine chance I have here.
Too bad.
You should get married and settle down, too.
Oh, not me. I'm a soldier, and I like it.
I stay a soldier.
But one of these days, a lovely senorita, and you'll be tired of this life.
Never. But I tell you, Carlos, if I ever did decide to settle down somewhere and get married, I do not think I could find a better spot than right here. Stop a minute. Look out there. Here, Chapo. Chapo. Oh, just look at the vista. The mountains and the green valley and the trees.
See, it's very pretty.
Oh, very pretty. It's beautiful.
See. Here, what's this? Jose, a party of travelers coming down the road.
Yeah, it's good land, too, Carlos. Would make a very fine rancho. See, near the mountains are streams. There will be fish. And there, over there, you could raise corn and grapes and pumpkins for food. And there in the distance is pasture land for cattle.
Jose, look, there's a senorita.
A senorita? Yes?
See, riding with the party. Look.
See, so it is.
Accompanied by two gentlemen and a padre.
See, and she is...
Madre mia, she is beautiful.
See.
Buenos dias, senorita.
Buenos dias, Senor Corporal.
May we be of service?
No, gracias, senor. Our journey is almost over. I'm quite safe, gracias. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. Ah, what a lovely face, and such a smile she gave me. I thought that the sun had just come up. Ah, perhaps this desert does have at least one oasis in it, Jose?
She was lovely.
You noticed it too, huh? Then I know she was truly beautiful.
I wonder what could her name be?
Huh? Oh. Jose, you old soldier. So you could never be charmed by a senorita, huh? Well, my friend, perhaps you were wrong. Perhaps that look in your eye is love, no? Perhaps the great Jose Maria Verdugo has been struck at last.
And Jose Maria Verdugo was struck at last. He wooed and won for his bride the beautiful young daughter of Ignacio Lopez, Maria de la Encarnacion. And they were married at the San Gabriel mission. And now Jose had definite ideas about his future. One day, as he returned from his duties, his wife, Maria, called.
Jose, a rider brought a message for you.
A message for me?
See? And it's from the governor, Don Pedro Vargas.
The governor? Oh, then it's come. It's here.
What's come? What is it, Jose?
It is news I've been waiting for. Give it to me.
No. Jose Verdugo, before another minute, you must tell me what you have to do with the governor. You've been keeping something from me.
See, Maria, I have. But it's just because I wanted to surprise you. My little dog. Come here. There. Now, what would you like best to have?
You, Jose?
Oh, no. I mean, besides my ugly face.
Well, perhaps a little one and a home of our own.
See, that is it. I, too, want a home for you and the little ones that will soon be. And so I have laid my plans.
Plans? What plans, Jose?
Do you remember the day you first saw me? Riding on El Camino Viejo?
See, I was with the padre and you with Carlos.
See? And do you remember the land, the beautiful valley, which we could see from there?
See?
That is where I want our home to be.
Oh, Jose, it would be paradise.
Oh, see, paradise. And so I've asked the governor to let me keep some cattle on that land. If he says yes, then I can send my brother to build a house and start a rancho. And then later, when it is established, the governor cannot help but allow us to make our home there. It will be ours. So you see, already our home is started.
But, Jose, suppose the governor refused.
Oh, no, he could not do it. I don't think he could. Maria, give me the letter.
See, here.
I'd better open it, huh?
See, go ahead.
See, I will open it.
Read it. What does it say?
It says, I concede to the petitioner the permission he solicits to keep his cattle and horses.
Oh, Jose.
Maria, do you hear? It says, I concede to the petitioner the permission he solicits. It's ours, Maria. It's ours.
And so in 1784, the Rancho San Rafael was started, even though it still belonged to the King of Spain. But Jose Verdugo had his heart set on owning the rancho. And so, 15 years later, in 1799, he took his second step.
Corporal Verdugo.
Si, senor. I'm coming. I'm coming as fast as I can. You wanted me, senor?
See? How do you feel, Corporal?
Oh, not very well, senor. My back, it aches. And the dropsy, you know, of course, how I suffer from the dropsy.
I know. You haven't ridden out on any patrols for a long time, Corporal.
Oh, no, I cannot ride. That is well known. Oh, I suffer terribly on a horse. But I keep busy around the mission, senor. I am not useless, you understand?
Perhaps not, Verdugo, but you have petitioned the governor to be released.
See, so that I may retire to my rancho, San Rafael.
Well, Corporal Verdugo, I'm pleased to tell you that the governor has granted your petition. You're free to go to live on your rancho any time.
What? Senor, you mean that... Madre de Dios. It's wonderful news. Wonderful. I must go and tell Maria. I must go and tell her right
But
away.
Verdugo, wait, Verdugo, what are you doing? That's a horse you're climbing on.
I must hurry, senor, I must hurry.
But you can't ride anymore. You have dropsy. But, senor, come back. That's my horse you're riding off with. Hasta luego, senor. Hasta
And so, 157 years ago was established the beginning of the first valid title to Rancho San Rafael. At that point start the records of the Title Insurance and Trust Company. Each time Rancho San Rafael or any part of it changed hands, one or more legal recordings were filed. Similar mountains of documents loom in the background of every piece of land bought or sold in California today. The reason title company records must go back to the very beginning and include every transaction up to the present day is that land titles are like a chain. They're only as strong as their weakest link. If any title is defective, all subsequent ones may be faulty too. It is the task of the title insurance company to seek out each of these records, establish beyond reasonable doubt its authenticity, assemble them where they're always available, to the end that when you buy property, you will really become its owner, and to ensure your interest in the land against another's claim based on some undetected forgery, forgotten mortgage loan, undisclosed heirs, or other ghost from the past.
The early California years rolled on. Jose grew old, and his sons and daughters grew up on Rancho San Rafael. 36,000 acres of fertile plain, rolling woodland, and magnificent mountains. This was his domain, the Rancho San Rafael. He built its houses, farmed its lands, dammed its streams, raised its cattle, turned it into the paradise he dreamed of. And then suddenly one day, while Jose was riding, he came upon a scene that struck his heart with horror.
After them! Chase them off! After them!
Julio, my son! Julio, my son! What is this? What has happened?
These Indians are invading our rancho. They have already built huts and corrals.
Oh, but Julio, you're burning them.
See, of course. We're chasing them off our land, back across the Arroyo
Oh,
Hondo.
but you must not do that. They might be hurt. Stop, vaquero, stop! It is I, Don Jose. Stop this at once.
But, Papa, they do not belong here. This is our land.
We thought it was our land. But that is no reason for killing and destroying.
But if we do not chase them off, they might take all our land piece by piece. Others would come.
Then I would rather give them the land, all the land I own, than have this happen. Julio, I am disappointed, distressed that you, a Verdugo, should do such a thing.
Well, I'm sorry, Papa. I only thought I was doing the right thing. That we should show them that this is ours, we mean business.
My son, the boundaries have never been very clear, and we cannot even be sure that this is our land. If these Indians are from San Gabriel, the new padre told them to settle here, and we must go to the padre and apologize.
No, these are renegade Indians from the hills who rob us, and they mission too.
Even so, Julio, we must defend what is ours peacefully. We must hold our neighbor's respect and not his hatred. The law will take care of us, my boy.
Law? There is no law, except our own.
I shall go to the governor. He has always been my friend. He will uphold our claims. And when he does, no one shall ever again try to trespass on Rancho San Rafael.
When the governor of California upheld Jose's petition and ordered the padres off the land, the Verdugo claim to the Rancho San Rafael was clear. And a few years later, when the old soldier, Jose Maria Verdugo, passed on to his other paradise, the great rancho was left to his son, Julio, his daughter, Catalina. Life was rich and peaceful at San Rafael, but soon the faint reverberations of great events penetrated the solitude. Armies were on the march. The American armies of Commodore Stockton and Captain Fremont marched through the ranch lands from the mountains to the sea. Battles were fought, and the Americans swept on. Finally, the defenders knew their cause was lost. In 1847, Stockton occupied Los Angeles in the south. Fremont's forces were closing in from the north. The last little band of caballeros, under the command of Andres Pico, made their camp in the shadows of the Verdugos on Rancho San Rafael. They were well aware that Fremont's forces had reached Cahuenga Pass and were prepared to do battle with him the next day. But that night, a prisoner was marched in and placed before General Carrillo.
Buenos dias, General Carrillo.
Madre de Dios. Jesus Pico. You are the prisoner.
I am not a prisoner. I came here of my own free will. Tell this man to release me.
Release him. You may go. Come in. There are men here who will be glad to see you.
I shall be glad to see them.
After you, senor.
Gracias, General.
Estos, my brother.
See, you brother. Deliver himself up. He has realized his mistake at last.
It is not I who have made the mistake. It is you.
By heaven, you shall learn.
Please. General Carrillo has to say.
I am not the prisoner, Andre. You are the prisoners. You are surrounded. Your men deserted. You cannot fight any longer.
We shall die fight.
See, a noble sentiment, General Carrillo, but so useless. There is no need to die. There has been enough of that already. Senores, your cause is hopeless.
See? What he says is all too true.
Senores, forget that I am what you call a traitor. Remember that I love this land as much as you. That is why I can ask you now. Give up. Surrender.
Give up? That is all very well. But then what happens to us?
That is what I have been sent to tell you. Nothing.
Nothing? You call Stockton's terms nothing.
I care nothing about Stockton's terms. I bring terms from Fremont.
Fremont?
And what are they?
Simply that you surrender. Give up fighting.
Give up fighting.
After that, we can all return to our homes. Everything will be as before.
You mean none of us will be arrested? Our lands confiscated?
No, nothing. You can go home just as before.
This is not a trick.
I swear it. Why should they want to trick us? They need our help in building this great country. They need us as much as we need them.
We need them.
Oh, see, we have been backward here. The world has moved on ahead of us. The Americanos go with it. They even lead it. They can make California a great part of the world instead of a backward corner. If you love your country, then you will welcome the Americanos.
See, I believe he's right.
Say a Verdugo.
I'm sorry. I should not have spoken.
But you must, my friend. This is for all of us to decide.
Well, I'm not fighting with you. But I love California just as much as my father, Jose, did. Just as you do. And I believe we owe it to this land to make it a great country it can be. And besides, strife and bitterness never build anything. They only tear down. We must keep ourselves respectable and honorable. We cannot do that by violence.
There is much wisdom there.
See? Then you will send men to Cahuenga Pass to talk to Fremont?
See, I think so. Carrillo, you, Senor Alvero, and I will go, and perhaps this will be the beginning and not the end of California.
And so California became a part of the United States. Once again, all of the Southland was as peaceful as the Rancho San Rafael. Don Julio's title to the land was recognized by the United States. But there were new problems for the Rancho San Rafael. 36,000 acres of ranch land too fertile, of acreage too invitingly close to the growing metropolis. Its days were numbered. One day, Julio Verdugo received a visitor.
See? Come in.
Senor Verdugo?
See? Come in.
Senor, I'm the sheriff.
See,
I know. Won't you sit down? May I get a glass of wine?
No, thanks. Gracias. I'd rather get this over with.
Of course.
Senor, you've borrowed money. Mortgage this place.
See, I have for $3,445. But that was a long time ago.
Almost 9 years ago, to be exact. You agreed to pay 3% interest a month. Long ago, the interest was foreclosed, and a judgment returned against you for almost $16,000. That is still unpaid.
I know. I am sorry.
But do you realize how much you owe now with that interest rate?
It is much, isn't it?
It's almost $59,000.
But I can hardly think of so much money.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid there's nothing left to do but show you this.
Oh, gracias, senor. What is it?
It's my order to put up for public sale your Rancho San Rafael.
The first of the great ranchos, the land that Jose Maria Verdugo saw and loved, the beautiful domain that dazzled the traveler's eye, was no more. On the sheriff's auction block, its acres were chopped into 100 parcels, and the way was clear for the growth of towns and villages, of factories and homes. Taking shape were Glendale, Highland Park, Eagle Rock, Garvanza, and Flint Ridge. Business sprang up overnight. The boom was on. The Pacific Electric connected Glendale with Los Angeles, and the population grew.
1910.
2,700.
1920.
13,500.
1930.
62,700.
1940.
81,700.
Glendale, the fastest growing city in the United States.
Glendale, thriving metropolis, aviation center, hub of activity for the surrounding valley. And on the spot where today is heard
Pan American Trip 7, all aboard for Mexico City, Canal Zone, Rio de Janeiro, Buenos Aires, and Santiago.
On the spot where Britain's RAF is being trained.
Dive straight for the target. 200 feet, ship your bomb release.
Over all this land, where factories hum, traffic roars, and the business of the streamlined modern world is conducted, just 100 years ago, stood the great Rancho San Rafael. Such is the romance of the ranchos.
Our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, has narrated another of the fascinating stories of the romance of the ranchos, taken from the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company. When you sell a lot, a home, or a ranch, or when you borrow money on such property, your purchaser or your bank or other financial institution requires the protection of title insurance. The purpose of this insurance, of course, is to protect both you and the buyer or the lender, to ensure the validity of the ownership which you are transferring. Your deed, which you execute or receive, does not provide such insurance. Well, every day in Los Angeles County alone, an average of 1,500 legal documents are recorded which can affect the validity of titles to real estate. These documents include death certificates, divorce decrees, wills filed for probate, mortgages, trust deeds, and scores of others. Forged signatures or signatures by minors or incompetents are among still other risks to land titles. To insure a title, your title company must check the files of more than 50 different public offices to locate and examine all these recordings. It then ensures the completeness and accuracy of this work. So when you pay for a policy of title insurance, remember first that it's your protection against loss, and second, that it represents a great volume of detailed work by experts. Title insurance can be priced so low only because of the large organization and vast files which the Title Insurance and Trust Company has built up through the years. Well, what's the story for next week, Frank?
Under the earth lay a great pool of liquid gold, oil. But long before it was discovered, this land around Santa Fe Springs was a place of romance and glamour. and it has a story packed with drama. Until next week, then, this is your wandering vaquero saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, featuring Frank Graham as the Wandering Vaquero, is brought to you each week at the same time by the Title Insurance and Trust Company. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
Romance of the Ranchos.
Here she blows! Get going, boys! Get out of here fast! It's a gusher! Look at it! A mile high! Took the tide and cut right off that area. Why, the sky's black with oil! Millions of barrels of oil!
Millions of barrels of oil, liquid gold. Beneath the surface of the earth of Southern California lie huge lakes of precious petroleum. At Santa Fe Springs, forests of gaunt steel derricks pencil the horizon as far as the eye can see. From those depths have come millions of barrels of oil and millions of dollars of wealth for Southern California. And yet, long before those derricks mushroomed into the sky, long before that dark pool brought Santa Fe Springs to the attention of the world, long before the towns of Downey, Santa Fe Springs, Los Nietos, and Rivera came into being, this was a land of romance, of achievement and drama. For this was once the great Rancho Santa Gertrudis, the domain of the Dones, scene for the Romance of the Ranchos.
The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the march of events in the Southland from the romantic days of the ranchos to the streamlined age of today. Tonight, our wandering vaquero Frank Graham uncovers another fascinating story of events and people who helped to build Southern California. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight, we're going to relive the story of the Rancho Santa Gertrudis, a story of romance and achievement selected from the vast files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles.
Yes, Frank, it's the business of the Title Insurance and Trust Company to know the facts about land ownership. And since the story of the ownership of most of the land you and I and our listeners own and live on dates back more than a century and a half to the first grants made by the King of Spain, the title company's records must go back that far, too. They include the essential information about every one of the many different transfers of title to every square foot of land in this entire county, including, of course, the Rancho Santa Gertrudis, whose story you're going to tell us tonight.
Our story of the Rancho Santa Gertrudis takes us back through time to the year 1859. It was in that year that a crowd gathered on the steps of the Los Angeles courthouse to listen to the call of the auctioneer.
The bid is 55. Anybody want to raise it?
60.
Mr. Downey says 60. Who'll give me 65? Oh, come, gentlemen. 17,602 acres, the most fertile land in California. Why, it's worth twice as much.
Maybe so, Sheriff, but I bid 60. Anybody want to raise that?
The bid is 60. Nobody wants to raise it. It's going for 60. Sold. Mr. John G. Downey and Mr. James P. McFarland for $60,000. Well, you got a real bargain there, Mr. Downey.
Yeah, perhaps you're right, Sheriff. What's it figure to?
Oh, roughly about $3.40 an acre, I guess.
That's not cheap.
Oh, it's the best farming land around here. You've got water from the San Gabriel River.
Yeah. Poor Carpenter didn't find it so profitable. Look. See those people walking down the street?
You mean the ones all in black?
Yes. They're in mourning. They're friends of Carpenter. And they're on their way to his funeral.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Lovingly his friends returned Lemuel Carpenter to the soil which he loved. Lemuel Carpenter, one of the first Americans to set foot in California, one of the earliest of the California pioneers, was dead. And with him passed the first great era of achievement that made California what it is today. Let's go back still farther into history and allow Lemuel Carpenter's life to come before us from Rancho Santa Gertrudis. The great rancho of Los Nietos, granted to Manuel Nieto in 1784, had been partitioned among his children after his death. Now, in the early 1830s, Santa Gertrudis was the domain of his son's widow, Doña Josefa Coto. It was she who, each year at the Christmas season, was hostess to the countryside at a joyous siesta.
Ah, Maria, it is so good to hear them having a good time. Laughing, singing, dancing.
See, fiesta time is so wonderful.
If we could only be as happy always.
Dear Josefa, that is no way to talk. What will your guests think of your long face? Come, be gay.
My little Maria, do you think my sister should have a child as lovely as you? You're a great tonic for this old heart of mine.
I am glad, dear Josefa, for you must be happier and gayer, and I shall help you to be.
If I could only have you near me all of the time, my child.
That, too, might be arranged.
Huh? You are not going back to Santa Barbara?
See, but I would not. If you could find a suitable husband for me here.
Uh-huh. You little fox. Thinking of that already, eh? You are too young and far too beautiful for any man.
You sound like Mamacita when you say that. I am not too young, and what good is my beauty if it does not get me a husband?
I suppose you have your eyes on some caballero?
No, not exactly.
Not exactly, huh? Come. What do you mean by that?
Well, Don Juan Temple has a young Americano staying with him. He's very handsome.
Americano? Yes, I have heard of him. So, you have met him?
No, but I saw him riding one day.
So, and?
See.
Just like that. You love him?
Goodness, I do not know.
Well, you shall have a better chance to know very soon. Here is Don Juan now, and with him...
The Americano?
Si.
Oh, dear Josefa, I'm frightened.
Frightened? But I thought you wanted to meet him.
Si, but not yet, not now.
Stop acting like a schoolgirl. Of course you shall meet him and charm him with your beauty. If you are to have a husband, you are a woman now. Act like one. Now stop blushing. Here he comes.
Doña Josefa, Señorita Maria, buenas noches. It is a pleasure to be here.
We are happy to have our good neighbors, Don Juan, and their friends.
Si, may I present Senor Lemuel Carpenter, who has just arrived from New Mexico. Doña Josefa Cota.
It's a pleasure, ma'am.
He is charming, eh, Maria? You are a welcome guest in my home, Senor Carpenter. And this is my niece, Maria de Los Angeles de Dominguez. Senor Carpenter.
Buenas noches, senor.
I'm mighty glad to know you, miss. I've seen you riding.
Eh? You too?
I beg pardon, ma'am?
I say, you enjoy riding too, senor?
Oh, of course.
Well, you two will have much in common. You should get on well together. Very well, I'm sure.
I should like nothing better. Might I presume to... Oh, that is... Well, I'd be mighty happy if you'd allow Senorita Maria to join me in the dancing, Doña Josefa. That is, if she would do me the honor of accepting.
Well, speak up, child. What do you say?
Gracias, senor. I would be most happy.
Well, then, of course, go right ahead. Young people should be dancing.
You'll excuse us then, Doña Josefa.
But, of course, run along. Enjoy yourself.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
He's a nice young man.
Very fine young fellow.
You think he will stay?
No, I cannot say. That depends.
I think he will stay. Perhaps Tia Josefa can arrange it.
You are always the matchmaker, senora. Well, you have my wish for success. I would feel safer with Senor Carpenter here. He's the kind of strong man we need.
You have news?
Si. Juan Perez is building a house on Arroyo Hondo.
On Arroyo Hondo?
Si. Not 500 varas from your land.
But that means he still claims title to my land.
Si, he does not give up easily.
We must do something. We must drive him off.
What can we do, amiga mia? He's building on mission land. He has perfect right. We can only watch and wait and try to protect what is ours.
See, I suppose you are right.
That is why I'm glad Senor Carpenter has come. A fine, strong man on our side would be a protection.
See, perhaps he can help. See, I believe he will.
The romance of young Carpenter and Maria de Los Angeles progressed slowly, urged on by interested bystanders, especially Doña Josefa. But time passed quickly, and presently the day arrived when Maria was to start home to Santa Barbara. That morning she sat alone in the garden.
Senorita Maria. Senorita Maria.
Oh, Senor Carpenter.
Senorita, I've been looking for you. I wanted to see you before you left.
I am here.
Oh, you've been crying.
See, I have been crying.
Oh, but you mustn't.
Is it not my privilege to cry if I wish?
Of course, but...
Did not you ever see a girl cry before?
Yes, but...
But am I so different from other girls?
I know. I mean... Oh, yes, of course you are.
Oh.
Don't be offended. I can understand your crying. Naturally, you hate to leave this beautiful place where you...
Oh, you men are so stupid.
I beg your pardon?
I am not different from other girls. Why must you men always think that?
Senorita, I've never seen you like this before.
Then it's time you did. Now you know that I can be hateful and mean and human, too. And now that you see, you are free to go.
Without hasta la vista?
Hasta la vista. Go ahead, laugh. I am a stupid, silly girl. You have had your joke. Now go away.
Maria.
See?
Stop crying a minute. I want to tell you, I'm glad you're human. I'm glad you can cry and get angry, because I can dare hope that you could love a nobody like me.
Dare to hope? Well, what do you suppose I was crying for? If you had not been so blind, you could have seen.
Maria, you're wonderful.
I am not wonderful. I don't want to be wonderful. I just want to be taken in your arms and loved.
Maria, you know I love you.
But you will let me go home today, never to see you again.
No. I want you to be my wife. I probably shouldn't ask.
Shouldn't ask? For 2 whole months I've been waiting. Doña Josefa's been waiting. The whole valley has been waiting for you to ask.
But I suppose I've been pretty stupid.
Yes, you have, Lemuel. And you needn't ask me to stay and be your wife. Not unless you kiss me before another minute goes by.
Oh, Maria, you are wonderful. Come here.
That's better.
What is going on here, eh?
Oh, Doña Josefa.
I am interrupting something?
See, Tia Josefa, you are.
Doña Josefa, don't be angry. I will explain.
Angry? Who's angry? I'm delighted. It has taken you long enough. When is the wedding to be?
Well, we haven't decided.
Soon, Tia Josefa. As soon as possible.
Good. And now I shall have a fine, strong nephew to come live on my rancho and protect it for me. You will like that, eh?
Well, I hadn't thought
It is settled, then. You shall have some land and build a home. But I hope you move faster in taking care of the rancho than you did in courting my little Maria.
The marriage took place post-haste, but the new ranchero settled on Santa Gertrudis. The American trait of building for a better life was strong in Lemuel Carpenter, and ambition and ingenuity carried him far. One day, Maria found him working in a small hut near the river.
Lemuel?
I'm here, Maria. Come in.
Will you never leave this smelly place and come to the hacienda to eat?
Leave now? Oh, but Maria, I have my first order. Doña Rafaela has ordered 20 cakes of soap. I must tend to it.
Doña Rafaela can wait until tomorrow. You come inside and eat.
Oh, but Maria...
Lemuel Carpenter?
Uh-oh. Ma'am, when you get that tone of voice, I know it's time to give in. I'll be ready in just a minute.
Phew. What ugly-looking stuff.
Ugly? It's just boiling tallow and wild root and oak wood ashlie. It's going to be soap, Maria.
But why do you want to make these smelly soap?
Why? To sell, of course. We'll make money. We'll sell soap to the whole country. We'll be rich. Do you realize this is the first factory in California?
Factory? What's that?
It's a place where you make things.
Soap?
See, soap. This is a soap factory.
Ah, La Jaboneria.
That's what we'll call it. And believe me, people will look up to us. I'm the first manufacturer in California. Next, I'm going to start making brooms. You didn't realize you were marrying a big man, did you?
Big or little, you had better eat your supper on time after this, or I'll...
What'll you do?
I won't let you kiss me.
You won't, eh?
No,
Come here now.
No.
There, young lady, that'll teach you that Lemuel Carpenter is one tough hombre when he wants to be.
Lemuel Carpenter's fortune rose with his habaneria, and later his broom factory. But life on Santa Gertrudis was not all serene. Doña Josefa's fortune declined more and more as the years rolled on. And finally, she made appeal to the alcalde of nearby Los Angeles.
Doña Josefa Cota,
Si, Your Honor.
you still wish to sell your land to Senor Carpenter?
I see. I have been waiting for your word from the governor. Senor Carpenter's money is ready, and I need it badly. I cannot go on.
Well, I am happy to give you good news, Senora.
Oh?
The governor has sent word for me to disregard the clause in your land which forbids you to sell the land. And I am authorized as notary to make the transfer to Senor Carpenter for you.
Ay, gracias. Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Lemuel, do you hear? Santa Gertrudis will be ours.
See, I hear, Maria.
Dear Josefa, how can we thank you for this?
Well, see, Doña Josefa, it's what we've dreamed about, owning Santa Gertrudis. We're both very happy.
I hope that you will remain that way. Perhaps you will not understand when I say, I hope that this land will not cause you the sorrow it has me. I hope that it will not drag you down into poverty and misery.
That deed to Rancho Santa Gertrudis by Senora Cota to Lemuel Carpenter was recorded, and details of that record are today in the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company in Los Angeles. So also are filed there details of other transfers both before and after, from the first grant of Rancho Los Nietos, of which Santa Gertrudis was a part, to the last transfer of a 50-foot lot in Downey, which might have been yesterday or today. You see, if you were purchaser of that lot, and if the Title Insurance Company did not maintain all these records, it would not be in a position to issue a policy of title insurance to protect your ownership. And without that insurance, there would exist the possibility that someday that property might be taken away from you, without any recompense whatever, because of some defect in the title which existed at the time you acquired the lot. A deed might have been forged or signed by a minor, or a person legally incompetent. Or some previous owner might have borrowed money with the property as security, and the claim of the lender or his heirs would be upheld in court tomorrow. And now back to our story and Frank Graham.
Doña Josefa's warning to Carpenter began to take on new meaning in the days that followed. Drought spoiled the young rancher's crops. Competition hurt his soap and broom business. And then, darker events made their appearance on the horizon. Late one night, the young couple were aroused from sleep.
Lemuel, is that a knock at the door?
Huh?
Someone is knocking at the door.
Oh, see, I'll go.
Lemuel, be careful. It is late. Who could it be?
Don't worry. It's all right. I'm coming.
Lemuel, may we come in?
Don Juan, Ramon.
I'm sorry to disturb you, but this man needs attention.
Well, who is it? Don Emanuel. What's happened?
He was shot. In the back.
By whom?
One of Mitchell Terreno's soldiers.
Mitchell Terreno? Here?
See, they're coming this way. You know what that means?
Senor, they'll steal our cattle, rob and loot.
Oh, come, we must tend this wound. Put him here. Oh, Maria, some water.
See you right away, Lemuel.
This will do as a bandage. Lost a lot of blood. Mitchell Terreno, huh?
We must stop them, Lemuel. The rancheros are organizing all over the valley. They're gathering.
You mean?
See, we must fight.
But that's revolution. He's the governor.
Many of his men are thieving, murdering scoundrels.
See, they take what they want. They know no law.
Here's the water, Lemuel.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
We must fight. This cannot go on. Mitchell Terreno must go.
Other Americanos have joined us. Are you with us?
Lemuel.
I must do my part, Maria. I'm with you, senores.
Lemuel Carpenter fought with the California Volunteers as they successfully defended their rights against the governor during those days of 1846. Santa Gertrudis became a meeting place and a refuge for them. Then, a year later, the ranch was to shelter a different army. And once again, Lemuel Carpenter faced a difficult decision.
Lemuel Carpenter?
Yes?
Captain Strong of the United States Army. I'll have to ask you to peacefully surrender your arms.
Yes.
You'll have no objections if our scouts use your rancho as a base?
But, Captain, these people are my friends.
Well, you're an American, aren't you?
Yes, I am an American.
Well, I sympathize, Mr. Carpenter. Perhaps you'll realize this may be best for your friends, that California becomes a part of the United States.
Yes, I suppose so.
Then you'll have no objections?
No, I have no objections.
Thank you. Good day.
What does it mean, Lemuel?
It means that California will become part of a great nation, Maria. It will grow and prosper. But
what?
People will come. Towns, cities will spring up. Land will be broken up. This rancher we love will go too, Maria. It is the beginning of the end.
The beginning of the end of Rancho Santa Gertrudez. Carpenters saw it. All through the years, it had become harder and harder to hold the land. New problems arose every day. Drought. Water was scarce. Carpenter needed more water for his parched land, so he decided to divert part of the river. One day, as he worked on the project...
All right, men. More dirt over here.
Carpenter!
Oh, good day. What brings you here?
Carpenter, you realize what you're doing? You're ruining my land. You're trying to ruin me. Well, I've come to put a stop to it.
What are you talking about? I'm doing nothing of the kind.
You're turning the water into your land. Turn the course of the river. What'll I do for water? My land will be ruined.
Oh, you're wrong, sir. I'm not diverting the river, just part of it. I need water for irrigation. I'm just building the ditches. There'll be plenty for all of us.
No, sir. Already the river is dry. My land is drying up. You're not even finished.
But that's the point. When we finish the work, we won't have to divert so much of the water, and you'll have plenty.
I won't listen to you. I'll have you stopped, sir.
But I can't...
I'll have the law on you. I'll go to court. I'll have you stopped.
Oh, but look! All right, then. Go ahead. I'll fight you. I'll fight you if it takes every cent I have. Mr. Downey, I'll have to borrow more money.
You better be careful, Lem. You're in pretty deep.
I can't help it. My land is gone if I don't get money.
Well, it may be gone anyway with this mortgage.
Will you give me the money, Mr. Downey?
Well, if you want it, I suppose I can, Lem, but I can't be responsible for what may happen.
Howdy, Mr. Downey.
Howdy.
What brings you out here to Santa Gertrudis?
Well, Lem, I have to talk to you about that money. I sure hate to worry you, but...
Bad news?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Looks like I'll have to foreclose. It's getting worse and worse, you know, and has been for years. Looks like now my partner McFarland and I have more money tied up here than the place is worth.
But if only the drought would...
Yeah, that's what we hoped for last year, but... No, Lem, it's no good.
Yes, I know you're right. Well, thanks for telling me beforehand anyway.
I'm sorry, Lem.
I know. It's all right.
You'll be all right. You can get a fresh start now and get out from under. And as for living here, you and your wife, well, I'm pretty sure that can be arranged.
Thanks, Mr. Downey. But it wouldn't be the same. This place has meant a lot to us. And I've lost it. I made a failure of my life.
Oh, now, Lem, don't take it so hard. It's not your fault.
How can I face Maria? How can I ever face her?
Lem, come back here. Lem!
The shock of losing the Rancho Santa Gertrudis was too much for Lemuel Carpenter, and he ended the life he believed to be a failure. With the death of Lemuel Carpenter came the end of an era in the growth of the land which was Rancho Santa Gertrudis. Now it began to have its part in the march of progress and achievement that swept through the Southland. Its owner, John G. Downey, took a prominent part in the great events that followed. With his partner, James P. McFarland, he founded the first drugstore in Los Angeles, and later, its first bank. Then, as the Civil War broke over the nation, word came to Los Angeles.
Governor Latham has resigned. Lieutenant Governor Downey takes office. Well, what do you know? John G. Downey is governor of California.
Back from serving a term as governor of the new state, Downey subdivided the Rancho Santa Gertrudis, and soon a land boom swept the Southland.
Going for $10 an acre.
I'll pay 12.
15.
20.
Just as Lemuel Carpenter had predicted, People began to pour into Southern California. But now, the steaming iron horses multiplied their number 1,000-fold.
They're coming here by the trainloads.
No wonder. The railroads are cutting rates to nothing.
Fare from Chicago to Los Angeles, $1.
Including everything.
Towns sprang up, villages expanded, fertile farmlands were cut up for town sites. Nothing was too good for the great country that was to be. The town of Downey was laid out on Rancho Santa Gertrudis, and
over 100 families here already.
Yes, and 5 stores.
Why, it won't be long before Downey's the size of Los Angeles.
Bigger. Well, we'll make that sleepy village look sick in no time.
Yeah, maybe sooner.
And so the land, which had once echoed with the fiestas of Doña Josefa and slumbered lazily under the warm southern sun, the Rancho Santa Gertrudis became the center of a thriving community. And as the years passed, it grew. But another great change was still in store for it. It was twilight one day in 1919 as 2 men walked through the orange groves near the health resort of Fulton Wells.
This is a great place you have here, Doctor. Great place.
Oh, yes, sir. Fulton Wells is known all over the country. Why, I've had people from New York come here just take my iron sulfur bath. Mm-hmm.
By the way, what are those men doing over there?
Oh, they're digging for oil, they say.
Oil, huh? Well, I didn't know you had any around here.
No, not as anyone else, except those geologists. They've been digging, scraping around here for years. Yes, sir. They first started in 1865. Some company took a lease and tried it.
And they didn't find any?
Nary a drop. Then last few years, these fellas came along, they tried. Still no success. They've dug 3 wells already. You'd think they'd give it up, what?
Well, that's certainly persistent.
Yeah, they sure are.
What's that?
I don't know. Those men are running away from that well.
Holy jumping Jehoshaphat, look at that! Oh, there's mud and water shooting 100 feet in the air.
Mud and water? Man, that's oil! I knew it. I told you there was oil here. Why, we're rich. We'll all be rich. Oil.
Oil, an immense reservoir of liquid black gold. Now, Fulton Wells was no longer a mecca for those seeking its healing powers. Frantically, wells were bored, one after another brought in. Soon, 300 derricks laced the sky. Then another deeper pool was found, and within 30 days, 78 new wells were drilling. Today, the land which was once Lemuel Carpenter's Rancho Santa Gertrudis supports one of the world's great oil fields, Santa Fe Springs. And from this land have come almost 500 million barrels of petroleum, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Such is the romance of the ranchos.
In a moment, Frank Graham will tell you a little about next week's story. Perhaps it's the story of the rancho in which your home is now located. For almost 50 years, Title Insurance and Trust Company has served the people of Southern California. Through those years, at the expenditure of millions of dollars, it has compiled complete title records which enable it to offer a title protection and service not surpassed anywhere. To owner, buyer, lender, or borrower on real estate, Title Insurance and Trust Company offers protection against loss through defective titles. Because its title examiners can find necessary information in this great plant with a minimum of delay, it can provide this service quickly and at rates substantially lower than prevail in almost every other part of the United States. The Title Insurance and Trust Company presents Romance of the Ranchos for your enjoyment, to acquaint you with the history and romance of the land where you may now live, and as a means of acquainting you with the facts behind the title insurance policy which protects you as either purchaser or lender. What's the story for next week, Frank?
Well, one of the big events of every year in Southern California is the great Los Angeles County Fair at Pomona, now in progress. So next week, we're going to relive the fascinating story of the Pomona Valley and Rancho San Jose. Until next week, then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, featuring Frank Graham as the Wandering Vaquero, is brought to you each Sunday night at the same time by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
The Dennis Day Show returns to the air at this hour the first week in October. Remember, the Dennis Day Show beginning here October 7th.
Presenting Joel McCrae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another in NBC's parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrae as Ranger Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's case, play for keeps.
At 5 minutes past midnight on December 12th, several years ago, Sheriff Bob Smithers of Bradshaw County, Texas, staged a raid on a gambling establishment located on a country road. But there were no patrons in the house, and the sheriff's face grew dark red as he and the local constable failed to find any evidence.
And nothing in the upstairs room either, Sheriff.
You're sure of that, huh, Jim?
Not even a deck of cards.
See, Sheriff, like I told you, I quit the racket. Yet this is the fourth time this year you rousted me out of bed.
I know you're operating, Walton, and I'm going to get you for it. You're not going to milk the citizens of this county, not while I'm sheriff.
Look, Sheriff, this happens to be my house. Warrant or no warrant, you finished your business here. How about getting out?
I guess we might as well go, Sheriff.
No, Jim. We're going to stay a minute. I want to talk to Walton. And you.
About what?
I was sure of this raid tonight, Jim. Dead sure. Just like I've been sure the last 3 times, because only you and me ever knew about 'em. I didn't tell nobody but you, Jim. You, the constable.
Sounds like he's accusing you of tipping me off, Dunn.
I know he tipped you, Walton.
You better watch what you're saying, Bob.
All that talk about law and order and wanting to uphold 'em. Let me see your wallet, Jim. Take it out and let me see it.
Now, wait a minute, Sheriff.
You shut up. Come on, Jim. I want to see if you're carrying the kind of money an honest man gets for being a peace officer.
What I carry on me is my own business.
Why, you cheap two-bit snake.
Nothing cheap about a few hundred once in a while. Be smart, Sheriff. Get a few for yourself.
Why don't you listen to him, Sheriff? He's talking sense.
Come on, both of you. I'm taking you in.
You can't make anything stick.
Maybe not. But I'm going to make this county too hot for both of you. I'm going to run you out of it.
Keep your hands off me, Sheriff.
You're under arrest.
Grab him, Walton. I got it. Now, just hold it, fool, while I get his gun. I got it. There. Now.
Dunn, you killed him.
No, you killed him. You grabbed his gun and killed him. He was after you, Walton. I got a gun of my own, and I'm the constable.
You set me up for a frame?
Not necessarily, Walton. It's up to you. His body could be moved out of here.
What's your play? What do you want?
No more chicken mash. 50% of your take, and you can go right on operating.
With him dead, you crazy fool?
You're forgetting something, Walton. I'm top dog now, and investigating this murder will be my job until a new sheriff is appointed. But I don't think I'm going to be able to solve it.
The body of Sheriff Smithers was found the next morning, dumped in a ditch by the side of an old wagon road. During the next few days, Constable Jim Dunn conducted a seemingly honest but fruitless investigation, even following the efficient peace officer's routine of making use of the state lab facilities at Austin. But citizens of Bradshaw were not satisfied, nor was the editor of the Bradshaw Times. Clippings of his editorials were on file with Captain Stinson of the Texas Rangers, and the captain sent for Ranger Jace Pearson.
You want to see me, Captain?
Yeah, Jace, sit down. There's no acting sheriff appointed by the court of Bradshaw County here, Jace. I think you better take over.
About the killing of Sheriff Smithers? Mm-hmm. I'd like to. I knew Smithers.
See, that's right. You worked with him about 5 years ago.
When he first took office. Cleaned that county up in 3 months and cleaned it good.
Well, it doesn't look like it stayed clean, Jace. Not according to this editorial clipping from the Bradshaw Times.
I've read it.
It's going to be a tough one, Jace. No clue to the killer, and the trail has had a couple of days to cool off.
Well, then I better get going before it gets any cooler. You'll hear from me.
Jace?
Yeah, Captain?
I just want to remind you, whoever did it doesn't hesitate to kill a man wearing a badge.
I reached Bradshaw in the early morning. The town was waking up, and the Bradshaw Times was turning out its bi-weekly edition. I went in to see the editor, Frank Carlin.
So you read my editorials, huh? Well, I'm glad to know somebody's reading.
Yeah, you got readers, all right. People been clipping them out and mailing them into our headquarters.
Yeah, I guess there's always a handful of people to hold out. Wonder what the world would do without them. Everybody was so burned the day of the killing. Then in 48 hours, they want to forget it. Yeah, it's always that way.
How about the constable, Jim Dunn?
Oh, he's all right, I guess. But he's only been constable for a year. He just doesn't have the experience. It'll take the court a couple more days to decide on a new sheriff. I better knock out a story on your rangers coming in. Might wake the people up again.
I'd rather you didn't, Mr. Carlin. I'll be around, and they'll know soon enough.
Oh, see what you mean. Want me to lay off the editorials for a while?
If you don't mind.
You know, Sheriff and I are on different sides of the fence politically, but he was an honest man, and I liked him. I got a headline back there, all set and gathering dust. It says, Sheriff's Killer Caught. Ranger, give me a chance to use it.
I found a place to park my horse trailer and put charcoal in a pasture. Then I headed for the constable's office and met Constable Jim Dunn.
Here are all the reports in my investigations, Ranger. You think I haven't done a good job, maybe those will change your mind. I even checked ballistics with the Austin lab.
My being here isn't a criticism of you, Mr. Dunn. I'm here because I was sent until a new sheriff is appointed and to give you help.
I've done everything possible. I've questioned almost 100 people. I've checked alibis on more than a dozen possible suspects. It's all there.
Yeah. Everything's here. Everything except the murderer. And that's the only thing I'm interested in seeing, Mr. Dunn. A little cooperation between us might clean it up.
I'm sorry I blew, Ranger. It's been getting under my skin. This murder could have been committed by anybody. Some bum from a hobo jungle, some drunk, anybody.
We can't arrest anybody. We've got to arrest somebody. Somebody definite. Now, exactly where was the body found?
Old Wagon Road, bypasses town about 2 miles north.
Is it fit for a car?
Yeah, but you got to go roundabout to get to it, almost 11 miles. You won't find nothing there, though.
I'd like to take a look anyhow. Can't we cut cross-country on horses?
Yeah, shorter if you want it.
I want to. My horse is in a pasture. I'll meet you at the edge of town in 5 minutes.
The body was found just a little further on. You can see the road now.
Not much of a road left.
No use for it anymore.
Sheriff must have had some reason for using it if he came way out here.
Here we are. Oh, boy.
Whoa, charcoal. Oh, boy.
The sheriff's car was found right over here by the side of the road.
Where was he?
Lying right beside it. Been dead about 7-8 hours when he was found.
Who found him?
Cowpoke looking for some strays.
That's lucky. Otherwise, the body might have been here for a few days or even weeks before somebody came across it.
Yeah.
You get pictures of the position of the car and the body?
Of course I did. Anything else?
Yeah, any exhibits, casts of footprints, anything like that?
No. When I got the call, I brought a bunch of men out with me. I was excited, and I didn't think to stop them from tramping around.
I can see why you'd be upset. Well, if there was anything to find, it's a cinch it isn't here now. Weather would have wiped it out if your men hadn't.
You want to go back to town?
Yeah. I want to look at the car.
Get up, boy. Get up. Get up. Get up.
How about the exhibits from the sheriff's body?
I sent the bullets and the gun in. Your lab checked it. Verified it was the sheriff's own gun.
I'm talking about the clothes he was wearing. You got those, haven't you?
Sure I got them. I got all the evidence there was.
You should have sent it all in. I want to look at that stuff, too. Let's step it up. Come on, Charlie.
Yeah. There's everything, all tagged. Everything the sheriff was wearing when he was killed.
I see. And is this the shirt he was wearing?
You see the blood and bullet holes, don't you?
Yeah.
How come your lab didn't find any prints on the gun when I sent it in?
It didn't even have the sheriff's own prints. It was wiped clean. Well, this is kind of odd.
What?
Well, the sheriff was shot twice, and they dug one slug out of him. The other one passed clean through.
Yeah, according to the coroner's report, one slug hit his collarbone. That stopped it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The course of the bullets. Both shots fired into the left side, just above the kidney. But the one that came through came out the right side of his shirt collar here, right through his neck.
What about it?
It's a funny course for a bullet to take, unless the man who fired the gun was lying down and fired up at the sheriff.
Yeah, that's what I figured, too. They must have had a fight for the gun. He got it, but the sheriff knocked him down and...
No, that isn't the way it happened.
How do you know?
Because the sheriff wouldn't half turn his back on a man who'd just taken his gun. Besides, these powder burns show the gun was being held right against the shirt when it was fired.
What do you think happened then?
The sheriff must have been in some position where he was bent over forward, which he wouldn't be unless somebody was holding him in that position. Here, stand in front of me for a minute. Now, your back toward me.
What are you going to do?
Slip one hand under your arms and then up behind your head in a half Nelson and twist your other arm behind you in an arm lock. Then bend you over forward like this. The sheriff was held like I'm holding you now. The bullets were pumped into him. See what I mean?
That's just a guess.
It's a guess I'm going to back up. And if the sheriff was held in a half Nelson and an arm lock, it tells us something else. That there were two men in on the murder, unless the killer had three hands and used the third one to fire the gun.
That's pretty smart figuring, Ranger.
Only because it's the kind of figuring I've been doing for a long time. Are these the photos that were taken at the scene?
Yeah, the sheriff's body and the car.
The body moved any before these were taken?
Nope. Car was right there, with the sheriff flat on his face beside it.
And less than 2 feet away from it. His right side toward the car.
Yeah.
The bullet that passed through the sheriff came out on his right side. That means it should have hit the car. But there's no mark.
I don't see that helps us any.
It helps plenty, Dunn. It tells us the sheriff wasn't killed out there. He was killed someplace else and brought out there.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Now we continue with tonight's case, Play for Keeps, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I knew that Sheriff Smithers had been killed by two men, and that his body had been moved after the killing, but it wasn't nearly enough. It was evening before I figured out my next move, a move I didn't like to make. Evening, ma'am. Remember me?
Why, it's Jace Pearson, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Been a long time, Mrs. Smithers.
Oh, come in, Jace. Come in. I suppose you know about Bob.
Yes, ma'am. And that's why I'm down here. I came by to pay my respects.
Funny thing. First time Bob brought you through that door, I never reckoned you might be back someday, looking for a man who killed him.
I wish it could have been for another reason, ma'am. But Bob kept things working so well here, there seldom was any reason for a ranger to come visiting in Bradshaw County.
I know how you fellas keep working along. Can I offer you a bite to eat? Please, Jace.
That'd be real fine, Miss Smithers. I knew it might help her and me if she could keep a little busy with her hands doing woman things in the kitchen. And I tried to eat, but kept remembering the man who'd sat across this same table from me 5 years before. Big, honest, stubborn, and unafraid.
It's mighty nice of you to stop by, Jace. Bob would have been happy to see you sitting here again. He always said a man with a good appetite was right with the world.
Ma'am, I guess Jim Dunn has already asked you, but do you have any ideas about who might have killed Bob?
Oh, no. Everything went so well for a few years. All I know is the last year or so, Bob was upset about gambling.
He after anybody in particular?
A man named Walton, Lou Walton, has a big house on the South Road out of town. Bob always says it was a gambling house, but he could never catch Walton.
You mean he raided the place?
A couple of times. Last time was the night he was killed.
Dunn didn't tell me about that.
Bob was killed after he left there. Walton's, I mean. Dunn said they didn't find anything, so Bob started back for town. But he never got home.
Mrs. Smithers, I have to ask a favor. A favor I don't like to ask.
I want to help Jace every way I can.
I want your permission to have Bob's body exhumed for further examination.
Is it necessary?
I'm not satisfied with the examination that was made here.
All right, Jace.
I'd like to have a more thorough examination made for headquarters. I'm sending them the clothes Bob was wearing for lab check, and I don't want anybody to know about it for now.
All right. You're going to get him, aren't you, Jace?
I'm going to try awful hard, ma'am.
Well, howdy, Ranger. I've been waiting for you. Thought maybe you might have turned in for the night.
I'm going to in a few minutes. I just came back to pick up the clothing exhibits.
Well, I locked them away again.
I'll dig them out. I want to send them on to Camp Mabry for lab tests.
Well, all right.
I'll give you a receipt for them.
Okay.
Don?
Yeah?
In those reports of yours, I didn't see any mention of a man named Lou Walton.
Why should there be?
I understand that Walton's a gambler and that you helped Smithers raid his place the night Smithers was killed.
Now, here are the exhibits. You're thinking way out of line on Walton. His alibi's airtight.
According to who?
According to me. I was with him all night, after Smithers left the place.
You didn't come back to town with the sheriff?
No, I stayed at Walton's.
Why?
Because the sheriff asked me to stay there. We didn't find anything, but the sheriff figured if I hung around, somebody might show up or call up looking for a game. And I'd be able to get him some evidence then. Anything else you want to know?
No. I guess that lets Walton out. I'll take these things.
Sure. Go ahead.
See you tomorrow, Don.
Number, please.
Oak Hill, 243.
Moment, please.
Hello?
Walton, done. Now get those people out and shut down.
Why? What's wrong?
That ranger's too smart. I tried to make things look good for myself, and, well, I guess I made him look too good.
Well, how much does he know?
All he's going to know. You just close down and stand pat until he wears himself out.
The sheriff's body was dug up and the examiner's report sent on to Austin. Headquarters also had the exhibits I'd gotten from Dunn. By late afternoon of the next day, Captain Stinson telephoned me long distance.
Got a complete report from the lab, Jace.
Go ahead, Captain.
You were right about the position of the body when the shots were fired. Autopsy report shows the organs were pierced in a manner that'd be possible only if the sheriff were bent over forward.
Good. Anything else?
Yeah. That shirt you sent up. Lab thinks Smithers was killed indoors.
Why?
Some lint stuck to the blood and held when it dried. Analysis indicates it comes from a fabric used in expensive carpeting. Violet color.
Thanks, Captain. That may be enough to wind this up. Then you're convinced that Walton was running a gambling joint, Mr. Carlin.
Was and is. I'd swear to it. But nobody's been able to prove it. You know how suckers are. They lose their shirts and keep their mouths shut. Think they're in on a smart thing, and they help the racketeers to cover up.
Then Walton must have been tipped off that he was being raided.
Part of the racket. They pay off and get tipped off.
You ever been in Walton's house?
No.
You know anybody who has been there?
Well, it's no secret the newspaper men gamble more's good for him. My linotype man plays horses, I know. Pete.
I'll be there in a minute. Howdy, Ranger.
Howdy.
Pete, you ever been in Lou Walton's place? Oh, come on, now don't stall. Tell her, Ranger. It's important.
Well, yeah, I've been there once or twice.
I only want to know one thing. You notice any carpeting in the house?
Carpeting? Oh, sure. The house is like a palace. Wall-to-wall carpet all over the place.
What color?
Well, it's a kind of a purple, I'd say.
How about saying violet?
Yeah, I guess that's what it's called. You got something, Ranger?
Yeah. I'm going to wake up the nearest judge and get a search warrant for Walton. You better brush the dust off that headline you told me about. I think you're going to get a chance to use it.
I was wondering when you get around to me, Ranger. Seems like everybody who wears a badge just loves to poke his nose into my life.
I wouldn't worry about your nose, Walton. If you want to be smart, watch out for your mouth.
I didn't mean anything, Ranger. Just that a man ought to have a little privacy.
And you love the death cells at Huntsville. They're real private.
Well, I always cooperated. The constable, Jim Dunn, he'll tell you that.
I bet he would. Nice carpeting you got here. I like the color.
Yeah, let me get you a drink or something, Ranger. All good stuff. I don't have anything but the best. You know the old saying, the best is none too good.
Walton, there's been a strong cleaning fluid used on a piece of this rug. And one spot faded just a little.
Well, I spilled some wine. I had a party one night.
The night the Sheriff Smithers was here last?
No, before that.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Nobody was here the night Smithers came.
No, nobody. The constable, he stayed. Stayed most of the night after the sheriff left.
Yeah, so he told me.
Let me show you the rest of the house. Upstairs.
No, thanks. I just want to look at the walls in this room. Sure pretty. You know, at Huntsville, they don't have pretty walls like these. Just cold concrete and steel bars.
What do you keep talking about Huntsville?
I'll tell you as soon as I stand up on this chair and rip off this new piece of wallpaper.
Don't. You have no right to.
Just looking for this small bullet hole, papered over. Of course, you know that one bullet went right through the sheriff.
The hole was repapered because a heavy picture fell. The nail made the hole.
.38 caliber nail? I'm going to have this rug ripped up and sent to my lab, Walton. No cleaning fluid made will wipe out all of a blood trace. Even a drop is enough to hang you.
I didn't do it, I tell you. Dunn shot him. Huh? It was Dunn. Dunn shot him.
Hold your wrists out.
You'll never get those on me.
You bet wrong this time, gambler. Now get up. I'm taking you in. I took him through town to the county jail. Then I walked over to the constable's office, but Dunn wasn't there. I had to find him quick before he knew I had Walt. I headed back for the jail, and as I turned into the street, I saw something move in the shadows. There was another car, not far from mine, the constable's car, and Dunn was getting into it.
Dunn, wait a minute! Oh, get out of the way, people! Get back, please!
Punctured my tires. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead, Unit 10.
Unit 10 convinced Constable Jim Dunn is subject sought in killing of Sheriff Smithers, Bradshaw County. Attempting getaway headed north on State Highway 19 from Bradshaw. Alert Highway Patrol and all units for complete roadblock of area. Order no further radio communication. Subject in Constable's marked car equipped with shortwave receiver.
Will do, Unit 10.
Unit 10's car out of commission. We'll attempt to commandeer another car for pursuit. Unit 10, 10-4.
KDXA, Austin.
Step out of the way, please. Step back, please. Step back. Come on, Charcoal. Let's hope Dunn heard that call. Come on, get up. Get up. Get up, Charcoal. Come on, boy. Get up. I had to gamble. The last part of my call had been a plant I wanted Dunn to hear. He'd know he couldn't get more than 15 or 20 miles before he was blocked unless he took some back road, and I'd seen him take a north turn out of town toward the wagon road he dumped the sheriff's body on. It was 11 miles for him by car, 2 miles cross-country for me. I raked Charcoal all the way, reached the road, and rope-dragged a couple of dead logs across it. We finished just in time. I heard the whine of a car coming over the rise in the rough road as the first glimmer of the headlights stabbed the darkness. I tied Charcoal back in the trees and dropped in the brush to wait.
This is the end of the road, Don. Don't try backing up. Now you haven't got any tires. I'm giving you a chance to surrender, Don. You keep your chances, Ranger. You missed, Don. Now I'm coming around the car to get you. You want to shoot it out? Let's go.
No. Wait a minute. No, Ranger. You don't shoot. Don't shoot. I'll drop my gun. Here. See? I ain't armed.
Come here.
I ain't armed.
Neither was Smithers when you lifted his gun and killed him with it. Good thing for Texas all constables aren't like you. Come on. Walton's waiting for you at the jail. Looks like you'll be partners again at Huntsville.
The following week, the headlines of the Bradshaw Times read, Sheriff Killers Caught. Though Jim Dunn protested his innocence, Lou Walton's confession and evidence submitted by the Rangers convinced the court of Dunn's guilt. Both were sentenced to life imprisonment at Huntsville.
This is Joel McCrae. In the 125 years since their organization was founded, the Texas Rangers have written many new pages into the history of law enforcement. With only a handful of men in a vast territory, they have never failed to live up to their slogan, first to advance, never retreat. That is the creed a Ranger follows. And they have a belief that was impressed on me by one of their officers, a belief that often brings them victory over tremendous odds. In the words of the Texas Rangers, a man who is wrong can't stand up to a man who is right and keep on coming. Next week, we'll bring you another exciting case taken from the files of the Texas Rangers. Hope you'll be listening. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrae is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. In just 5 weeks, Dennis Day and Judy Canova bring back their two delightful programs in an hour of fun for all on Saturday nights. This weekend, 400 Americans have a holiday date with death. Stay off the list. Be careful. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio.
Presenting Joel McCrae as Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's transcribed case, Dead or Alive.
At exactly 9:13 a.m. on Wednesday, April 16th, 1947, a French freighter Grand Camp, carrying a highly explosive cargo of ammonium nitrate fertilizer, blew up in the harbor at Texas City, Texas. It was the first in a chain of explosions as chemical plants, tin smelters, and oil refineries disappeared in blasts and flame. Shortly after 1 a.m. the next morning, the major chain reaction was set off. The explosions rocking the city of Galveston 10 miles across the bay, where excited crowds gathered in the streets watching the raging, flame-pierced sky.
Extra. Texas City death toll 300. Hundreds more missing. Scores of bodies unidentified. Paper, mister?
Yeah, give me one. Here.
Read about it. Unidentified dead toll still mounted.
Where are the names, Vance? Where's the list of the dead?
Well, they only got a few of them identified.
Well, is Ralph's name there?
Wait a minute. No, he's probably all right. A working square like him would be.
But he worked at one of the refineries. They're burning.
Stop blubbering. Want to attract attention to me?
No, Vance, no. But he is my brother. I got to worry about him, too, don't I?
Yeah. Come on, over here, into this doorway. Look at that blaze over there across the bay. What a spot to clean up. Money, jewelry must be laying around the streets. Just wait.
Vance, you're crazy. There'll be police there, rangers. You're in enough trouble now.
Yeah, Lily, you're right. But I'm getting out of it now, for good. And that place over there is going to do it. Maybe your brother Ralph is one of the dead they haven't identified. You got to go there, baby. If he is, you'll have to identify him.
Oh.
If he is there, in with the ones they don't know. There's nothing you can do to help him. But you can help me.
Vance, what do you mean?
Well, if you find him there, baby, you can identify the body and say it's mine.
Vance.
You want me in the clear, don't you, baby? They won't be chasing after me if they think I'm dead, don't you see?
But my own brother. What are you asking me to do?
I'm asking you to do as you're told. If you want to walk out on me, go ahead. But if you don't, you're going to want me to keep on running for the rest of my life? Well, let them get me and send me to Huntsville for 10 to 20?
Oh, I don't want anything to happen to you, Vance. You know that.
Well, then show me, baby. Show me. You can't help Ralph if he's over there, but you can help me, don't you see? I'll get out of here tonight. And I'll let you know when to meet me. Maybe at that resort place we passed near Lake Blue Water. We'll be free, baby. You and me. Free from there on.
But how? What'll we do for money?
That'll be taken care of, too. There's a safe in Landstone. I've been itching to get at it for a long time. One last box job, baby, and enough to see us through. Now, go ahead right now. And remember, if you find your brother, he ain't Ralph Brenner. He's me, Vance Young. Then come back, pack up, and stay put till you hear from me. From then on, it's gravy. Nobody ever arrests a dead man.
By Friday morning, April 18th, more than 200 bodies, many still unidentified, were laid out in the Texas City High School gymnasium. Texas Rangers, including Ranger Jace Pearson, were on hand to help distraught relatives make identification.
I can't believe it.
You're sure your husband isn't in any of the other places where bodies are being found?
No, Ranger.
He may be all right. Lots of men have been so busy helping others, he may be one of those.
Oh, if only he isn't here.
Let's hope he isn't. The embalmers are still working on more bodies over at McGar's garage. It's the only place handy. Keep your hopes up, but don't hope too much for a while.
I'll be all right.
Might as well start looking through this next row now. They're pretty bad cases. Recognize anything on this one?
No.
This?
No.
Come on.
sorry. I'm very sorry, ma'am. Are you sure?
That ring on his finger. I gave it to him a long time ago.
Yeah, I know. It isn't easy, but try and get a grip.
I'm all right, Ranger.
You better give me the name for the tag.
His name is Vance. My husband, Vance Young.
Vance Young. The name burned in my mind like a branding iron. There was no time to ask her, and yet I had to ask. It was part of my job. I waited until we got out into the street. There's some information I have to get from you, Mrs. Young, about your husband.
All right.
Did he have a criminal record?
Yes.
Did you know we were looking for him? For a string of safecrackers?
How does that matter now? He's dead, isn't he?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Young. You'll find some men at the desks in that building across the way. They'll help you with funeral arrangements.
All right. Thank you very much.
Vance Young.
Jace! Hey, Jace!
Huh? Oh, hello, Kurtz.
Captain Simpson wants us.
Where is he?
The mobile unit?
Let's go.
I'll be glad when this assignment is over. I hope we never see another one like it.
Yeah, I've helped with 5 identifications today. You stand there with somebody and see their life fall apart because of a freak accident.
Woman who just left you, she find somebody?
Yeah, her husband. Kurtz, it was Vance Young.
Vance Young? The knob knocker?
Yeah. Looks like the explosion ended his case for our files.
Don't you think we better check the body for prints and marks?
He got it too badly. She identified him by a ring.
Unidentified bodies give a knob knocker like Young a big chance to disappear.
I thought of that, too. Except for one thing. That woman's grief was real. She wasn't faking it. A week passed. A week of horror and nightmares, till the fires in Texas City were controlled and stopped, and men with tight lips and grim courage started to rebuild the ruins. Most of us Rangers went back to regular duty in our regular areas. Then one day, while Bud Kurtz and I had just finished a routine job and were driving back to headquarters, a call came through via shortwave.
KTXA to Unit 10. KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Unit 10, proceed immediately to Landstone, Texas, Arthur County. Safe of mercantile store burglarized there at 4 a.m. today. Crime reported by owner when store opened at 9:30 a.m. this date.
Any lead on responsible subject?
Subject unidentified, but known to be one man working alone, according to information given by watchman. Watchman was overpowered, being treated at Landstone Emergency Hospital.
Units 10 and 6 proceeding to Landstone. We'll keep KTXA informed. Unit 10, 10-4.
Assignment authority, Captain Stinson. KTXA Austin.
Landstone, about 40 miles, Jace.
Yeah.
Knob-knocking job, huh?
Yeah. At least, though, there's one safe specialist we can eliminate right from scratch on this one.
Who?
Vance Young.
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot about him. Dead men don't rob safes, do they?
We reached the Landstone Mercantile Store at 11:15, and Sheriff Joe Pastroni showed us through.
These back rooms are used for storage. He came in through the back, went through that door over there to the general office. That's where the safe is.
How'd he get into the building?
Forced the watchman to let him in. Watchman patrols this whole area, door shaker. Has keys to get into all the stores if he sees anything that looks funny.
And then he must have met the safecracker outside.
Yeah, I guess so. Watchman was pretty dazed this morning. The doc is patching him up at the hospital. Deputy will drive him back here as soon as his head's fixed. Now, as you can see, been over everything for fingerprints.
You find any?
Sure, hundreds. They probably all belong to employees of the store.
The best bet is to check the prints on the safe first.
Already did that. Only 2 sets. Owner of the store and the bookkeeper.
Well, that won't tell us anything, Jace, unless one of them robbed the store.
It isn't likely. Better have a look at the safe now, Sheriff.
Sure thing. Last office back here.
What make is the safe, Sheriff?
It's Will's Atlas, new model.
That's a tough box, Jace. Steel and wrought iron plates and more alarm wires than the marionette show.
Yeah, but a good safecracker could divert the alarm circuit without tripping it. Then the box is a cinch because he's got the wire holes to start working on.
Here we are.
Figured it, Jace. Backplate blown clean out.
Yeah, and didn't even have to drill. Small nitro charges in the wire holes, and it was as good as having the combination.
Here's where he jumped the alarm circuit. Neat hookup, all right.
You take the pictures of all this, Sheriff?
Yeah, I can pick up a set in my office if you like.
Thanks.
Oh, Winky.
Howdy, Sheriff. Rangers.
I've been waiting for you. This is a watchman. How's your head?
Well, aspirin ain't gonna help it any, I'll tell you that. You gonna get the fella?
We'll be able to answer that better when the fingerprints are checked.
Fingerprints? He ain't gonna find any he left. He was wearing gloves.
I figured, Jace.
Yeah. Tell me, Winky, would you recognize the man if you saw him again? Could you pick out his picture?
Yeah. If I had his picture took with a sack over his head, I could. That ain't likely.
You mean his face was covered?
Had a sack over his head, like I told you. Holes for the eyes. He ain't gonna catch him by no fingerprints or pictures. Maybe you ain't gonna catch him at all.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Winky. Sheriff, would you mind going down to your office for prints of the pictures of the scene here? I'd like them sent on to my headquarters for an MO check.
Sure. Take care of it right away.
What kind of check is an MO check, Ranger?
It means modus operandi, Winky. All criminals have definite methods and habits. They're repeated on each job they do. Forms a pattern.
Well, there's sure a pattern here, all right, Jace. Method of entry, where that circuit was jumped, sack mask, nitro charge in the wire holes.
Yeah, and it fits 3 men. 3 safecrackers we've followed before.
Yeah, there's Bert Larkin. He's still doing time in Folsom for a job he pulled on the coast.
Yeah. And the other 2 are Jack Fontaine and Vance Young.
Yeah, but Young is dead. That leaves us Fontaine.
You mean you know who did it? Without nothing to tell you?
There's plenty to tell us. The modus operandi can be almost as good as a fingerprint or a signature.
I'll be winged. Maybe that fella's going to pay off for slugging me after all. And for hurting my arm when he grabbed me in the alley there.
How'd he grab you? Show me. Go ahead, show me.
On you? Well, let's see. He whipped my arm up behind me like this. Then he jabbed a thumb up behind my ear like this. Sure hurts, don't it?
Sure does. Well, you can let go now.
Judo. Still fits Fontaine, Jace.
Yeah. Or Vance Young. He used it, too, on other jobs. When did he slug you?
After he made me open up the back door and let him in.
You mean he sneaked up on you before you could draw your gun?
Sneaked nothing. That's why I didn't get onto him at first. Heard him come walking through the alley toward me like he's taking a shortcut.
You heard him?
Yeah, it was dark, so I didn't see the mask until I lit a match. He asked for a light, see? Then he grabbed me. And he got me inside here and beat on me and kicked me.
Chase, that doesn't sound like Fontaine.
It wasn't Fontaine. He always sneaked a watchman from behind, and they never heard him. He always wore sneakers.
Well, then who?
Vance Young. That match trick is Vance Young's.
But Young is dead?
Maybe yes, maybe no. But I know one thing. I'm going to find out.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. And now, we continue with tonight's case, Dead or Alive, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I headed for Texas City and Galveston. Kurtz and I had no way to move until we knew for certain whether Vance Young was dead or alive. As we drove, I put through a request for headquarters to dig up some information. We were still on the road when KTXA came up with the answers.
KTXA to Unit 10. KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Have information you requested. Woman who identified body of Vance Young in Texas City gave name as Lillian Young, residing at 410 Harbor Lane, Galveston.
Deceased was wearing ring used in identification. Has subject Lillian Young claimed ring?
No claim has been filed yet. Ring still being held at property claims in Texas City.
Unit 10 also requested check on place where body identified as Vance Young was originally found.
Body was among those recovered from debris of Amalgamated Refinery Plant 7.
Unit 10 believes identification may have been falsified. Possibility Vance Young still alive. Units 10 and 6 continuing investigation. Maybe tied in with robbery in Landstone, Texas.
Proceed. Keep KTXA informed. Authority, Captain Stinson.
Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA, Austin.
You get that address, Kurtz?
Yeah. 410 Harbor Lane, Galveston.
If we're right, she may have cleared out by now, but we've got to try it.
What do you want me to do?
I'll drop you at Texas City. Get that ring and check every living person who worked at Amalgamated. See if any of them remember that ring and the man who wore it.
Right.
I better call KTXA again, have that marriage record traced. Find out when and where that woman married Young. What her maiden name was, everything we can get.
We'll be in Texas City in a couple of minutes. I can start the check from there and bring the information to you. Where'll we meet?
The Harbor Lane address in Galveston. I found the rooming house Lillian and Vance Young had lived in, but I was too late. Lillian Young had checked out the day before. The landlord showed me the room.
They lived here 5-6 months, all told.
You get to know the husband very well?
I tell you the truth, Ranger, I hardly ever saw him. Only time he ever left the place was at night. His wife said his eyes got hurt in the war or something. The sunlight bothered him.
When did you see him last? When they moved out?
No, he wasn't with her then. Last I saw him was, he went out about a week ago. Night of the big blast over at Texas City. Cracked the wall plaster here.
Are you sure you didn't see him after that?
Oh, I'm positive. I don't think he ever did come back. Didn't even hear no talking from the room. Just her. Crying an awful lot.
I see. She decided to leave kind of sudden?
Oh, like a jackrabbit hearing a hound dog. Left for work yesterday morning, came steaming back about an hour later. Give me the keys, pack up, and left.
Came back from work. You know where she worked?
Yeah. She was a waitress. The Bayshore Diner.
Bayshore Diner. Thanks.
So she up and quit on me just like that yesterday morning, right smack in the middle of the breakfast rush, too, because the postman come in and give her a special delivered letter.
Who was it from?
Who was it from? With 20 orders of ham and in the fire, I got time to read a mail? All I know is she leaves me the serving, the dishes, and the cleaning and everything.
Stop beefing, Chuck. That little old gal had trouble.
Yeah, you should talk. All you got to do is drive one cab. You don't have the serving and the dishes and the cleaning and everything.
Why don't you find yourself a little old chaplain to hear your troubles and give me some coffee? Come on.
Okay. Maybe you can tell a ranger more about Lil than I can. Hanging around her, making eyes at her all day. You took her out when she left here.
Is that right, driver? Did she leave here with you?
Well, she hired my cab, if that's what you mean.
Where'd you take her?
Well, I took her home. Waited while she packed some things, then rushed her to the bus depot. She said somebody in her family was sick and she had to go help him right away. I guess that's what the letter was about. I was sitting there having my breakfast like I always do, and I
understand. But what about the bus depot? You know what bus she caught?
The northbound toward San Antone. Cut it mighty fine, too. Got there just about a minute before the bus pulled out. Would have made it a lot easier if she didn't make me come dashing back about a mile after we left here.
Back here to the diner?
No, back to the laundry down the street. Guess she had some stuff in there. Although, she didn't bring a bundle out with her. Then on top of that, she says she can't pay me. Not that I'd mind, except for the 10 extra blocks back to the laundry. I could have put the flag back up if she told me beforehand.
You say the laundry's right down the street?
Yeah, about half a block.
Thanks. I'll walk down.
Hey, Jace!
Hi, Kurtz.
Fellow at the rooming house told me you came down here.
Yeah. Find out anything on that ring?
Plenty. A couple of men who worked at Amalgamated recognized it. Belonged to a plant man named Ralph Brenner.
Then it wasn't Young's.
No. I got that rundown on Young's wife. Her maiden name was Lillian Brenner. The guy she identified was her brother, not her husband.
Then that's why she was broken up. I knew that part wasn't an act. Come on.
Where are we going?
We're going into the laundry business.
Yeah, she was real upset because the things wasn't ready, but you know how it was, Ranger. We was almost 10 days behind because of Texas City. They was even using our delivery trucks for emergency over there. Some of our men left the job to help out.
Yeah, sure. But what did she leave here? Waitress uniforms?
Oh, lands, no. Dinah up there has a regular uniform service. All she ever left here was men's shirts.
Probably Vance's shirts, Jace.
Yeah.
Real good shirts, too, Ranger. Kind you don't have to starch at all. And real fancy colors, too. Dude wouldn't want to be found dead in some of them.
Did she say she'd be back to pick them up?
Oh, no. She asked me to send them to her, COD. Said she needed the money she had on her for traveling. Shirts like that, you'd think her and her man was living off the top of the hog, but...
Sure. But did she give you an address?
Oh, yeah, I got it right here in this book. Right here. She wrote it down herself.
General delivery, Lake Bluewater.
The shirts are ready now. I'm going to mail them out tonight when I leave.
We'll save you the trouble. Wrap them up, and we'll deliver them for you. Kurtz and I headed for Lake Bluewater, towing our horses in a trailer, ready to follow Vance Young no matter which way he moved. It was dark as we drove into the town. The clock on the courthouse was just striking 9.
Not many people on the streets, Jace. Looks like everything's closed up for the night except for the movie and the drugstore. Better find a place and turn in.
Yeah, I think we ought to drive out of town and camp someplace off the lakeshore. Walk the horses out for a while.
I thought we were going to plant that laundry bundle at the post office in the morning, watch for a pickup.
We are.
Well, why not pasture the horses at the edge of town, find accommodations right here?
If we stay in town overnight, it may start some talk. Talk drifts. We don't want to tip our hands.
I guess you're right.
Well, let's get out to the lake and find a campsite.
Funny thing about Young's wife remembering his shirts. Guess it's force of habit for a woman.
Strong thing, Habit. His safe-cracking habits told us he was still alive. And now maybe her habits are going to make him wish he was dead again. We took the road for the lake, past the summer cottages skirting the shore on one side of it. Then as we rounded a curve and passed a house and a group of resort cabins, I spotted something.
Hey, Jace, what's the matter?
I saw something. Wait till I back up. Headlights picked it up as we came around this curve. There. Look at those.
All I see is the back of a few cabins, some wash on the line.
Look at those 2 shirts on the end of the line.
Look like a couple of rainbows, even in this light. Hey.
That's the kind of color scheme Vance Young goes in for. Shirts we have in the laundry bundle are just like those.
Lights on in a few of the cabins.
Yeah, I'm going to leave the car here while we have a look at those shirts. Horse trailer will make too much of a racket if we drive in.
Yeah, no chance of being taken for tourists with that on the back. Better cut the motor and douse the headlights.
Yeah. What was the laundry mark on those shirts we've got?
410 mark. That was the number of their house in Galveston.
Come on. Let's see if we can find it on that line. And close the car doors easy.
Right.
Take one of them down so we can get a better look at it.
What's the matter?
Clothespin stuck. There, I got it now.
Hold it low to the ground. I'll cut my hand over the flashlight.
Good. There it is. 410. These belong to our boy, all right.
Quite a few cabins, Jace.
He's in one of them. That's all we have to know. Come on. Start with this end cabin and go right on down the line.
We better be ready for anything.
Here's the first stop.
Dark, Jace.
Yeah, you have to feel your way around.
Doesn't seem to be anybody living here.
This one's empty. Now, let's move
All
on.
right, you.
What? Hey, put that flash out before I fire.
No. Oh, Rangers, I'll put it out.
That's better. Who are you?
Name's Ed Bullock. I own these cabins. Just walking back from the boat dock with a couple of guests. Saw you sneaking in the dark. You looking for a place to stay?
No. We're looking for a couple named Young.
Oh, well, that's funny. It was Mr. Young who spotted your shadows. Hey, Mr. Young.
Was that Young just with you?
Yeah. Him and his wife was right behind me when I flashed light in it here.
They spotted us, Jace.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, my boat. Somebody started my boat.
Is that the only boat you got down there?
Only one with a motor. There's a canoe.
We're not going to reach them, Jace.
They'll head across the lake. How far is it, Bullock?
A mile and a half.
Kurtz, grab your horse from the trailer. You can beat him around to the far side if you ride hard. When you get there, flash your light. That'll keep him from trying the shore over there.
Right. What about you?
I'm taking the canoe. And hurry!
We'll get him.
Ranger, I better go back to the office. My wife...
You can faint later, Mr. Bullock. Right now, I need you. I'm going out in the canoe. Flash your light from this shore. They'll think I'm here, and they won't dare land on either side. But make sure you don't turn the light on me in this canoe. All right, Bullock. Turn your light on as soon as I get out in the open water. I paddled the canoe toward the center of the lake. Kurtz beat the Youngs around to the opposite shore, and I could still hear their motor when I saw the beam of Kurt's light. The Youngs saw it, too. The beam wasn't strong enough to reach them. I heard the boat in a turn, and the motor came back toward me for a moment. Then it went dead on the dark water.
What'd you stop the motor for, Vance?
Shut up. They're waiting for us on each shore. But their lights don't reach us.
Thanks, we gotta get out of
Will
here.
you shut up and let me think? There's a little wind. The boat will drift to the far end of the lake.
But that's so slow.
Well, what do you want me to do? I can't swim like you can.
Why can't you use the oars?
Because the oarlocks squeak, stupid. They'd hear him. Yeah, there's only two of them. They can't cover the whole shore.
Gee, Vance, it's so dark. And Hey, I hear something.
What?
Something in the water.
You're crazy. Can't you see their lights on the shore?
Well, Vance, I do hear something. I see it. It's a canoe.
What? Don't move, Young. I'm coming into your boat. What, you? I'll drain you with the sword.
Look out,
Help! Help! Let go of me. Let go!
Hey, have you got him? He can't swim.
Where he's going, it won't matter. Grab onto the canoe and kick for shore. I got a nice dry shirt waiting for him.
Convicted of robbing a safe in the mercantile store, Vance Young, on the basis of his previous record, was sentenced to life imprisonment at Huntsville.
This is Joel McCrae. Many of our listeners, particularly in Texas, recall these cases we've been dramatizing, and some listeners have sent in questions about the Rangers. Yes, it's true. There are only 50 Texas Rangers. And to show you how busy these Rangers are, from 1946 to 1948, the Rangers handled nearly 17,000 cases. With Texas as big as it is, that means they cover about 4 times greater area per man than any other police officer in the world. Next week, we'll have another authentic story I believe you'll enjoy very much. Like the others, it's based on their official files, adding further glory to the Rangers. Hope you'll be listening. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrae is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Your Saturday hour of fun begins in 4 weeks. You will hear Judy Canova and this young man.
Hello, everybody. This is Dennis Day. On October 7th, I'll be starting a new season on the air. There'll be fun for all, lots of music and laughs. So join us for our opening show, October 7th, over your favorite NBC station.
Yes, beginning October 7th, hear Dennis Day, then Judy Canova in an hour of fun on NBC. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
James Stewart as the 6-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the 6-shooter. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company present James Stewart as The Six Shooter, a transcribed series of dramas based on the life of Britt Ponset, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you will hear Act One of The Six Shooter. Last year, thousands of Americans who tried to get away with carelessness on the highways were killed or permanently injured in traffic accidents. And remember, accidents don't always happen to the other fellow. Unless you are meticulous in your observance of the rules of highway safety, you and your loved ones are vulnerable to the menace of traffic accidents. Every motorist should take an active role in supporting the safety movement in his or her community. Encourage driver training in your high schools. Teach your children the rules of safety on the highway. Remember, the life you save may be your own. Now, Act One of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart.
I had a grandstand seat, a rocking chair on the front porch of the Temple City Hotel. Not that there was much to watch. A couple of women looking at the bonnets in the windows of Bradley's Mercantile, and some kids playing mummy peg over in the alley next to the bank, and the checker game in the shadow of a big elm across the street. But it was a couple of days before I was due to pick up some cattle in Atterbury for Mrs. Pritchard, and, well, Temple City seemed as good a place as any to stop over. I was considering taking a little nap when I saw Will. At least that's who I thought it was. He was coming out of the general store carrying a box of groceries. I couldn't be sure, though, because just as he started to climb into a wagon, another man rode up alongside and shut off my view.
Well, look who's in town. You doing the marketing, Will? Thought the women usually did that. But I guess in your case, it ain't such a bad idea to switch things around.
I was hoping I'd run into you, Temple. 2 of my cows have been killed this week.
You mean your wife's cows, don't you, Will? It wasn't 2, 3. The boys found another one grazing on my side of the creek this morning. You're going to have to do something about that fence of yours. You won't have no stock left at all.
That fence was all right yesterday.
Maybe. But this is today.
Now, you listen to me, Temple.
I figure it's about time you done the listening, Will. I want your wife's ranch. Ain't made no bones about it. She was willing to sell until you came along.
She ain't willing now.
I'll give you $2 an acre. That's more than a fair price. Anybody will tell you that.
We're not going to be shoved off that land, not for $2 an acre or 20.
Then maybe I'd better talk to Sarah, seeing as how it's her property.
No. I'm warning you. You stay away from our ranch and our cattle, or I'll...
Well, go on. Tell me what you'll do, Will. I'd be real interested to find out.
Come on, Bill.
If it was Sarah giving him the warning, I might take it seriously, seeing as how she wears the pants in the family.
The wagon moved in closer where I was sitting. I got a good look at him now. He'd changed a lot since last time we met up. He was older, and there were a couple of those squint wrinkles between his eyes. Even so, he still could have been more than 23 or 4, seeing as how he was only about 20 when we worked on the West Star Roundup together.
Hey, Will! Hey, Will!
I thought he'd recognize me, but I guess I'd changed some, too. I wasn't getting aged or nothing like that, but I'd ripened up a bit, I guess. Anyway, Will kind of glanced my way and then drove on. And from the way he was holding those reins, I had a pretty good idea of what he was thinking. This Temple fella, he pushed him too far. And if I knew Will, he was getting ready to do something about it. Well, there was no point in trying to run him down now. We'd probably meet up later. So I went into the hotel and looked around for a place to sit down. The clerk behind the desk was playing a game of solitaire.
Howdy, Mr. Ponset. Something I can do for you?
No, don't think so.
Room all right?
Yeah, it's fine. Room's fine.
Real pleasure having you staying with us. Anything you'd like, will you?
The Black Queen.
Huh?
It plays on the King of Diamonds.
Oh, thank you. Like to look at the Denver paper? It just came in on the stage.
No, thanks. Just the same. I was sort of figuring on a little snooze. A little too much racket outside.
I know what you mean. Noah Temple's got a voice that carries all right. I could hear him and Will arguing clear in here.
Yeah.
Don't amount to nothing now, Mr. Ponset. They've been squaring off like that ever since Will moved to town and married Sarah Blake.
Oh?
Oh, looks like I'm stuck. Good thing I'm not playing at the gambling hall. I'd be out $50. You see, Noah's got the idea of buying Sarah's ranch, and there ain't going to be no stopping him until he buys it.
Will he need her land for any reason?
Sure thinks he does. Now, if I can just get me the ace of spades. 40 years ago, Noah's grandfather started this town. He owned all the acreage between the foothills and the creek out south. Old Temple said it was named for him, as a matter of fact.
Is that so?
But the old man's son, Fred, well, he wasn't much good. First thing you know, he'd sold off nearly everything his dad had left him. When Noah took over, he swore he'd get all the Temple property back again. Guess it sort of stuck in his craw that the Temples wasn't the biggest outfit in the valley no more. Doggone that Black Seven.
How's Noah Temple been doing?
Well, first folks didn't take him serious. They thought he was just a talker like his father, but he sure fooled them. Yeah, today he's got more acres than his granddaddy ever had. There's only one piece of the original Temple setup he ain't been able to buy back. That land of Sarah.
Oh?
Sure was a surprise when Will wouldn't let her sell it. Nobody ever figured he'd stand up to Noah. A man like him.
Was there something wrong with him?
7, 8, 9. What's that? Oh, well, you see, Mr. Ponset, Will's a coward. You see, as he's yellow clear through. He won't ever wear a gun. If there's a posse being formed, he don't go along. And if there's a fight, he lays low. You can call him names, you can insult him. The way Noah Temple did, he just takes it.
Gee, that sure don't sound like him to me.
You know Will, Mr. Ponset?
Used to. A couple of years ago, we worked around up together.
Oh, that must have been before he moved to Temple City.
Yeah, it's down in Texas. Back there, Willie Techman wasn't afraid of nobody or nothing. And for a youngster, he's mighty fancy with a gun.
Techman?
That's right, yeah.
Oh, but that ain't his name, Mr. Ponset. Will's name is Fetter.
Oh?
Yeah, Will Fetter. Oh, no wonder you were surprised about him being yellow. You got the wrong man.
Uh-huh.
Well, they must look alike. This friend of yours and Will Fetter.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I do, yeah. I went upstairs to my room, started to pull my boots off, you know. And it's funny, I hadn't been doing anything but sit all day, and my feet hurt worse than I've been walking 20 miles. Oh. I looked out the window. The sun was just about even with the church steeple. So it'd be around 3 o'clock. I had a couple hours before supper, so I let myself down in a bed. Yeah. Well, come on in.
Mr. Ponset?
Oh, excuse me, ma'am. I didn't know it was a lady.
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Ponset.
Oh, not at all. I wasn't exactly what you'd call busy. Won't you sit down here?
Thank you.
Here, wait, I'll get those boots out of your way.
Mr. Ponset, I'm Will's wife.
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you, ma'am.
Will told me you were in town today. He saw you. And you saw him, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. At least I thought I did.
Well, you can't tell anyone he's here, Mr. Ponset.
Oh?
You didn't come to Temple City looking for Will, did you? Will thought maybe that was the reason. We heard about what happened in Prescott last winter when you came across Bar Cleaver.
Well, you heard wrong, ma'am. I didn't come across Cleaver. He came across me. And as for Will,
He's made a new life here. A good life. If he has to go back to prison...
Prison? Oh.
Well, you knew about the bank robbery in Austin and about him breaking out before... You knew, didn't you?
No, ma'am. Oh, I haven't been back that way since...
Then you wouldn't have told the marshal? But we thought... We were sure. What have I done?
Now, just take it easy, ma'am.
Oh, if I hadn't come to see you, nobody would have known he was Will Techman.
Things have a way of coming out sooner or later. How much longer was Will supposed to serve?
2 years.
Uh-huh. Well, that's not so long when you're young.
We're going to have a baby, Mr. Ponce. But I almost wouldn't want to have him if he was going to grow up knowing his father'd been in prison. Why should Will have to go back? Why?
Well, I guess maybe you'd better ask the judge who sentenced him, ma'am.
What I mean is they say it's so a man will live a decent, respectable life when he comes out. And Will's already living a decent, respectable life. He works hard. He never makes trouble for anybody. He doesn't even wear a gun, and he promised me he never will.
Was that your idea, not wearing a gun?
Before we were married, he told me about the trouble in Austin and how he broke out of prison. I suppose I should have made him go back. But I was so much in love I couldn't. So I asked him to give me his word he'd never use a gun again. Never even carry one.
Well, it must have been kind of hard on a fellow like Will to keep holding himself back that way.
It hasn't been easy. I've heard what men like Noah Temple call him. But Will takes it. He's kept his word.
This fellow Temple, the way he and Will were going at it today, it sounded like they were heading for trouble.
Won't be anything serious. Will just doesn't want us to be pushed off of the ranch. You can't hold that against him.
No, there's not.
Then you won't tell the marshal over in Atterbury? Or anybody?
Well, I don't imagine Marshal Sanders would like me mixing into his business. This is his district. I guess he can take care of it. Anyway, he has so far. But now, look here,
Thank you, Mr. Ponce.
Thank
you.
Now,
and thanks for Will, too.
Wait, Well, after all, most of what she said was true. Sending Will back to prison might do more harm than good. And it wasn't up to me to sit judgment on him. I was going to be leaving town a day or so anyway, and if anything happened after that, wouldn't be my concern. So, of course, a man does have certain duties even if he's not wearing a badge. A man who spots a wanted criminal, he's supposed to report it. And I always had before. I scraped some of the mud off my boots and washed my face, put on a clean shirt, and went downstairs into the lobby. The clerk was still playing solitaire.
Just beat myself again, Mr. Ponce. If I was playing in the gambling hall, I'd be ahead about $140. Pretty good for one afternoon, eh?
Yeah, real good. About time for supper?
Yeah, go right on in. Molly will fix you up. Got baked ham tonight.
Fine.
Oh, say, Mr. Ponce.
Yeah?
Remember us talking about Will Fetter and him being afraid to carry a gun?
Uh-huh.
Well, the darndest thing just happened. Oh, it wasn't any more than 15 minutes ago. I guess everybody's talking about it. He went into Bradley's mercantile and he bought himself a carbine.
Oh?
Of course, he's just trying to bluff Noah Temple. Folks are giving 10 to 1. Will don't even know how to load a rifle. Where you going, Mr. Ponce? Dining room's over there.
I guess maybe I'm not hungry yet. Say, whereabouts is Will's ranch? I think maybe I'll take a little ride. Maybe work up an appetite.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in a moment. First, a word from Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment.
When winter comes, does your house shrink like this?
Well, I guess it's time to close off that back room. There's just no way to heat it.
Don't deprive yourself of valuable living space. Get a Coleman automatic heater and enjoy new warmth in the hardest-to-heat room. Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. You'll get 3 bonuses. A new low price. Yes, now you can get a dependable Coleman oil or gas heater at a new low price. A new low operating cost. Coleman saves you up to 25% on heating bills, Because Coleman gives you maximum heat from your fuel. And a 32-piece set of Libby Safe Edge glassware worth $14. It's free with your new Coleman heater. Get 3 big bonuses during Coleman's Big Bonus Sale. The sale is for a limited time only, so see your Coleman dealer tomorrow. Look for his name in your telephone directory.
Remember, comfort costs so little with a Coleman.
Now, Act 2 of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponson.
Better Ranch was about 2 miles south of town, and from the outside looked neat and comfortable, well kept up. The ground stretching out behind it was good grazing land, though it was worth at least $5 an acre, maybe more. I tied Scar to a cottonwood in the yard and walked up to the door.
About time you got home, Will. That was... Oh, Mr. Ponson.
Evening, ma'am.
Come on in.
Will's not here?
No, he was gone when I came back. He must be out tending the stock.
Uh-huh.
What's wrong, Mr. Ponson? You haven't changed your mind, have you?
Where's the Temple Ranch lie from here?
It's all around us. On all 4 sides of our land.
And Temple's ranch house, where's that?
East. Due east. But what's that got to do with it? What's happened?
Will was in town this evening. He bought a rifle.
I don't believe it. He promised me. You're wrong, Mr. Ponson. Will isn't gunning for Noah Temple. He's out tending stock. Well, he'll be home any minute. You'll see.
Maybe.
Where are you going?
I hear Temple's got quite an outfit. It's worth paying it a visit.
You won't find Will there. He gave me his word he'd never use a gun again. You won't find him.
I headed due east for about a quarter of a mile, and when I came to the edge of Will's property, I saw a sorrel tethered to a fence post. Looked like Will had decided to go the rest of the way on foot, so I climbed out of the saddle and looked around. There was a big break in the fence, but the cattle hadn't made it. That barbed wire had been cut. And there were 4 heifers and a couple of steers lying just over the Temple boundary. Well, there just wasn't much question about it. They'd been shot. So I crawled through the opening and went right past a big sign that said, Temple Ranch, trespassers will be shot. I found some footprints. I figured they were Will's. About 30 minutes later, I caught sight of the ranch house. It was built about halfway up the side of a pretty steep hill, big, sprawling building. There was a light inside, and I could just barely make out Noah sitting at a desk working on some papers. But where was Will? He had plenty of time to get here. When I heard his step and swung around, there was one of Temple's hands pacing up and down near the stable alongside the house. The way he was holding the rifle, it looked like an army sentry instead of a cowhand. All of a sudden, he gave a little gasp. I saw a shadow tighten around his throat. The sentry went down, and there was a struggle. Not very noisy, though. Not noisy enough for Temple to hear it. And then everything was quiet. The shadow stood up. It was Will Tackman. He was inching his way toward the house, toward the window where Temple was sitting. I came up behind him. I pulled out my gun. He was starting to aim his rifle. Will. Drop it, Will. Yeah.
I might have known you'd turn up.
Give me your rifle, Will.
Could get off a shot.
At me, but not at Temple.
Temple gets our ranch and I go to prison, is that it?
We'll talk all about that as soon as we get back to your place. Now, come on. I carried Will's rifle and led the way. About 20 minutes later, we passed another one of Temple's guards. He was dozing, didn't notice it. Still had a couple of miles to go before we'd reach the fence where we'd left the horses. Will was sort of panting for breath. All right, let's rest a minute.
Okay.
I thought you promised your wife you'd never take up a gun again, Will.
Mr. Ponce, you see them dead heifers over by the fence?
Yeah?
Had a bout wipes I heard of. When I found them, I had to do something. As long as you knew who I was anyway, as long as I was going back to prison, I had to fix it so Sarah wouldn't have the ranch taken away from her.
You wouldn't think a piece of land would be worth everybody getting so excited about.
I've been shoved around, Britt. Ever since I was a kid, I've been shoved around. Even when I held up the Austin Bank, I wasn't the one who...
The one who what?
Nothing. Since I married Sarah, well, I've had to take a lot that other men wouldn't put up with because of her and because of her knowing what I was. This thing with Temple got under my skin. I made up my mind to stand up to him. A man's got to take a stand sometime, somewhere.
Oh, I'm sorry, Will, but... Hey, what's that?
Get down, Will.
Yep.
We've got you dead to rights, brother. Trespassing.
I ain't alone, Temple. Britt Ponce's with me.
Ponce? That's right, Temple. I might have known Feta wouldn't come alone. Well, I guess 4 of us can take care of 2 of you. He won't be much use to you, Ponce. Not enough fight. Okay, boys, move in.
I could see one of his boys firing from behind a tree behind us. So I aimed at his arm. And the bullet hit him on the shoulder and he lurched forward. That meant only 3 of them now, but they were closer. Will still didn't say anything. He was waiting for me to make the next move. I tossed him the rifle.
Thanks, Britt.
He got to his knees and started across a little clearing. He was still all right when he died behind a boulder. I knew where he was heading, too. Noah Temple had been shooting from behind a clump of pines about 50 yards back. For a couple of minutes, I didn't get a chance to watch him. Temple's 2 guards were on either side of me now. One of them was more than 8-10 feet away. I saw the barrel of his carbine rise up from behind the bush. There's only 1 guard left. About that time, it seemed like he'd had enough. Anyway, I moved across the clearing toward the pine trees where Will had disappeared. Pulled up behind a rock. Well, there was Noah Temple. Crouched down low, his gun ready. A little bit of movement in the brush caught my eye. It was Will. He was right behind Temple. And Temple didn't know it. He was looking my way. Will had a perfect shot. I saw Will's finger curl around the trigger. But Will didn't fire. I couldn't figure out what got into him. He didn't fire. And then he threw his rifle to one side and let out a yell.
Temple!
Temple turned and got off a shot. Well, he was surprised he couldn't do much aiming. And then Will was on top of him, twisting the gun out of his hands. And after that, I saw a fight the like of which I'd never seen before in my life. There, Will hit Temple across the face, and he went over backwards. And then Temple kicked, and his foot lifted Will right off the ground. But before Temple could pick himself up, Will was right on top of him again. And Temple tried to reach for his gun, and Will brought his boot right down on Temple's hand. Temple quit reaching. And then Will backed away and let Temple up again. And as soon as Temple was steady again, Will drove his fist right into Temple's stomach. And Temple's hand flew apart, and he was wide open. Will hit him again, and hit him again, and again. And finally, Temple managed to send his fist into Will's face. And Will looked like maybe he was going to go down, but he still had a fight left to land a right that snapped Temple's head right back. And it was Temple that toppled over. And then I knew he wasn't going to get up again, not for quite a while. Feel better, Will?
Yeah. Yeah, lots better.
You had your chance to kill him. You had a perfect shot. You didn't have to fight him this way.
It's the only way I could fight him, Brett.
Huh?
I had him in my sights. Something kept me from pulling the trigger. Maybe you'll think I'm crazy, but I kept remembering what I'd promised Sarah. That I wouldn't use a gun again. I couldn't pull that trigger, Brett. I just couldn't.
Uh-huh. Well, let's see if we can't get Temple here to a doctor. You know, it looks like he needs one. We left Noel with the doc in Temple City, and I started off for Atterbury. I've made up my mind to tell the marshal about Will, all about him. Sarah and Will, they agreed. They think I should, too. But then again, the way I see it right now, the state of Texas is looking for a gun-toting bank robber named Will Techman, and I just don't think Marshal Sanders would be very much interested in a law-abiding rancher who's called Will Feather.
I'd like to take a minute here to remind you about some of the great entertainment that's in store for you on NBC Radio. Now, for most of us, Monday evening is a time to relax, sit back, and take it easy. NBC had exactly that in mind when they designed their Monday night of entertainment. You'll want to listen to the delightful music of the Railroad Hour as they resume their fall schedule of popular operettas that have entertained for so many years. Gordon MacRae will be your host and star, and during weeks to come, you'll have many charming guest stars to add to your listening pleasure with their famous voices. And you'll want to relax to the melodies of the Firestone Orchestra and Chorus under the direction of Howard Barlow on The Voice of Firestone. Another great Monday night favorite is the Telephone Hour, with its wonderful program of music directed by Donald Voorhees. Yes, every Monday night, hear these three fine musical programs on NBC Radio. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company have presented James Stewart as the Six-Shooter. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Herb Ellis, Howard McNear, and Will Wright. The Six-Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions, and it is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and today's transcribed story was written by him. Special music was by Basil Aslam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio.
In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the Six-Shooter, just one of the many great stars brought to you Sundays on NBC. Every Sunday, hear Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in The Marriage, Sir Laurence Olivier on Theatre Royal, Lawrence Tibbett with the Golden Voices, Helen Hayes, Frederick March, Rex Harrison, and Lily Palmer on the NBC Star Playhouse. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the Six-Shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both
the six-shooter. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company present James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of dramas based on the life of Britt Ponce, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. Have you heard about the Joneses? They're going to Europe for 6 weeks. They'll start in England, then visit Holland, Belgium, France, and Italy. It'll be a wonderful trip, a lifelong dream come true. And someday, it can be your turn to do just as they did. Put your money where it will earn $4 for every $3 you invest in United States savings bonds. Start planning today. United States savings bonds can take you to Europe, too. Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
There were over 400 head in the macadam herd, 400 white-faced Texas cattle, and only 3 of us to shove them along the trail to Abilene. But the macadam's boys had promised me a tenth of whatever the herd brought, so I signed on for the drive. And it looked like I was going to earn the money, too. There'd been a cloudburst the second night out. Well, it sounded like we might be heading into some more bad weather. The sky was all black and purple, and the wind began blowing up little balloons of dust. Thunder made the steers restless. They still remember that first storm. They didn't like the idea of going through another one.
All right, come on now. Come on, cattle. Hi-ya. Hi, cattle.
I can see the rain now. It hadn't hit us yet. It's still a couple of miles ahead, but I can see it real plain. Streaking down across the sky like little silver lines on a gray blackboard. In the canyon where we were, the sun was still shining. It gave me a sort of funny feeling. Rain and sunshine all at once, sort of like being 2 places at the same time. Rife McAdams, he came pounding up from behind and reined up alongside of me and Scar.
Oh, boy. What do you think, Britt?
Well, if that wind don't change, we'll be getting wet inside of 15 minutes.
Don't look like it'll change.
No, afraid not.
And I guess we might as well keep on going. It'll be easier to handle if we're out of this canyon when the storm hits.
Yeah.
I'll ride up and tell Norm.
Okay.
Norm! Hey! Yeah? Get the lead out. Keep moving.
What's the hurry? Weak enough for you?
Do as I tell you. Stop beeping.
Okay. Come on, move it.
Norm will speed him up, Britt. I'm going back and see that there ain't no stragglers.
Want me to give Norm a hand?
No, I can handle it myself. It's about time he learned how.
All right, you're the boss.
Yeah. Just keep an eye on him, Britt.
Sure. That lightning had hit a pine tree about 50 yards up the side of the canyon. And when it toppled over, it started a couple of boulders rolling down the side of the ravine toward us. That was all the cattle needed to set them off. One of the longhorns took a look at the rock and let out a bawl that told the other animals to get out of his way.
Hey, stop them, Norm! Stop them before they stand.
Life circled around and galloped over toward his brother. But Norm wasn't waiting for him. No. I saw him head up the slope of the canyon, and it looked to me like he didn't intend to stop anything. All he cared about was getting out of the way. So I dug my heels into Scar's flanks. We rode right into the middle of the herd. If I could split them in half, only part of them would tear loose, even in a stampede. Rife was in front of the herd now. The lead steer turned off. A couple of more shots, and the rest was following. There we are. I knew there wasn't going to be any stampede. Not now, anyway. Rife had stopped him just in time. It's nice going, Rife.
Somebody had to do it.
Yeah.
What happened to you?
Horse pulled us. Almost threw me.
Yeah?
Guess he was scared.
The horse?
That's what I said.
Yeah. Well, here comes the rain.
It looks like this is the tail end of it, though. Probably wouldn't be more in a shower.
We better keep moving anyhow. You take over up here, Britt. Norm will riding back with me.
Sure.
Your horse all right now?
I guess so.
Okay, let's go.
About half an hour later, the rain let up. It's nearly sundown. A green-yellow rainbow arched up over the hills to the east, and Rife decided to make camp for the night. Neither of the McAdams brothers said much during supper, and afterwards Norm sort of moved off a couple of yards from the campfire and started playing his mouth organ.
What you staring at, Rife?
Huh?
You heard me.
I don't know what you mean.
You've been watching me ever since this afternoon when my horse bolted. You've been looking at me the way you used to look when I was a kid and done something you thought was wrong.
We almost had a stampede today, Norm.
Almost?
You was riding front, man. You was the one to stop it.
I suppose you've never been on a horse that ran away with you.
You was always able to handle that Palomino before.
Why do you have to keep nagging? I'm no cattleman. I didn't want to come on this drive in the first place.
It's our herd.
It's your herd. It was up to me would have sold the ranch years ago.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we ought to sell out. We'll talk about it when we get back home.
Hold up a minute. Thought it was my turn to look after the cattle tonight.
It's been a pretty hard day. You're probably tired. I'll wait till...
I'm no more tired than you are.
Okay, Norm.
I'll be over on that hill over yonder.
Well, you're not serious, right, about selling out, are you?
There's something in what Norm says. He's no cattleman.
Well, maybe not, but you are.
I can always get work somewhere. Carrie'd probably be happier in town anyway.
Carrie?
My wife.
Oh, well, I didn't know you were married, right?
Yep, last winter. She's staying with her folks in Bradley while we take the cattle north.
Is that so?
Carrie's a fine girl, Britt, younger than I am, about Norm's age. Young and pretty. You'll like her, everybody does. Yeah, even Norm. First time in our life him and me have ever agreed on anything or anybody.
Well,
she told me not to take him with us on this drive, said he'd never make it. I should have listened to her.
Now, he's pretty young, Rife. This is his first cattle drive. For all we know, his horse maybe did run away with him, you know.
Norm did the running, not his horse. He's no good, Britt. I guess it's my fault. I guess I brung him up wrong, but he's no good.
No, you're not his father. You're not to blame for how he turned out.
I'm the only father he ever had. Our old man died when Norm was just a baby, and Ma just lasted a couple of years after that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was 13, practically full-grown when she passed on, but Norm was only 4. She made me promise I'd look after him, see that he got his schooling and a chance to mount to something. Yeah. Fire's almost out.
Oh, here, I'll fix it.
I sent him to school, bought him books, but he wouldn't stick it out. It was too much like work. That's his real trouble, Britt. He's lazy, he's selfish. Expects everything to be handed to him all tied up in a fancy ribbon. Like this afternoon, he wasn't afraid of the cattle. He just couldn't be bothered stopping them. He didn't care that much.
Oh, maybe he's had it too easy, Rife. Maybe if the chips are down, he'd surprise you.
Maybe. Well, I'm not making the same mistake again. Not with my own kid.
With your own? What?
Yeah. Carrie's expected. He might be here by now, for all I know.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. I'll buy you a cigar and have one.
Yeah, all right. Oh, well, that's fine. Well, I guess maybe it's time to turn in, I think.
I ain't very sleepy. I think I'll go up and, well, see if Norm's all right. Oh, doggone it, Brady is my kid brother.
Sure, I know, right? Sure.
Good night.
Good night. I banked the fire for the night and spread out my bedroll. The moon came up, full moon, kind of a moon you ought to have after a rain. I stretched out flat. Well, except for a couple of rocks right in the small of my back. Well, I felt about as comfortable as a man has a right to feel. Right?
No. It's me.
Oh. I thought you were looking after the herd.
Rife come nosing around. Guess he don't trust me. So if he wants to stay up all night, that's his business. Yeah, we got nothing but heroes on this drive.
How do you figure that?
Well, you're the 6-shooter, ain't you? Supposed to be the fastest man with a gun west of Kansas City. East of there, too, from the way folks tell it.
No, you shouldn't believe everything you hear, Norm.
I don't. I don't believe you're any faster with a gun than the next man.
Probably not.
I don't believe you're any faster than me. See that white rock over there? Well?
You're good.
Go ahead. It's your turn.
Well, I'm afraid I'm sort of out of practice at shooting at rocks. I used to do it, but I haven't tried it recently.
What do you mean by that? I'm still a kid?
I didn't mean anything. You're a good shot. Now, good night.
Maybe you think it was an accident I hit it. I hit it. I can do it again. There. See that?
Good night.
Oh.
Damp and cold all night, but it didn't keep me from sleeping. And when I finally woke up, the sun was just starting to shove the sky away from over my head. A couple of seconds, I couldn't quite decide whether to open my eyes or not, but the smell of coffee made me make up my mind. Oh! Morning.
Morning. Want some Java?
Ah, thanks. Where's Norm?
Taking a bath?
Taking a bath?
Yeah. Found a water hole the other side of the hill.
Oh.
He'll be back any minute. Trust Norm to keep himself duded up. Wouldn't surprise me if he showed up wearing a clean shirt.
Yeah. Well, you can't blame a fellow for... Yeah, what's this? Oh, that looks like a letter. Oh, here, it's yours.
Mine?
Well, it says Love, Carrie. Isn't that your wife's name? Carrie?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, here.
Read it to me, Britt.
What?
Out loud. Read me what it says.
Well, I'm not interested in somebody else's mail, Ralph. I especially love letters.
Is that what it is?
Well, you ought to know. It's yours, isn't it?
No, Britt, it ain't. Carrie ain't never written me. She knows I can't read. It's Norm that had the schooling. Remember, Britt, I told you last night.
Yeah, I remember.
Read me what it says. Go on, Britt, read it.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in a moment. First, a word from Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment.
You'll be glad this winter you bought a Coleman heater this fall. Yes, as you sit back in your easy chair, snug and comfortable, you'll be glad you bought a Coleman heater. You'll enjoy floor-to-ceiling warmth in those rooms you could never heat before. Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. Here's what you get. First bonus, a new low price. Yes, now you can get a dependable Coleman automatic heater at a new low price. Second bonus, a new low operating cost. Coleman saves you up to 25% on heating bills because Coleman gives you maximum heat from your fuel. Third bonus, a 32-piece set of Libby's Safe Edge glassware worth $14. It's free with your new Coleman heater. Get 3 big bonuses. Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. This sale is for a limited time only. So see your Coleman dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name and address in your telephone directory.
Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
The sun was warming the back of my neck as I stood there facing Rife, holding that piece of lavender paper in my hand. I looked down at the letter and then up at Rife again. He was just standing there, waiting, not moving. Not any part of him moving except the vein in his throat that jumped out a little throbs.
I'm waiting, Britt.
Now, it's not my letter, Rife, and I guess it isn't yours,
It concerns me, don't it? It's from Carrie. It's from my wife.
Well, that's between you and her.
I want to know what it says, what she's been writing to Norm about.
Go ahead, Britt. Read it to him. Or maybe you'd rather I told you what it says, Rife. It says, Carrie loves me. That she'll always love me, and it goes into detail.
You rotten little... Well, then we are, Rife. You think that gun will stop me? I'll break your neck.
You're walking right into it, Rife.
Now, put it away, Norm. You wanted a sample of my shooting last night. You put that gun away and you'll get it.
What am I supposed to do, take you both on?
This isn't my argument. It'll take 3 of us to get that herd to Abilene. I just want to be sure there'll be 3 of us to do it.
There ain't going to be 3, Britt. You've taken everything from me. All your life you've taken everything, but you're not taking Carrie.
All right, that's enough, right? Come on now. I meant what I said about finishing that drive. 2 men may not make it, and I'm going to be sure I'm not going to lose that money you promised me. Now, come on. Now, straighten up here. What's the matter with you? You both able to ride now? Yeah. All right. I'm able. Norm, what about you?
Sure.
All right, now, come on, let's get started. I dumped out the coffee and covered up the fire while Norm got the horses. We saddled up and got the herd underway. Norm moved out to the front, and I stayed in the middle. Rife brought up the rear. I figured it'd be just as well if I stayed between them. I looked back a couple of times, and whenever I did, I saw Rife staring at Norm, watching every move he made. But he didn't say a word. All day long, he didn't say a word. And then at supper time, Rife, he sat off one side, just pecking at his food. I noticed there's nothing wrong with Norm's appetite, though.
Any more beans?
Yeah, it looks like you finished them up, Norm.
Oh?
You're kind of hungry tonight, huh?
Why not? Just a kid still doing my growing. At least that's what some people think.
Uh-huh. Well, as long as you're so full of energy, maybe you wouldn't mind looking after the cattle, huh?
Huh?
Well, you missed your turn last night, didn't you?
Say, you taking over this outfit, Ponce?
No. Just a suggestion.
I guess somebody's got to run things. Don't look like my brother's holding a very tight rein. See you in the morning.
Yeah. Come on, Rife. How about some shut-eye?
Okay.
Good night.
Night.
I waited till Rife dropped off, and I closed my eyes. I didn't sleep very long, though. About an hour later, something woke me up. At first, I thought it was a coyote. And then I saw Rife edging off through the brush. You going somewhere, Rife?
Huh?
Coyote woke you up, too, huh?
Yeah.
That gun ain't gonna do much good if you're figuring on killing it, Rife.
What do you mean?
It's empty, Rife.
You ain't got no right to interfere.
Oh? I was just thinking about that 10% of the herd.
I'm gonna kill him, Britt. You can't stop me. Nobody can.
He's your brother.
No, he ain't. Not anymore. Would a brother do what he did to me? I ain't never had anything I could really call my own. If he wanted something, he took it. I never stopped him. But Carrie is my wife. She belongs to me, and this time I'm going to stop him.
Hadn't you better wait and talk it over with her?
I waited too long already. Why do you think she didn't want Norm to go with us on this drive? It wasn't because she was afraid he'd never make it. She wanted him there, with her. And at a time like this, it's just...
Easy now, Rife.
Probably want to take over the baby, too, when it comes along.
No, come on now. You've got to get some sleep now. You'll feel better in the morning. Come on now.
No, I won't feel better in the morning, Britt. I won't feel no better until I'm even with him.
I guess none of the three of us got much sleep that night, and by noontime the next day, that saddle of mine was a little harder than usual. I'd been sort of keeping my eye on Rife. He was still riding behind me. But the sun was getting hot, and I was kind of drowsy, so I just sort of jogged along for the next few miles, not paying much attention to anything or anybody. If Scar hadn't given me a jolt, easy, boy, easy now. I wouldn't have looked around, and I wouldn't have seen that we were coming into a gorge. It was very narrow, barely wide enough for the herd, and the rock walls jutted up at a sharp angle, too steep for a horse to climb. By the time I got my bearings, it was too late. This was just the kind of a place Rife was looking for. I couldn't see him now, but I knew he was doing the firing, and I knew why. He was trying to stampede the cattle. And there in the gorge, Norm wouldn't be able to get out of the way. There was no chance of getting back to stop Rife. All I could do was just jam right into the middle of the herd. Come on, boy. Now, come on. Scar fought his way past a couple of steers. I tried to keep them under control, but the ones from the rear started pressing forward in earnest, and there just wasn't no holding the rest of them. And we was right in it now, a real stampede. This was Rife's way of killing his brother, and I wasn't so sure I was going to fare any better than Norm. A couple of the cows shoved against us, almost toppled us over. Scar was pretty certain to lose his footing before we could get much further, and I jerked out my gun. I cleared us a little path, but the cattle plugged up before we get through. All of my shooting was just making things worse. There was nothing to do now but just give Scar his head. Let him run with it. I hadn't had time to worry about Norm. I didn't know what had happened to him. I didn't even think about him until it... Hey, that wasn't firing. That wasn't right firing. That was from up ahead. Well, the herd was half crazy now. They'd been shot at from all directions. They didn't know where to turn now. I rose up in my stirrups and looked forward. Norm was holding his ground at the mouth of the gorge. He could have gotten away, all right, but he was holding his ground. I hadn't lifted myself up. Maybe I would have been able to hang on when the cattle twisted around and started changing direction. As it was, Scar held his ground, flattened out behind a rock. That was the only thing that saved my neck. I rolled under him. The cattle, as they swung around, started heading back to the water. In a couple of minutes, I was in the clear. The cattle passed me by. I pulled myself up to my feet, and I looked around. The herd was still out of control. They're charging out the other end of the gorge, and then I got a flash of rifle. Norm must have heard it too.
Right!
Norm came pounding past me, firing at all the rings like a crazy man, trying to get through to his brother. The herd had moved on almost out of sight now before I saw Rife again. He was lying on the ground in a smear of sticky red dust, and Norm was there bending over him when I got up to him.
You all right, Rife?
I started him, Norm. I figured you'd try to get out of the way, but you didn't run. You stopped him. He stopped him, didn't he, Britt?
Yeah.
I didn't mean for him to turn on you, Rife. I swear I didn't.
I know that. I saw you trying to get through to me. Why did you want to help me, Norm? I started them so they'd kill you. Why did you want to help me?
You're my brother. You're all I've got, all I've ever had.
You hear that, Britt? You don't hate me?
Rife, listen. About Carrie. About that letter.
It's all right, Norm. I don't blame you. I don't blame Carrie.
But she loves you, Rife. That letter was written a long time ago, before you and her were married, before she even knew you.
A long time ago?
Yeah, I've carried it with me ever since. I was in love with her, but she wasn't in love with me, not ever. And when you come along, she realized that she's never had anything to do with me since. I only kept the letter so that I could show it to you when you got to riding me the way you did yesterday.
You're telling the truth.
You know I am, don't you?
Yeah, I guess I do. Sure. I guess I've known it all along. When Carrie told me about us having a baby, I was so happy and proud it almost spilled over. I guess a man couldn't feel that way if he wasn't sure of his wife.
Take it easy, Rife. Now, don't try talking too much.
What's the matter with you, Britt? You think them cattle finished me?
No, of course not.
You said it'd take all three of us to get to Abilene. That's the way it's going to be. All three of us.
Sure.
You and Norm and me. It'll be a while before I can get on my legs, but you just give me a couple of hours rest while you're rounding up the herd. A couple of hours and I'll be around to...
Rife.
He's dead, Norm.
But it can't be. He was feeling better. You hurt him.
Well, a man don't always know when he's dying, Norm. Sometimes a man's lucky.
Britt,
Yeah.
It's only kids that cry, ain't it? I guess this makes me a kid.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Norm. I'd say you've done a lot of growing up today. We buried Rice there at the mouth of the gorge and went off to round up the cattle again. We managed to find most of them, and about a week later we hit Abilene. All during that week, I kept wanting to ask Norm about that letter from Carrie, if it was true what he told Rice, if it really had been written a couple of years ago. But somehow, I don't know, the subject never came up. Leastwise, I never found a good time for bringing it up. Besides, it really wasn't any of my business.
Beginning tomorrow night, Fibber McGee and Molly return to the air in a new series of programs. Yes, beginning tomorrow night, you'll hear those wonderful folks from 79 Wistful Vista, Fibber McGee and Molly, every night, Monday through Friday on NBC. As a matter of fact, this is the week that will see 28 new programs beginning on the NBC radio network. And you'll find that an evening with NBC radio is an evening sure to entertain. So make a date to keep your dial set where you hear the familiar NBC chimes. Your invitation to the best in radio programming. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company have presented James Stewart as the six-shooter. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Lou Merrill and James McCallion. The Six-Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions and is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and today's transcribed story was written by him. Special music was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. This is Hal Gibney speaking. Listen to Last Man Out, one of the Magic 28, next on the NBC Radio Network.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Romance of the Ranchos.
What beautiful preserves. They should win a prize.
There's a fine hog, but it ain't as good as the ones I got back on the farm.
Don't you just love county fairs? I do. I just love county fairs.
Sure is a lot to see. It's like a three-ring circus.
Want some ice cream? Buy me some ice cream.
Hey, folks, step right up. It's only one thing dime. A cent for $1.
Oh, I just love the Ferris wheel. One night I got stuck up at the top and it was wonderful.
Hey, just watch this, sugar. I'll get you one of them Cupid dolls to take home. Stand aside, folks.
For 14 days each year, thousands of Southern Californians find entertainment and education in visiting the great Los Angeles County Fair, now in progress. Host to this great event is Pomona, a great city in the heart of a vast farming and fruit-growing area. Yet, only a few decades ago, this fertile valley, where Pomona, Claremont, Spadra, San Dimas, Cucamonga now stand, was peopled only by migratory Indians and a handful of hardy settlers. It was the Rancho San Jose, one of the early Mexican grants, the history of which is rich in the romance of the ranchos.
The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a half-hour dramatization recreating the glamorous atmosphere of the adventurous early days of Southern California. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Before we get into our story for tonight, I'd like to call your attention to a change in time. Starting next week, The Romance of the Ranchos will be heard at a new time, Wednesday evening at 7:30. That's next week. We'll be with you Wednesday instead of Sunday. So be sure to listen a week from Wednesday, October 1st, for the next chapter in our history of the Southland. Tonight, our story is full of drama and adventure, uncovered in the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, which are full of interesting facts and fascinating tales.
Yes, there is not one square foot of land in Los Angeles County on which the Title Insurance and Trust Company does not have records of every change of ownership, every mortgage, lien, trust deed, every transfer by inheritance, sale, trade, foreclosure, or conveyance of any kind. When you realize that the few vast ranchos of a century and a half ago have been divided into more than 1.5 million separate parcels of real estate listed in today's county tax rolls, you realize the magnitude of the Title Insurance Company's work.
We must go back to the year 1837 for the beginning of our story of Rancho San Jose. The petition for this land by Ignacio Palomares and Ricardo Vejar, outstanding citizens of Los Angeles, had been favorably received by Governor Alvarado. And so, one day in August, the two friends, with Jose Sepulveda, alcalde of Los Angeles, rode out to take formal possession of their great estate.
Don Jose, look across that vista, the beautiful green valley stretching from those hills we're riding across, clear to the mountains of the north.
See, can you think of a finer place to live, Don Jose?
See, the Pueblo de Los Angeles.
The Pueblo. Who will want to stay cooped up in the Pueblo when he could have land like this for his home?
I would.
You do not think it is good land?
Good land, see. You can raise many head of cattle here. You may get rich. Then again, you may not. I would rather not take the chance.
But what in the name of saints is wrong with San Jose? There is no finer rancho in all Alta California.
That may be, senores, but I should not like it.
Well, senor, we like it, and we shall be most happy here.
Perhaps.
I do not like the way he say perhaps, Don Ignacio. What is he talking about?
See, what are you talking about, Don Jose?
Nothing. Except that perhaps I value my safety more than you, senores.
Safety?
Si, safety.
Don Ignacio, what does he mean by that?
He means perhaps the Indians.
That is right. Have you thought about the Indians, senores?
Have we thought about them, Don Ignacio?
We are not afraid of the Indians.
Oh? Well, that is...
Remember, senores, you are 6 leagues from the mission, and more than that from the Pueblo. You are out here all by yourselves with no protection. Not even any other rancheros close by. No, I would not like it.
but the Indians, they are friendly, yes?
They are friendly, no. Oh, these wandering bands you see camping along the streams, they are harmless. But those mountains across there, they are full of Mojave Indians. They delight in raiding the outlying ranchos. They rob and steal and burn and kill.
Oh, Don Ricardo, there is no need to be frightened.
Yeah, but
Don Jose must have his little joke. He is exaggerating. We will be in no danger.
Perhaps yes, and perhaps no.
At any rate, we are not frightened, are we? No. We shall move in as soon as possible.
But perhaps we should, that is, our wives and our families.
Of course, they shall come too, am I right?
See, of course, I suppose.
You are brave men, senores. I shall think of you often and hope that you are safe. And now I think somewhere here in these hills of Santa Ana, we should start. In fact, I should say that hill should about mark the corner of your rancho.
See, according to our map, that is right.
Then we shall dismount and make ready the court?
See, perhaps that black willow tree right over there might furnish us a landmark for the start.
A good suggestion, Don Ignacio. We shall mark.
See, that will be easy to find.
Have you any special mark you wish to put on it, Don Ignacio?
See, I have brought one especially for that purpose. Here it is, a wooden cross. We shall place it in the limb of the tree, So, the cross has been blessed, senores, and may it stand forever as a symbol of our faith. God in his mercy has given us this bountiful gift. May his protecting hand be over us and this land as long as we may live.
Amen.
And may he keep you and yours from any harm here, so far from civilization.
Amen.
Very well, Don Jose. We are ready. What do we do now?
We must measure off the rancho before I can give you formal possession. Hay vaqueros! Come! Hey, easy call, ready?
Si, Don Jose.
Very well. You know what to do. Let us start.
But what do they do?
They have a cord 100 varas long with a stake at each end. One drives his stake in at the starting place, the other gallops down the rancho line until the cord is stretched tight, and then he pounds in his stake. And the other one gallops on ahead until the cord is stretched tight again, and so on. Sabe?
Oh, and they keep that up all the way around the whole rancho?
See, until they have measured it all.
But that will take all day.
More than that, perhaps. Never mind, I have some food, and we can sleep in our blankets.
But what about the Indians?
You may as well get used to them now, Don Ricardo.
See? If they're going to kill you, mi amigo, it may as well be now and have it over with.
Oh, senor!
Don Jose had his little joke, but he might have been less caustic had he realized the very real danger of which he spoke. For the new rancheros had hardly moved in with their families and cattle when early one morning at dawn, Don Ignacio was awakened.
Ignacio, wake up.
What is it? What's the matter?
I thought I heard something.
Heard something? What?
There it is.
That's strange. The horses sound frightened.
Is there something wrong?
I don't know. I go see.
Ignacio, come back. Don't leave me.
Don Ignacio! Don Ignacio!
It's one of my vaqueros.
Don Ignacio!
See, I'm coming.
Don Ignacio! Don Ignacio, the cattle are restless. Something is wrong. Those beasts sense something is going to happen.
See, but what? What is wrong?
I don't know, but I think it's...
Juan!
Indians,
Juan! The vaqueros up! After them! Stop them! They're trying to steal the horses! Stop them!
Ignacio, my husband. Wait, be careful.
Get back in the house, Maria. It's Indians. You may be hurt.
Ignacio, look. The green field. It's on fire. It's burning.
Stop them, Inks! Stop them!
Amid smoldering ruins, the early rancheros counted their losses to the Indians. Horses stolen, buildings destroyed, vaqueros killed. But Don Ignacio Palomares and Don Ricardo Vejar withstood all pleas to abandon their holdings. They stuck through all hardships. And in 1837, they were joined by another, Luis Arenas, former alcalde of Los Angeles and brother-in-law of Don Ignacio. But no sooner had they successfully petitioned Governor Alvarado for more land to accommodate the new partner than Don Luis placed himself in a peculiar position by taking sides against the governor who had granted his land, and becoming one of the leaders of a serious agitation among the rancheros and townspeople of Southern California.
Senores! You all know why we are here. Governor Alvarado has defied us. Is this not supposed to be a republic? And are we not supposed to have some voice in the government? Yeah, then I say it is time to act. If Governor Alvarado will not move the capital to Los Angeles, then we shall move it for him. Yeah, are you with me? Will you take up arms to enforce the will of the people? Then we march today.
The revolution was quashed before it had much of a chance, and before long, Luis Arenas was back in the good graces of the tolerant Mexican government of the time. Soon after, the fiery Don Luis sold his interest in San Jose to Senor Henry Dalton, who was to become one of the early Southland's biggest landowners. Under the new arrangement, the three partners partitioned their Rancho San Jose into three sections. It was a great cattle empire. When they butchered, 200 heads at a time were slaughtered. Pounds of tallow were melted into bags of skin. Huge strips of beef were hung up to dry in long rows. Butter and cheese was made from the milk of 40 cows. Food for the hundreds of persons connected with the vast Rancho San Jose. Fiestas brought out hundreds of guests from the entire valley, and gay Latin music echoed over the rancho. Guests from the growing pueblo found lavish welcome awaiting them on this rich domain of San Jose. But disaster was to strike quickly, at least for one partner in the rancho. Once the land had been partitioned so that each man knew what was his, Ricardo Vejar had been able to mortgage his share for needed cash. His son Chico had been robbed of some money, and drought had further hurt Don Ricardo's fortune. And so it was that one day Don Ricardo went to Los Angeles.
Don Ricardo, this is Mr. Tischler.
How do you do, Senor Vejar?
Buenos dias. Senor Schlesinger? Senor Tischler, you know what I come for?
Oh, yes, of course. The money is all ready, and here are the papers for you to sign.
Yeah, these drought years have been pretty hard on you ranchers, haven't they, Vejar?
Si, senor. Otherwise, I should not be forced to this.
Come, gentlemen, let's not have any hard feelings. This is just a friendly little business arrangement. I'm sure Don Ricardo will be able to repay us with interest very soon.
But Don Ricardo could not pay. The interest rate, though legal and customary then, sent the debt soaring. And one day the news swept through the valley.
Don Ignacio!
What is it?
I've just heard the news. Don Ricardo, he has sold his rancho.
Sold?
Si. He had deeded the land over to those Americanos.
Senores Schlesinger and Tischler?
Si, for $28,000.
He didn't sell the land, Ramon. He gave it to them to satisfy the debt he owes them.
No matter. He was robbed.
No. It was a perfectly legal business transaction. Don Ricardo was just foolish to borrow so much money.
And you are not angry with him?
Oh, why should I be?
But you will have them as neighbors. Don Ricardo will have to move out.
See? I suppose somebody cannot be held.
I am not sure, Don Ignacio. The people of San Jose Valley will not be so understanding as you. Perhaps they will feel quite different about these Americanos. See, quite different.
Schlesinger and Tischler were destined never to be able to take possession of their rancho. For the news that an old and respected family was to be dispossessed of the land that had been their support spread like wildfire through the ranchos. And faster still spread the flame of resentment against the Americans who were thought to have swindled Don Ricardo. Nothing could be done to save the land, but something could be done about the Americanos.
Are you sure the Senor Tischler will ride his way?
Positive. I overhear him talking the pueblo.
Huh? And this must be him riding up the trail now. Look.
See, it looks like him.
All right, man. Take him. Wait a minute until he gets up opposite the willow tree. He's almost in range. And when I give the signal, shoot. To kill.
See.
All right. Fire! Got him. He's down.
Come on, let's go.
Here he is.
Pull him over.
See, he's dead, all right.
Wait a minute. That is not Tischler.
No?
We shoot the wrong man. We make a mistake.
Well, no matter. Let this serve as a warning.
It was not until 1868 that the United States Land Commissioner's Office finally issued a patent on Rancho San Jose to Henry Dalton, Y. Palomares, and R. Vejar. The patent was accompanied by a hand-drawn map, an accurate copy of which is today in the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company. The map shows that Rancho San Jose was an irregular-shaped property with no less than 10 different corners marked by landmarks of various kinds. One of these corners of the rancho is described on the map as gray granite rock in the Arroyo San Antonio at a point 9,700 varas in a direct line from the place designated as a large rock in the center of the water pool agreed upon as the place where the Black Willow once existed. Other corners were identified as springs of water, elder post and mound, sycamore tree, redwood post and stake placed where the black walnut once stood. Such landmarks as these were typical in the descriptions of the early ranchos. With the passage of time, many of these old monuments disappeared. Some had actually disappeared by the time the patent maps were submitted for confirmation. And one of the chief difficulties of the Title Insurance and Trust Company has been to locate definitely the boundaries of the ranchos in order to ensure your ownership in any land you may buy.
The Americanos had made their first invasion into the patriarchal lands of Rancho San Jose. And soon the rich acreage was to start the inevitable disintegration which came to every great rancho. Ignacio Palomares was destined to live only a little while longer. But in the meantime, he continued his quietly prosperous ways. His cattle had grown to number thousands, his family and relatives hundreds, and he made a practice of giving away a great deal of his land. In one case, when he attempted to give away a tract to a friend.
You say, Don Ignacio, this land is 1,800 varas square?
See? You know it. You have seen it many times. I want you to have it.
See, perhaps it is good land, no?
See, of course it is good land. Why should I give it to you if it was not?
That is what I want to know. Why should you give it to me if it is good land? I do not understand that.
I give it to you as a friend, as a gift. Because I like you, you stupid ox. I like to have you come and live near me.
Your friendship I appreciate. But tell me, why should I give up my comfortable home in the Pueblo and come out here to nothing? Nothing but empty land. How would I live? How would my family live?
You could get some cattle and...
Cattle cost money. I have no money for them.
Well, but...
You see, it would not be profitable.
I'll give you some cattle.
How many?
500 head of large cattle.
It is not much. It would be hard to...
Very well, then. You shall have all the small cattle you may find on the premises, too.
Good. In that case, perhaps I can make a profitable chain. And so, we may as well settle it, huh?
What in the name of the saints do you mean, settle it? It's settled. I said take it.
Oh, but how do I know the land belongs to you? How can I give up what I already have until I can be sure that I will receive the true title to the tract?
You do not know it is my land?
Oh, see. But you must go to the judge in the Pueblo and swear that you have not already sold or given it away, that you will really grant the land legally, that you will stand good for any legal quarrels which may arise over it, and that you will not take back this gift.
You really mean it is necessary for me, an old man, to journey to the Pueblo, to see a judge, to swear all these things before you can accept my gift?
Oh, see, we must be businesslike. We must do everything legally, you know.
Bah, I have lived too long. This I cannot understand. I will do it, but then I am content to lie down and die. Ah.
Old Ignacio Palomares had lived long enough. And one day in November 1866, he quietly passed on. And with him passed much that had survived of those colorful early days on the Rancho San Jose. Now a new element was coming in, a progressive, hard-hitting, fast-moving element that characterized the American spirit. Its first representative was a young man of German ancestry, Louis Phillips, who was to play a big part in the growth of the valley. One day in Los Angeles, he turned up for an appointment with Mr. Tischler.
Well, Mr. Phillips, I'm glad you've come. Are you interested in my proposition?
Yeah, maybe. You want me to run your ranch, San Jose, is that right?
That's right. I'll pay you $100 a month and half the increase in cattle, sheep, and colts.
You think I can run it right?
Well, I'd trust you to run it just as well as I could myself.
Tell me why you don't run it yourself.
Well, you see, it isn't very healthy country for me, you understand. My health.
Yeah, I see, I think.
Well, I'm sure you'll like it. Yeah, I'm sure of it. And so we might as well get everything settled up. That is, if you will go.
Will I go? Yeah, I think maybe I will.
So Louis Phillips took over the ticklish job of running the lower third of Rancho San Jose for the unpopular new owners. At first he encountered nothing but suspicious resentment. Gradually, his attempts to cultivate the goodwill of his neighbors bore fruit. That is, they seemed to stop being suspicious and came merely to ignore him. Then one day, he rode up to Uncle Billy Rubottom's tavern near his house.
Good morning, senores. A lovely morning, don't you think? Herr Rubottom, good morning.
Morning, Miss Phillips. Welcome to Rubottom's Tavern. Come in. What can I get you?
And I just stopped by to say hello.
Sure, you're welcome any time. These birds are still not speaking to you, huh?
Nein, but I think they will.
Well, I don't know. They don't forget things very easy. They'll probably hold it again till you die.
Maybe, but let's try it out anyway.
Try what out?
You will see. Oh, by the way, Herr Rubottom, I'm giving a barbecue at my rancho tonight. Everybody around is invited. It's a big celebration.
Yeah? Celebrating what?
Oh, didn't you know? Today I get the deed to the rancho. I just bought it.
Well, what do you think of that? Well, now, Mr. Phillips, I'm right glad to hear that.
Pardon, Senor. Did I hear you say you bought the rancho you are living on?
Yeah, Senor. That is right. I own it now.
Those moneylenders do not have anything to do with it anymore?
Not a thing.
And you have nothing to do with them anymore?
I'll probably never see them again. Nor will any of you.
But, Senor, this is wonderful. I am so happy for you. You hear that, Senor? You hear? Senor Phillips, we like you. You are a nice fellow, but those others are no good. And now that you have nothing more to do with them, we apologize for not being friends before, huh? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm happy to have you all as friends. We forget the past and get along fine together. And you all come to the barbecue tonight, yeah?
Lewis Phillips overcame the distrust of the rancheros and began to lead the march of progress which followed. In 1873, Lewis Phillips gave the Southern Pacific Railroad a right-of-way through his land, and a year later, the first train ran into Spadra Station from Los Angeles. With a railroad in sight, the whole San Jose Valley began to think in terms of a town, and soon an association was formed to lay out the site on Lewis Phillips Rancho. The project aroused great enthusiasm, especially when...
Hey, have you heard? They're having a contest to pick the name of the new town.
A free lot for the name they pick as the winner.
Boy, am I going to get in on that.
Can you think of a good one?
How about Palomar?
I like Phillips.
San Jose.
They are.
Well, I don't know. I sort of like Pomona. You know, she was the goddess of fruit.
Pomona?
Pomona. Sure, let's make it Pomona.
Pomona, goddess of fruit. An appropriate name for the center of a great fruit-growing area. The name won a Free City lot for Solomon Gates, a nurseryman. And the new city to be became Pomona. Plans were rushed. Great campaigns of advertising swept over the Southland, promoting the new town. The trains ran excursions. The whole country turned out to see the opening auction on Washington's birthday, 1876. The occasion was a brilliant success. Lots were sold. It looked like the town of Pomona was to be definitely on the map. Then, one night, several months after the sale...
Evening, Harvey. Ain't you up pretty late?
Can't sleep, Elmer. Don't know what's the matter. I got kind of a funny feeling like something's going to happen.
Oh, you know better than that. Ain't nothing ever happens here, except a dog, and more people coming to live.
Well, darned if I know what it is, but I got a feeling.
Trouble with you, it's just warm tonight in spite of the breeze. That's why you can't sleep.
It is mighty warm, but... Say, do you smell smoke?
Seems slightly I do. Probably imagination, though.
And listen, don't you hear nothing? Sort of a crackling like?
Say, I believe you're right. I wonder what, Harvey. Look here, the hotel, she's afire.
Holy mackerel, she's burning like a bonfire. She'll go up in no time.
And with that wind, it'll take the whole town. We gotta do something quick. Oh, Pomona would wipe out. Fire!
A disastrous fire, combined with drought and lack of money, almost ruined the little town before it got a start. But a few people stuck, and in 1887, when Pomona was incorporated, 3,500 people called it their home. There were schools, banks, churches, newspapers, factories, and hotels. Then came the great boom which raged through California, and the land which had once sheltered the herds of Don Ignacio Palomares and Don Ricardo Vejar now took its place in the great modern world of achievement. Today, many thousands of people live within the boundaries of Rancho San Jose, the people of Pomona, Claremont, San Dimas, Spadra, Cucamonga. They have built beautiful cities of streets and homes, founded colleges of distinction, raised crops and stock of superior quality. And each year at this time, they've held a great modern fiesta, the County Fair, devoted to Southern California's wealth of agriculture, livestock, the arts and crafts, and dedicated in the spirit of Pomona, goddess of fruit. Such is the romance of the ranchos.
Frank Graham will be back in just a moment. But first, I want to say that it's the hope of the Title Insurance and Trust Company that hearing tonight the colorful story of Rancho San Jose will make your trip to the fair at Pomona through the beautiful valley so loved in Rancho days by the characters in tonight's drama even more interesting and significant than it would otherwise be. And the contrast presented between that day and this, in peoples and population, in sports and customs and means of travel and communication, will sharpen your picture of the Southland's growth. The information from which was taken the historical framework of tonight's drama is the same information by means of which the Title Insurance and Trust Company is able to trace from the beginning the title to any land you buy. to verify the title of every previous owner and to ensure the validity of your ownership. It is wise to insist upon this protection whenever you invest in real estate. What's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we have a story about the section of Southern California where now are located the cities of Inglewood, Redondo, Hermosa, Manhattan, and El Segundo, but which was once part of two romantic ranchos, Ajuaje de la Centinela and Sausal Redondo. But remember, next week, Romance of the Ranchos will come to you at a new time, Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. Be sure to listen, won't you? Until a week from Wednesday, then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, returns at a new time, Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. Listen again a week from Wednesday, October 1st, for another thrilling dramatization of the Romance of the Ranchos. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Of the Ranchos.
April 4th, 1845.
Inglewood traded for 2 barrels of brandy.
November 16th, 1860.
Scotch nobleman buys Rancho Centinela.
May 23rd, 1941.
Celebrities throng opener at Hollywood Park. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, dramatizing the thrilling adventure which signalized the growth of Southern California from the days of the Dons to the present. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, uncovers another tale of the early days of the Southland, recreated from the pages of history. It is the business of the Title Insurance and Trust Company to know the facts about land ownership in Southern California. And believe me, that means a lot of facts to know when you consider that the early day ranchos, comprising what is now Los Angeles County, have been split up into more than 1.5 million separate parcels of assessed real estate. That means thousands and thousands of changes of ownership of these parcels through the years. Keeping track of all these and of the milestones in the lives of the myriads of owners, deaths, wills, divorces, deeds, mortgages, foreclosures, judgments, and so on, is the big job of the Title Insurance and Trust Company. It's a job that never ends and one that gets harder rather than easier as time goes on. Our story tonight, however, presents the romantic and adventurous background of all this activity, and it's one of the most interesting of the series. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight deals with the land we know as the modern cities of Inglewood, Hawthorne, El Segundo, and Redondo, Hermosa, and Manhattan beaches, steeped in the romance of the ranchos. Back through time, our story takes us from the Hollywood Park of today to another kind of horse race, which took place in the year 1822.
Stop! Hold! Hey, he dismounted, hidden that pile of rocks. We have him surrounded. Dismount. We'll close in on him. Julio, you stay with the horses. All right, men, spread out. How are you all, men? Be careful. These men are desperate. Slowly now.
There he is,
Hold
running
your
down the
fire.
ravine.
Hold your fire. Get him, fire! He's down. Hurry, after him.
There he is.
Where he is.
It's a fair trade. He ruined my sombrero, but he will not need a sombrero anymore, huh?
No, he will not steal any more horses either. Let that be a lesson to all horse thieves.
Hi there, Antonio. Did you catch the horse thief?
See, that's him riding with Julio.
Riding with Julio? Oh, I see. He's dead.
Better he is than we, huh?
See, good work. I've been waiting for you. I have news.
News, huh? Well, wait a minute. I must rest a moment before I get excited again. Juan, see to this fellow, will you?
See, Don Antonio. I fix him up. One wooden box.
And see that the news is spread, huh? So that all horse thieves will know that I, Don Antonio Ignacio Avila, will personally see to it they do not escape from the law.
See, I will.
Oh, you're a good catcher of horse thieves, Don Antonio.
It is my duty as consular of the Pueblo.
You do your duty so well that Capitan Noriega, military commander of Santa Barbara, has decided to reward you.
Reward for me?
See, that is the news I have for you. He has sent you permission to use the place called Sasual Redondo to build the corral and keep your stock.
You mean the land by the round clump of willows?
See, it is yours.
This is wonderful news, wonderful. Oh, Madre de Dios, I'm so happy. I will make it my rancho. Rancho Sasual Redondo, the property of Don Antonio Ignacio Avila.
Councilman of the Pueblo and horse thief catcher extraordinary.
And so in 1822, the year after Mexico obtained its independence from Spain, Don Antonio Ignacio Avila became the holder of a great rancho. He'd only been given permission to live there and keep his cattle, and actual ownership to the land was not given him for 15 years. Then, too, the boundaries of his domain were not clearly fixed. The way was open for other settlers to contest his claim to the great 25,000-acre parcel of land. Thus, when another prominent and respected citizen of the early Southland moved in on what Don Antonio considered his tract, he made no protest at first. Then, one day came the news.
Don Antonio!
See, what is it, Diego? What's the matter?
I've just come from the Pueblo. Don Ignacio Machado is at the prefect's office. He's filing a claim to the land of Centinela Creek where he's been living.
What? You mean he really intends to claim ownership?
See, that is what he's doing right now.
Caramba. I must get there at once. I must protest. This is my land. Here, your horse. I must hurry. See, I must hurry. But, Senor Prefect, I protest. This is my land.
Well, Don Antonio, that is what is not quite clear. The boundaries of your land have never been very clear. I hardly know what to say.
Everyone knows that the land of the round clump of willows called Sasual Redondo is mine.
That's just it, Don Antonio. I claim the land called the Springs of the Sentinel, not your Sasual Redondo.
Ah, Don Ignacio, that you should do such a thing to me. It's the same thing. It is part of my land.
I disagree, senor. If it is your land, why have you not used it, cultivated it?
Because I was being gracious and letting you use it. But I didn't think you'd do this to me.
You were being gracious. Senor, why have you not said something before? Why have you not protested before? For 3 years I have lived here, built houses, a corral, planted a vineyard.
See, Don Antonio, he even built a reservoir and ditches for irrigation.
No matter. It was not his land.
That is a matter for the ayuntamiento to decide, not you, senor.
And I say no, senor.
Senores, please. This is an office of the law. You will have to call somewhere else.
Pardon, senor.
I did not mean to lose my temper, senor Prefect. Only this fellow is so irritating.
It is not that I am irritating. It's that you are so stubborn, Don Antonio. If there is any justice, I shall have my land.
If there is any justice,
Senores, please.
But Don Antonio didn't secure what he called justice. The Ayuntamiento, or City Council of Los Angeles, decided that Machado had valid claim to the land called Aguaje de la Centinela, or Springs of the Sentinel. And so the neighbors were forced to bury their quarrel. A few years later, in 1837, Governor Alvarado granted Don Antonio title to his land. And Machado received his grant in 1844 from the later governor, Michel Torrena. And then, a year later, Don Ignacio Machado finally tired of the country and decided to move into Los Angeles. At last, Don Antonio Avila saw a chance to regain possession of all the land for his family. And so he called in his brother, Bruno.
You see, I've just had word that Don Ignacio has decided to move into the Pueblo. He wishes to leave his rancho Aguaje de la Centinela.
See, but where do I come in?
Why, Don Ignacio is looking for a house in the pueblo.
See, but...
Well, my brother, you have a house in the pueblo?
See, I have, but I do not understand.
Well, if you could persuade Don Ignacio to trade...
You mean I give up my house for his little rancho?
Oh, but Bruno, it is a fine rancho, very valuable. His vineyards grow finest grapes for vino.
No, vino?
See, it is rich land, eh? You will enjoy the country life.
That I will not. I am happy in the pueblo. My house there, it is worth much more than this rancho. No, I think I stay.
But, Bruno, for me, for our family, think of it. This great rancho, once again ours, all ours. It will keep our children's children rich and respected, great rancheros. You must think of them.
But, well, I don't know. I'll think about it.
So you come before me to transfer your property.
See, that is right, Senor Sanchez. Don Bruno Avila here has a house in the pueblo. I have the rancho Aguaje de la Centinela. We wish to trade.
See, I will draw up the necessary paper. Let me see now. Ignacio Machado and Bruno Avila. April 4, 1845. Ignacio Machado give to Bruno Avila.
Don Ignacio. Right. See, Don Bruno, I have been thinking. I do not think I want to live in the country. Mm-hmm. This is a fine time to be thinking of that. The business is all settled. In a moment, Senor Sanchez will have the papers already. But I think my house in the pueblo is worth more than your rancho, and I do not like this. But, mi amigo, you came to me and offered... I know, but I have thought it over. It is not enough. Not enough? What more can I give? I do not own any more land. I have no gold. Perhaps you have aguardiente, brandy? Si, plenty. Made from my own vineyards. Just like you will be able to make. Well, suppose you had a couple of barrels of brandy. Then perhaps your rancho would be worth as much as my house. Almost 2 barrels? There's a lot of worth much less. See, that is what I mean. Very well, I shall do it, Senor Sanchez. Add to what I shall give Don Bruno 2 barrels of aguardiente. But the best aguardiente? Si.
Of course, senores. Just a moment.
Senor, you see, you still get the best of the bargain. Not at all, senor. I am foolish to make such a bad trade. Senor, you evidently do not know the value of a house in the pueblo. You evidently do not realize the value of a great rancho in the country.
Here you are, senores. It is all ready.
Good. Then it is settled.
Not exactly. You must sign the paper first.
Sign the paper?
See? Put your name to it.
But, senor, I do not know how to write.
You cannot even sign your name?
No. He cannot even sign his name.
Then I will sign for you, Don Bruno.
Gracias, senor.
Here we are. There. Now, Don Ignacio? Will you sign now?
You mean I must sign it too?
But of course.
Oh. But that is... It will be impossible. Sore hands, you know. But a minute ago, your hand wasn't sore. You shook hands with me. But, very sudden, you know, rheumatism.
Would you like for me to sign for you too, Don Ignacio?
Gracias, senor. So, you laugh because I cannot write, eh? And all the time, you cannot sign your name either, eh? So, caught you this time, Don Ignacio.
Once again, the 2 great ranchos were merged into ownership by the same family. In 1851, the new rulers of California, the United States government, appointed a land commission to pass upon the validity of Spanish and Mexican land grants. And finally, patents were issued to the Avila brothers. But a few years later, disaster was to strike for Bruno. He needed money worse than land. And so we went first to John G. Downey and James P. McFarland, Los Angeles' first bankers, and later to Hilliard P. Dorsey, from whom he borrowed money.
Mr. Dorsey, I want $1,400.
That's a lot of money, Vila. I'll have to have some security.
See, I've thought of that. I'll give you a mortgage on the Rancho Aguaje de la Centinela. Bruno.
Si, Senor Sheriff.
Bad news for you. This is a summons for your appearance in court. Your land is to be foreclosed.
Don Bruno was able successfully to contest the foreclosure suit by Downey and McFarland. But when the debtor came into court to contest Dorsey's suit...
And, so it seems to me, Don Bruno, from reading of the agreement between you and Mr. Dorsey, he has a valid claim against you.
But, Senor, before you said...
In the case of Downey and McFarland, your wife did not sign the mortgage on your homestead. According to the law, she must. But this time, she did sign.
But, Senor Judge, I speak only Spanish. It was written in English. I did not know what I was signing. I suppose that the rancho had been reserved for us.
I'm sorry, Senora. Afraid the law can't recognize that claim. My decision is that Captain Hilliard B. Dorsey is entitled to a judgment of $3,359 and a decree of foreclosure.
Details of the records of Captain Hilliard's judgment and decree of foreclosure against Don Bruno's land are posted in the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company, along with those of thousands of other transactions behind which lie real-life stories of drama, tragedy, triumph, happiness, and woe. One of the many sources of land title information which the Title Insurance Company must check daily is the county's record of Superior Court filings. During 1940 alone, these included 56,565 separate actions affecting land titles, and the figure for the last 10 years is 515,294. Among these were 125,875 divorces, 97,257 probates, 50,512 involving juveniles, and 32,555 classified as psychopathics, which include cases of incompetency and commitments to insane asylums. Each and every one of these filings can affect the validity of land titles. So each and every one was noted and posted in the Title Insurance Company records the same day it was filed in Superior Court.
Once again, the rancho of Guaje de la Centinela was split from Sal Redondo in ownership. For in 1856, Hilliard P. Dorsey stood in front of the county courthouse.
1,900. Who'll make it 2,000?
2,000?
I have 2,000. Do I hear more? It's going for 2,000. Once, twice. Sold to Captain Hilliard P. Dorsey for the sum of $2,000.
But Captain Dorsey, a veteran of the Mexican War and a real Westerner, was not to enjoy ownership of his rancho very long. For he had married Civility Rubottom, daughter of Uncle Billy Rubottom, who was one of the Southland's best-loved characters. And the captain and his wife, and his wife's relatives, had their disagreements. One day, Dorsey returned home.
Civility! Civility, I brought company.
That's funny.
Perhaps your wife has gone outside.
I didn't see her. Perhaps she's in here.
Civility!
Perhaps she has left you, senor.
What'd you say?
Oh, perdóneme. I did not mean anything by it.
That's all right, Ramon. What's this? A note.
Oh, probably telling you she has gone to the neighbors.
No, Ramon. You were right the first time. She's run away from me. She's gone to her father's house in El Monte and taken our baby with her.
Oh, senor, I am sorry, but surely her father... that does not mean anything.
You don't know her father, senor. He doesn't care very much for me.
Oh, that is too bad.
Yeah, too bad for him. This is the last time I'll stand for his meddling. I'm going out there to his place in El Monte and bring her back. I'd like to see him try to stop me.
Senor, you must be careful.
Yeah? Let him be careful, senor.
Father, I have a feeling like...
Now, Civility, don't you get excited. Nothing's going to happen. Hilliard and you had these quarrels before.
Yeah.
It's high time you taught him a lesson.
But he's not likely to sit back and do nothing. He's the kind of man who doesn't like to be crossed.
Well, stop fretting. If he comes here, he'll just be wasting his time. That is, unless he comes to apologize.
Apologize? Not Hilliard. That's what I'm afraid of. He might...
Now, Civility, just forget such things. Ain't nothing going to happen.
What was that?
No, probably nothing at all. Just the wind.
Sounded like somebody coming in the gate.
Your imagination's working overtime, Civility. If it'll make you feel any better, I'll go see.
Father, don't. I'm afraid.
Now, child, just be calm. Ain't nothing to worry about. Take my old shotgun with me. I'll be all right.
Father.
Hello there. Anybody out there? Hello. That you, Dorsey?
Yeah, that's me. I'm coming in, Rhubarb. Get out of my way.
Now, just a minute, son. Just calm down a bit.
I said get out of my way. I've come to get my wife, and you ain't going to stop me.
Now, look here, Dorsey. You better get control of yourself.
You're asking for it.
Father, look out. He's got a gun.
Dorsey, don't.
Father, are you hurt?
I'm all right, Civility.
Hilliard.
I'm awful sorry, Civility. It's either him or me. I guess I had the best aim.
Hilliard P. Dorsey was dead, and his widow, Civility, had no taste for running the complicated affairs of the Rancho Aguaje de la Centinela. Among her many other troubles was the cause of a certain Frenchman, the son-in-law of the former owner, Bruno Avila. He'd built his home on the land.
But this is no longer Don Bruno's land. I own it now, and you have no right here.
Mademoiselle, this is my home. I built it with my own hands. My wife, she and I live here, and you want that we should go.
I do. This is my land. I need it for my own cattle.
But where am I supposed to go, huh?
I don't care where you go. We've let you stay here this long, and I can't let it go on any longer.
Senor, I shall run him off, no?
No, I want no violence. I'm sure the gentleman will see my position and leave of his own accord.
That I will not do. This is my home, and here I stay.
The widow Dorsey could not cope with the situation, and shortly afterward she sold the rancho with great relief. The next owner was Francis J. Carpenter, who turned the property over to Joseph Lancaster Brent, the attorney and land title expert, almost immediately. Brent quickly settled the matter of the Frenchman by paying him $300 for any further claim to the land. Then a stranger came to town, and shortly afterward he stopped in to see them.
Mr. Brent, I hear you'll be interested to sell your share of this land called Rancho Centinela.
Yes, I've been thinking of it, sir. You see, I'm a Southerner, and there's some talk of war between my countrymen and them Yankees. If that's the case, I want to be free to go back and offer my services. But tell me, you're a Scotch nobleman, aren't you? Why would you want to be buying land here?
Well, I don't want to seem disloyal, but the climate here satisfies my wife and me. It's quite a bit different than our cold, dreary highlands.
Well, sir, I'll warrant it is. So you decided you'd like to live here?
Well, I think so. That is, if I can get the land I want.
And that is Centinela?
To start with, yes.
Well, perhaps I can accommodate you, sir. That is, if...
Well, don't worry about that, Mr. Brent. The price is no object.
Well, then, I'm sure we can make a deal.
Joseph Lancaster Brent went off to become a great Confederate general, and Sir Robert Burnett of Craig's Castle, Scotland, took up his abode in Bruno Avila Adobe, which stands today. Shortly afterward, he bought the Rancho Sao Sal Redondo from the heirs of Antonio Ignacio Avila, and once more, these two tracts were combined into one great rancho. For 12 years, Sir Robert directed operations of sheep and cattle raising on his vast acreage. But finally, in 1873, it became necessary for him to return to Scotland. And with regret, he turned his domain over to another.
How did you happen to come here, sir, all the way from Canada?
Well, we were going to Jamaica for my wife's health, but I read a book called California for Health, Pleasure, and Residence, so I came here instead.
So we have people advertising our land, huh? And now you've decided to stay?
Yes. I've looked over a number of ranchos, but I don't mind telling you I like yours best. The cool sea air will be very beneficial for my wife's health, too.
But you see, Mr. Freeman, I don't want to sell. I only want a lease.
I'll even do that. I'll take a lease if you'll give me the first option to buy.
It's a deal, Mr. Freeman.
And so Daniel Freeman, the father of Inglewood, came into possession of the great rancho. A few years after, he stocked its acres with new herds of cattle and fine horses, and planted thousands of fruit and eucalyptus trees, he was able to exercise his option to buy, and the march of progress was begun. Up until 1875, it had been thought that this land was best for cattle and sheep raising. But in 1875 and 76, the great drought parched the land, and sheep and cattle died like flies. Daniel Freeman fought to save his herds.
Round up those strays, Ben, and keep them moving. Don't let them stop.
Oh, Dan, it's no use. The poor creatures can't stand it.
If I can only get them to the hills, they may find enough green foliage to save them.
But you'll never get them to the hills. Not many, anyway. They're dropping like flies. You lost thousands of heads of sheep.
I'll save the others if I can.
Oh, it's not much use, Dan. You better do what some of the other ranchers are doing. Driving them over the cliffs into the sea. Pulling them out of their misery.
Maybe, but I'm going to try the hills first. And, Joe, one thing I know. This country is going to grow and become a big shipping and industrial community. They'll need lots of farmland to supply them. And I'm going ahead with the times. This is going to be a barley farm next year.
Daniel Freeman envisioned the great land that was to be, and he helped to build it, not just with his vast acres of barley, which found markets in New York and London, but as an active participant in the birth of a new city. In 1887, the directors of the Centinela Englewood Land Company gathered.
Gentlemen, I'm pleased to sell you this great tract of land for development into the town of Englewood.
Mr. Freeman, we're going to build a real town. We're all set to buy and sell lots. Build a hotel, put in water and gas works, everything. Englewood's going to be metropolis before you know it.
Hey, look at this in the Englewood Star. 1,500,000 feet of lumber will be delivered to Englewood at once. 4,500,000 feet more coming. Lumber will be sold at cost to all who'll build. 50 new buildings going up inside of 30 days.
Railroads to Redondo Beach is in. Goes right through Englewood. Why, there's nothing to stop us now.
Why, we got grocery stores, hotels, livery stables, a brickyard, and we're even going to have a college. Yes, sir, the Freeman College of Applied Sciences.
Sure, town lots and farms in Englewood can be bought cheap today, but they'll never be cheaper. Englewood's not a town on paper.
No, sir, she's a real town. She's going to grow into a big, beautiful, and prosperous city. You bet.
And Englewood did grow into just that. Today, it's a prosperous community of over 30,000 people. Its tree-shaded streets of homes and gardens, watered by the same springs of the Sentinel, which attracted Antonio Ignacio Avila. Around it, on the 25,000 acres of the Rancho Aguaje de la Centinela and Rancho Sausal Redondo, have sprung up other prosperous communities. Hawthorne, Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, and El Segundo. On the romantic domain of the Avilas stands the Douglas Aircraft Company's El Segundo Division and the North American plant furnishing wings for the defense of our nation. One of the country's greatest airports is fast taking shape. It's the Los Angeles Municipal Port at Mines Field. And true to the traditions of Don Antonio Avila, that great horseman and catcher of horse thieves, and to the spirit of Daniel Freeman, breeder of fine horses, it is still intimately associated with the sound of running hooves. For it is the home of that modern mecca of horse lovers, Hollywood Park. Such is the story of progress, and such is the romance of the ranchos.
Few people realize that title insurance service comparable to that provided by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles is not available anywhere else in the United States at rates so low as prevail here. One reason such low rates are possible is that this company writes more policies of a title insurance than any other company in the United States. But the principal reason is the efficiency of its methods and personnel and the completeness of its files, the same files that contain the facts on which are based these authentic stories of Southern California's adventurous past. The Title Insurance and Trust Company sincerely hopes that you find these programs entertaining, and that by exploring for you the colorful history of our Southland, they add something to your enjoyment in living here. And what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, our story deals with the home of movie stars, Beverly Hills, which was once the great Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas. It's the story of a lonely but valiant widow who weathered trouble with neighbors and the Indians and single-handed raised her great family. And so, until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
Romance of the Ranchos, featuring Frank Graham as the Wandering Vaquero, is brought to you each Wednesday night at this time by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
Presenting Joel McRae as Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's transcribed case, Candyman.
It is 4 p.m., April 14th, 1947. A prisoner at the jail in Pentland County, Texas, is being returned to his cell as the visiting hour comes to an end. His name is Paul Abbott, serving out a 6-month sentence for petty larceny. His cellmate, John Saygood, has not had a visitor. For Saygood is being held without bail, awaiting trial for murder.
All right, Abbott. In.
Your wife bring what I told you to get for me?
Yeah, I got it, Johnny. Candy and the razor blades. You know we're not supposed to have razor blades.
Yeah. If they find them on me, they might put me in jail. What are you so nervous about with your lousy 6-month flat bit? I'm facing the chair, and my nerves are still better than yours.
Look, Saygood, I only got a month and a half to go. I don't want to get in no trouble. Lay off, will
you? Are you telling me what I should do, you cheap heister?
Oh, Johnny, let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
No kidding. Really? Gee, kid, I'm sorry. Maybe I played too rough, and you're my pal. Model prisoner like you with only a few weeks to go never gets searched after a visit. And you're so good to me. Have a piece of candy, pal.
I don't want any.
Okay. You know, while you've been out visiting, I've been thinking. I'm going to let you and your wife do me another favor. A big favor.
Look, I got to be careful what I ask her. I can't upset her now. You know that.
Oh, that's right. The baby's due soon, ain't it, Papa? Wouldn't want the kid to start out without an old man, would you?
What do you mean, Johnny?
I wanted to see if your wife could get these razor blades in. Now, next time she comes, tell her to bring me a hacksaw and a gun.
No, Johnny.
You don't want to see me go to the chair, do you? Now, if you do, I could take one of these blades to your throat.
No, Johnny.
Keep your voice down.
All right, Johnny. All right. I'll do it.
You'll do it. Now, don't kid me. I can hear the wheels turning in that square head of yours. Next time the screw takes you out of here, you'll spill your guts.
I won't, Johnny, I swear.
I know you won't. And I'll tell you why. Because if you rat on me, somebody will slip a shiv into you. In jail or out. Now, remember that. Remember it if you ever want to see that kid.
You don't realize what you're asking me to do.
I ain't asking, I'm telling. If you decide to get brave with your own neck, remember I can have your wife taken care of, too.
You wouldn't do that.
All right, shut up. Here comes the screw.
What's the yelping about? What's going on in here?
We was just arguing, that's all.
About what?
Baseball. How many games Gehrig played for the Yanks?
Is that right, Abbott?
Ain't that right, Abbott?
Yeah, that's right. Baseball.
Frantic with fear, Paul Abbott yielded to Saygood and, through his wife, obtained the gun and hacksaw. The blow-off came a week later when the Pentland County jailer was killed, and Saygood and Abbott escaped. While roadblocks were being quickly set up by Ranger and Highway Patrol units, Ranger Jace Pearson contacted Sheriff Leonard Ginn at the county jail.
Well, they were in this cell, Ranger.
Yeah. Tongue of the lock has been hacksawed, Sheriff.
Yeah, they must have waited in the passage until the jailer turned the corner here. Then shot him through the stomach and took his keys.
Any idea where they got the gun?
No, but Abbott's wife was allowed to visit. She could have slipped it in to him.
You got a pickup out for her?
Mm-hmm. Deputy's out after her now. Abbott made a big jump when they gunned the jailer. From petty larceny to jailbreak and murder.
I don't know. A murderer like Saygood, he had a reason to crash out. But a first-timer like Abbott with only 4 weeks to go, he doesn't figure to make a break.
Well, just the same, Abbott's gone with Saygood.
We may find out why when we bring in his wife. Sometimes a man goes places he doesn't want to go, with a gun in his back.
What could I do, Sheriff? What else could I do? That man would have killed him.
Yeah?
Did you arrange anything else for them, Mrs. Abbott? Get clothing or an automobile?
No, how could I? I even had to lie to my mother to get money. To buy the gun. Paul was in jail and I wasn't working. I was always borrowing money to bring him things.
I understand. The one behind the bars doesn't do all the suffering.
I'd have done anything for Paul. But I had to take the food out of my mouth to buy things for that other man. And it isn't me alone. I'll be having my baby soon. Why did Paul go with him? Why?
I don't think he went willingly, Mrs. Abbott. I'm afraid he went at the point of that gun you brought in.
I begin to agree with that, Ranger.
You told us you brought Saygood a lot of candy.
Yes. More than $1 worth every week.
There's a real sweet tooth, Jace. Always sitting up a yammer for sugar at meal times.
Yeah. Mrs. Abbott, will you excuse us for a moment? Sheriff, I want to see you for a second.
Oh, sure.
You got anybody watching our house in case Abbott and Saygood show up there?
Yeah, it's covered.
Good. Your office hasn't any report of a stolen car, huh?
Nope, nothing yet.
And they're probably on foot. Could be out of the county by now, though. We have other ranger units in the area. I'm going to call my headquarters and have one of them come with me so he can beat the countryside.
Okay. Anything else you want me to handle?
Yeah. They'll have to eat wherever they are. And even if they have money, they won't take a chance on being spotted buying anything for a while.
That figures.
I want you to make a careful check on any robbery report you get from food stores.
Uh-huh.
I'd like an itemized account of everything that's taken. I got a hunch Saygood will make a special effort to get his hands on some candy. All that day, nothing turned up in the roadblock, while Ranger Jim Leeds and I rode through the countryside without finding a trace of the man we were after. But on the following morning...
Maybe we've been heading the wrong way, Jace.
I don't think so, Leeds. Coming this way would have been the fastest trail out of the county. Otherwise, all wilderness for more than 80 miles. Too much of them on foot without supplies.
Still figuring they cut through toward US 280, eh?
They must have. They'll have to get to a car someplace unless they got a spot to hole up in real close. I don't think Saygood would take that chance. He'll want distance.
Yeah. Farmhouse head.
A rider coming, too. He's really pounding leather.
He sees us. Coming right this way.
Let's meet him.
Howdy, strangers.
Ooh, Charcoal.
Yeah, I didn't expect anybody so soon.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I just called the sheriff less than half an hour ago. Ain't that why you're here?
We didn't know about your call. What happened?
Well, my dogs flushed a couple of prowlers during the night. I've been out all night hunting them, or I'd have put in a call before.
Maybe you're boys. You know what they look like?
No, all I saw was two shadows. Dogs woke me up like I told you. Men was prowling around.
We better have a look at his place, Leeds.
Yeah.
We'll ride back with you.
Oh,
Yeah. How long ago did it happen?
Oh, reckon it was 2 a.m., about 6 hours ago.
You say you chased him?
Yeah, but I couldn't spot him in the dark. Just rode around all night. I'd have had any sense, I'd have called right away, but they threw a couple of shots at me when I saw him, and I got hot and went for my gun and lit out.
I see. They get anything?
When I went back to the house this morning, my missus said a couple of shirts and jeans was missing.
Must be Saygood and Abbott, all right. Getting rid of their jail clothes. They have horses?
No, I didn't hear any.
Maybe they were going to take a couple of yours and didn't have time to get them. How come your dogs didn't stay after them?
Dogs pinned up. Should have turned them loose, but like I said, I was too hot to do any thinking after they shot at me.
If you had done any thinking, you'd have stayed home. One of the men you were chasing is a killer, and about as cold now. We picked up their trail near the farmhouse, and about 4 miles out, we found the ashes of a fire and chicken bones and feathers, and in the brush near the same spot, a bundle of prison clothes. From there, the trail led straight to the U.S. highway.
See the road through the brush now, Jace.
Yeah. Let's hope we spot a highway patrol car before we...
Hey, what's the matter?
Something off the road in that patch of Douglas fir.
Looks like the front of a truck. Pulled pretty far back.
Come on. Get up, Charlie.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah. Oh. Whoa, boy. Haul truck. Stacked with new cars.
Uh-huh.
That's what they are.
Well screened from the road, all right.
Yeah. Driver doesn't seem to be around.
Unloading ramps down, Jace.
Tire tracks on the ground. They've got a car now, all right.
Wonder what happened to the driver of the truck.
Blood on the cab seat. And more on the running board in the ground.
Goes this way.
There he is.
Dead, Jace. Probably tried to go for help and couldn't make it.
Yeah. Wound looks like Saygood's trademark. Shot through the stomach.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Now we continue with tonight's case, Candyman, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I left the horses with Leeds at the nearest town. He did some checking while I got a lift back to Pentland to pick up the car and horse trailer. Then I drove back to meet Leeds where I'd left him. Come on, boy. Get in the trailer. Move, boy.
Ready to roll, Jace.
Yeah, we'll roll as soon as we can figure out which way. You check on those gas stations?
Highway patrol went all the way down the line. No station serviced the car we're looking for. No pump locks were broken during the night.
They must have driven as far as they wanted to go and ditched the car. Somewhere within about 100 miles from here.
How do you figure that?
Well, new cars coming off the assembly line only get a few gallons of gas put in them. If they didn't take on more gas, they got as far as they could on what was in the tank.
That makes sense.
We'll head west. Saygood's had trouble in Oklahoma and Louisiana, according to his record, and so he'd go to New Mexico, where he's clean, if he left the state.
Yeah? Guess it's our best shot.
KTXA to Unit 10. KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Have report for Unit 10 on subject John Saygood. Only known associate of Saygood's was woman known as Marcella Roberts. Present whereabouts unknown. Last location was place of business, beauty salon in Abilene, Texas. Left there 2 months ago.
Unit 10 requests check of cosmetic distributors and supply houses. Check recent orders as possible source of new address on subject Marcella Roberts.
Will do, Unit 10. Moment, Unit 10. Have another message coming in for you, Unit 10. Stand by.
Unit 10 standing by.
Maybe they found the car, Jase.
Be a big help if they have.
Here it is, Unit 10. General store at Pike Hill entered during early morning. Situated 30 miles west, your present location. Check of stolen merchandise includes candy.
That fits subject Saygood. Proceeding to Pike Hill immediately. Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA, Austin.
Sleep in a room right back of the store here, Ranger, when I hear this noise. I got up and lit the light, and it was just before daybreak.
You see anybody?
Nope. I opened the door into the store, and then the dang cat popped into my room and started purring and rubbing against my leg. So I just figured she knocked something over, so I went on back to bed.
I see.
Didn't know anybody'd broken in until I got up this morning and found the door glass busted. Must have slept through that, though. I sleep real sound. Guess I woke up when they knocked this stack of canned goods over. Got 'em up and got 'em all stacked again now.
You call the sheriff right away?
Yep. As soon as I found a few dollars from the cash drawer missing. Didn't think about the candy counter. Don't keep much, you know. Till a couple of kids come in later on wanting some peppermint lifesavers. Then I saw a whole box of them was gone and some chocolate bars.
I guess that's when the sheriff got in touch with us then. Now, we'll rope off this showcase and have somebody from our lab come in to check it for fingerprints so we can be sure it was the man we were after.
Not much doubt about it, Jase.
Nothing like being sure. We drove further west from Pike Hill past Virgo while we waited for the fingerprint check. We combed the brush along the highway looking for the car Saygood and Abbott had stolen, but there was no sign of it. If it was abandoned, it might stay hidden for weeks.
Nothing in here, Jase.
No. Would have been a good spot to ditch a car, though. Well, they couldn't have driven much further than this.
We may find it further on.
Maybe. Maybe we've already passed it.
Call on your car radio, Jase.
Yeah. I heard it.
KTXA to Unit 10. Come in, Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Report on subject Marcella Roberts. Cosmetic distributor check shows nail enamel ordered in subject's name 2 weeks ago. Delivery made to Adorable Beauty Salon, Virgo, Texas.
Units 10 and 7 continuing investigation. Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA, Austin.
Pile in, leads.
Virgo's about 15 miles back, Jase.
Yeah, I had a hunch we came too far.
Figure the woman's helping them hide out?
Saygood didn't head in this direction without a reason. If she isn't hiding him, she'll know where he's headed. Marcella Roberts wasn't at work, nor was she at her home when we got there, but she came home about an hour later. We left our car out of sight. She didn't see us until she came up the steps to the private entrance on the porch. Miss Roberts?
What? Oh, Rangers. I didn't see you.
Thought you might be able to help us. You know a man named John Saygood?
I used to know him, long time ago.
You seen him lately?
Well, how could I? I heard that he was in jail.
The paper boy must have been neglecting you lately. He's out. We're looking for him.
All right, Ranger. I'll tell you what I know. He probably headed for Oklahoma City. Told me once that he could always hide out there if he got in any trouble.
He should have carried a compass because he headed the wrong way. He broke into a store at Pike Hill before sunup this morning, and he was still moving in this direction when he left there.
Well, I haven't seen him.
Good. And you won't mind if we take a look through your apartment.
If you've got any objection, one of us can wait here while the other gets a warrant.
All right, you can come in. I only hesitated because the place is a mess.
Sure. But we won't tell the neighbors. Come on, let's go.
Well, here you are. I couldn't hide a mouse in here.
Leeds, check the bathroom and closets. I'll look in the kitchen.
Right, Jay. Nobody here, Chase, that's for sure.
No, not now. But there was somebody here.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you were a better housekeeper, you might make a better liar. You could have swept up these candy wrappers on the floor.
Is there a law against eating candy? I eat it all the time.
So does Saygood. You happen to have a 30-day diet tacked up on your kitchen wall. Your figure says you've been following it pretty close.
You can't prove anything with that.
Maybe not. But there's something else. 2 different brands of cigarettes in this ashtray. And one brand doesn't have any lipstick on them.
I had a boyfriend visit me.
I'm going to check every store in this town and find out if you bought a load of groceries today. And if you did,
What?
you better be able to show them or prove where they went.
Ranger,
You're concealing and aiding a murderer. You can serve a lot of time for that, Marcella. Enough to rub off those good looks before you get out.
I don't want to go to jail. But you don't know Johnny. He killed me.
Where is he?
Well, I took him and the other fellow up the back road to the Sierra Diablo foothills. Said he'd hide out there and come back in a week. After I raised some money for him to get out of the country.
You lead us out to where you left him. And don't bother about raising that money. He isn't going to be needing it. We followed her to the place where Saygood and Abbott had been dropped, at the base of the wild Sierra Diablo country, catching the last rays of the sun. Leeds and I took our horses out of the trailer and started after them.
Getting pretty dark, Jace.
Yeah. Have to leave the horses and go on foot soon, or we'll lose this trail.
I can hardly see anything now.
Hold up a minute. Woo, Charcoal.
Oh, what?
There's a moist patch here. One of them slipped and fell.
Yeah, the one making the heaviest tracks. Probably Saygood.
No, Abbott. Saygood's bigger, but he's using Abbott for a pack mule to carry supplies. Look how the tracks spraddle out.
Yeah. Sure must be carrying weight, all right.
Headed right for that rocky ground ahead. We won't find any more prints as clear as these.
Want to tie the horses off here?
No, I think we better lead them. I can walk this ground, and we may need them coming out. Now, let's keep going.
Ah, we've lost him, Jace.
Keep flashing your light around it. Keep it cupped.
All right. I'll spread out a little.
No, wait a minute. Come back.
Huh? What'd you find?
Earth is soft at the base of this rock.
Yeah, but no prints in it, Jace.
No, but look at those marks.
Rattlesnake tracks.
Yeah, wasn't moving away from here, though. Den's probably in under the rock. Was weaving back and forth. A rattler only does that when it's disturbed.
You mean they scared it passing by?
Something scared it. Some loose rock fell around here not long ago, either. You can see where it chipped as it fell. The chips are fresh. Haven't been weathered over.
Then they must have knocked it loose climbing up around a rock.
Yeah. Let's find out. If they did come this way, they must have moved along this ledge. Here. Use your light again.
You're right, Jace. Look at this.
Yeah. Piece of broken shoelace. Snapped while they were climbing. And they sat there and tied the rest of it. See where his back rubbed dirt off the rock behind him.
Yeah.
They made straight for that plateau. Gives Saygood a clear view of anything coming up by day.
Gonna leave the horses here and go on?
No. Climb down and get them. We'll circle the rocks and take the long way up. But give Saygood a chance to fall asleep. We may be able to take him alive. We reached the plateau, a broad, flat patch just under the final ascent of the high peaks of the range, and picked up the trail again. It led straight toward a clump of trees and brush, and through the trees we saw the glow of a fire. We moved toward it.
The moon's pretty bright now, Jace. We're out here. They're in cover. Unless they move between us and that fire.
It's funny Saygood would keep a fire going at night. Need it in the day for cooking, but it's a giveaway in the dark.
Probably figures he's safe enough. He's got to keep an eye on Abbott. Unless we're wrong and Abbott's along because he wants to be.
And we'll find that out when the showdown comes.
No sign of any movement there yet, Jace.
We'd better leave the horses now. And we'll stake them out here and split. Circle in on foot and take...
Flop now, please!
Now I knew what was wrong with the fire. It was a decoy Sagan had set up. He was someplace in the rim of the brush behind us. I twisted around looking for a flash of his gun if he fired again.
Stand up, Rangers. Let me get a good shot. I'll put one right to your belly.
You didn't expect to get away, did you, Saygood?
You ain't got me yet.
We can wait. You'll never get out of here unless we take you out.
We got 4 guns. You're 1, Saygood.
Don't forget the extra joker I dealt myself. Talk up, Abbott.
Oh, Johnny, my arm.
I still got Abbott, little Papa. And if one of you got a bullet mark for me, remember it's got to go through him first.
Keep him talking, Jace. Maybe I can crawl around.
No. He's trigger happy. If he heard a sound, he'd put a bullet in Abbott's back.
What do you say, Rangers? You want to see this punk die? Now remember, I got nothing to lose by gunning it.
What do you want, Saygood?
I'll make you a deal.
We don't make deals.
You'll make this one or Abbott's dead.
He's not fooling, Rangers. He'll kill me. I got a wife and a kid down.
Ain't that touching, Rangers? Now you gotta play ball with me.
What's your deal?
Back off. Way off so I can see you go. And leave us your horses. And remember, Abbott will be in front of me when we come out to get him.
Jace, we can let him come out, and then we can...
Sure, I know.
All right, Saygood. You got a deal.
I loosened the cinch on charcoal. We backed away, ready in case they fired. Then they moved out into the moonlight. Saygood kept Abbott between us and got him up on Leeds' horse. Then he started to mount charcoal.
Hold on, Rangers!
Shake him, Charcoal! Shake him, boy! Come on, Leeds. He won't be able to hit anything but the ground.
There goes, Saygood.
Watch him.
You all right, Abbott?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Get up, Saygood.
My arms.
Never borrow a ranger's horse when a ranger's around unless he wants you to have him. I'm glad I didn't have to kill you, Saygood. I want the rest of the prisoners at Pentland to see you back in that cell. Might help them make up their minds never to come back again.
You can start that lesson with me, Ranger. Once I get out, you won't see me there again.
Good, Abbott. It's no place for a wife and kid to go visiting. All right, Saygood. Get going.
John Saygood was brought to trial and found guilty on 3 counts of murder. His sentence, death in the electric chair.
This is Joel McCrae. Many tales about the Texas Rangers have been repeated until they are legend, and here's one of my favorites. Many years ago, rioting broke out in a Texas town, and the mayor appealed for aid from the Rangers. He was at the railroad depot to meet the expected help when a stranger got off the train and approached him. "Are you the mayor?" the stranger asked. The mayor, looking anxiously for the Ranger force, said, "Yeah, but I have no time to talk to you now. I'm waiting for the Texas Rangers to stop this rioting." The stranger said, "I'm the Ranger. I was sent down to help you." The mayor's mouth dropped open in dismay. "They only send one Ranger?" Puzzled by the question, the Ranger said, "Yeah. You only got one riot, haven't you?" Don't forget our date, same time next week, folks. See you then.
Next week, Joel McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrae is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Tramp. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Frank Martin, Reed Hadley, Wilms Herbert, Dick Ryan, and Lorene Tuttle. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. The secret of Dennis Day's comedy is that he always appears perplexed and bewildered. Dennis will be back on the network of the Chimes Saturday, October 7th. That's 3 weeks from tonight. with more delightful mix-ups and popular music in the thrilling day manner. And that same Saturday, October 7th, also marks the return of Judy Canova with more of her mountain-style music and mayhem. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
Presenting Joel McRae as Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, clean up.
Several years ago, the town of Kilman, Texas, boasted a population of slightly under 3,000 inhabitants. Until a wildcat gusher started a fabulous new oil boom. In a matter of months, the population rose to 12,000 as drillers, roughnecks, and other field personnel poured in. And behind them, like vultures, came the horde of racketeers, gamblers, and grifters. But even organized vice was not profitable enough for the boss of the crime syndicate, Frankie Gennaro. Gennaro started to move in on the oil business itself.
Sure Paul is alone, Studs?
Yeah, Frankie. In the shack with a light.
What have we been getting from him?
Herb's got the figures.
Yeah, he's got 4 wells in production. We've been getting 200 barrels a day.
So what's his beef? He's still getting plenty?
He choked the wells down. Says he won't pay off anymore.
Yeah, we'll see about that. You better come in too, Herb.
Yeah, okay, Frankie.
Don't knock, open it.
Hey, what's the idea busting in here?
No idea, Paul. I hear you've had some kind of a misunderstanding with my boys here.
There's no misunderstanding, Gennaro. You're just not getting any more oil from my wells. I'm not taking any more threats from you or your tin-horn friends.
Watch what you're saying, Paul.
I'll say what I want. I'll not only say it to you, I'll say it to the law.
Your mouth's got a loose trigger, Paul. Shoots off too easy.
Get out. Get out of here before I bend this pipe wrench over your head.
Take him, Strut.
Let go of me. Oh. Grab him, Frankie. Let me go. He's got a knife.
Let him have it, Herb.
He clipped me with that wrench.
Well, he won't do it again, Studs. This'll teach the other operators not to get smart. Come on, Herb.
Yeah?
Let's get out of here.
The death of Joe Powell sealed the lips of other frightened oil operators, and they said nothing as Frankie Gennaro continued to exact tribute from the smaller private companies. But Powell's murder aroused special interest of the Texas Rangers. Captain Stinson sent for Ranger Jace Pearson.
You know what's been happening in Kilman since the oil boom started, Jace?
Yeah, I've heard.
I've got rangers in the town, of course. Good men. But they're too well known. We're being blocked all the way by people who won't talk or who are afraid to talk.
I've never worked the Kilman district. I'm not known there.
Well, that's why I sent for you. I want Kilman cleaned up, starting with Joe Powell's murder. But a man wearing a badge won't stand a chance.
You want me to work without one?
That's right, Jace. But not alone. We got a new man just transferred into the company, Steve Clark. You can work together.
Good. You better brief me on the Powell murder.
Well, all we've got is in the next room. Have a look. Here's some photographs taken at the murder scene.
Stabbed in the back. A belt and shirt twisted, though. Powell must have put up a fight before he went down.
He fought all right. Look at this wrench.
Yeah. Blood stains and a few matted hairs on it. This the same wrench that was next to the body in the photos?
The same one.
Powell must have hit somebody with it before he was killed then.
It looks that way.
That means 2 or more men ganged up on him. He dropped one with a wrench, and then the other one stabbed him.
That's the way I see it.
Yeah, blood on the wrench been typed?
Yeah. Here's a report from the lab at Austin.
Type O, huh? Brown hair, Caucasian male.
Micrometer measurements are there, too. And that's all we've got, Jace.
How about a list of undesirables hanging out in Kilman?
Oh, yeah, I got that, too. Here. Mostly petty crooks, gamblers, and muscle men. Our boys run a few out and new ones come in.
There must be one man at the top, though.
Usually is, but which one?
A few possibilities on your list here. This one, Stutz Tracy?
No, he's not big enough to be given the orders. Does he know you by sight?
No, I just know a few of these names by reputation and photos.
Now, here's another bad one. Herb Enfield.
Yeah, I've heard about him, too. Plenty. Supposed to be a real vinegarone.
Yeah, he's tougher than the back end of a shooting gallery.
Yeah, only he's not smart enough to cover up for himself.
The only other possible boss I can see is this one, Frankie Gennaro.
Uh-huh. Got lots of arrests and a couple of indictments. No convictions. On the surface, his record's clean.
He always has an alibi, and it always stands up.
Well, I guess I better get started.
Right. We'll go over to the barracks, and I'll introduce you to Steve Clark. You'll want to change your clothes anyhow.
Yeah. Well, the first job's to locate key men. When we find out who's making the wheels turn, we can put our badges on again and move in with a force.
Well, the whole company will be standing by.
You better warn the rangers in town not to let on they know me.
Well, they've been warned. You'll be treated just like a stranger. You have anything to report, contact me directly. But be careful. And you better leave your car outside the town and just meander in on horses.
Cowpokes?
Yeah, just a couple of wandering cowpokes.
I met Steve Clark. We dressed like a couple of cowpokes and parked our car outside of Kilman. It was almost midnight when we rode in. The town was sprawled all over the map, dotted with trailers and crude shacks thrown together from tin and old packing crates. Despite the hour, everything was going full blast.
Plenty of low night. Sure is booming, Jace.
Yeah. The hotel down a ways looks especially lively. Bet that isn't legal liquor they're taking on around here.
Yeah, I bet there isn't much of anything here that is legal.
A bunch of oil trucks coming through. You better get out of the way. Get over, Charcoal. Come on, boy.
Over, boy, over.
Seems to me that it's kind of late for them to be hauling oil. Ought to be a daytime operation.
Might be a shortage of trucks, Jace. Everything has to be hauled. No pipelines to the refineries yet. You think it might be hot oil?
Maybe. We don't know why Joe Powell was killed, but if somebody'd been stealing his oil and Powell found out about it, we'd have a pretty good motive.
Yeah. But if those trucks are hauling stolen oil, they're being pretty open about it.
Oh, boy. Listen to that racket.
Yeah.
Being pretty open about everything around here.
Boy, you talk too much.
Come on, Clark. Let's get us a room. Then I want to call the captain and find out about these night-riding trucks. Any plan we had about staying at the hotel was cut short by the desk clerk. There wasn't a room available in the town. We hung around for about an hour before we found a rancher who told us we could bunk down in the loft of his barn outside of the town.
Cleaning that mess up isn't going to be easy, Jace.
It's going to be even tougher than it looks, Clark. Notice what happened when the sheriff and one of the rangers they know walked in?
Yeah, and all the gambling stopped 5 minutes before they got there, and all the liquor disappeared. Whoever's running that place knew they were coming.
No wonder our men haven't been able to get any place.
We could have stopped that place from operating, Jace. We saw what was going on.
It wouldn't do any good to show a badge and shut down one spot. We got to shut them all. But first, we got to hook them all together.
Yeah, guess you're right. Hey, look over there. Roadside phone booth by that gas station. You still going to call Captain Stinson?
Yeah, it's a good spot. Station's closed.
I'll take the horses back off the road and wait.
Good. I got through to Captain Stinson at his home. But what he had to say about the trucks wasn't encouraging.
Yes, Jace, we've had reports on the trucks. They run every night.
Have our men ever stopped any of them?
Yes, but they seem to be all right, Jace. They have receipts for everything they're carrying. And the trucks are properly licensed.
I still can't see why they're running at night.
Neither can I, but there's no law against it.
Hasn't the commission set a limit on the number of barrels each well can pump in a day?
Yes, each well is allowed 300 barrels a day, as long as the present pressure holds.
Have the operators been accounting for that much oil each day?
Yes, the commission keeps a careful check. Operators report production of 300 a day. The trucking company receipts show haulage of 300 a day. And the figures at the refineries tally, too. It's a three-way check, Jace. I don't see how they could beat it.
Well, I'm still convinced that Powell's death has something to do with hot oil.
Well, I can't help you there, Jace. It's all in your lap.
I'm hoping to match the hair the lab found on that wrench Powell used. But I need a motive to narrow down the field. 12,000 people in town make a lot of suspects.
Well, do the best you can.
I will. I'm sending you a list of names. Men we spotted running gambling games and selling liquor at the hotel. We'll have to let them run for a while, till we move in with a big broom.
We'll raise dust whenever you're ready.
For 3 days, I left Steve Clark wandering around town, spotting the rackets, while I rode through the oil field at night, striking up casual conversations with the pumpers wherever I saw one of the night-riding trucks load up and leave. Howdy.
Well, howdy. A little bit off your trail, ain't you, cowpoke?
Just riding around, wishing some of this land was mine.
Yeah, we all wishing the same thing. Just gonna have a donut, a little coffee. Want a cup?
Yeah. If your friends on the truck didn't drink it all.
Them fellas, they're always in too much of a hurry. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can tie a horse to the derrick there. He'll be all right.
Thanks.
There you are.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a funny hour for making oil pickups. What makes them haul so late?
Oh, I don't know.
They always take a full load?
Uh-huh. 100 barrels a clip. That's a full tank truck.
Them field storage tanks hold 1,000 barrels each, don't they?
Uh-huh. Want a donut?
No, thanks. I checked with a few more pumpers, then rode out to the barn where Clark and I were bunking. I woke him up.
Oh, morning, Jace. What time is it?
Almost 6. What'd you find out?
Oh, let me stretch here. Yeah, I've got another flock of names you can send on to the captain. Here you are.
Yeah, we got just about every small-time hood staked out. Everything but the head man.
Jace, I'm not so sure there is a head man.
There's gotta be. All the racketeers stick to their own game in their own part of town. They're all protected by the same muscle men.
Yeah, so?
So they belong to an organization. Otherwise, they'd be fighting among themselves, trying to move in on each other.
Yeah. Didn't think of that.
Dipping a finger in the oil business here, too. I'd swear to it. And that's big. We find the man on top of that, we'll have the kingpin of the entire operation.
Well, I'll keep looking around, Jace.
No, let the town go for a while. From now on, we'll concentrate on the wells. When we get the man responsible for killing Powell, the whole thing will tumble like a house of cards.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Beginning 1 week from tomorrow, that's Sunday, October 8th, Tales of the Texas Rangers will be heard at a new time. Remember, our next show is Sunday, October 8th, 1 week from tomorrow. Now we continue with tonight's case, Cleanup, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
We staked ourselves out at Powell's wells. For 2 days, we kept check around the clock on every load of oil that was hauled away, watching from a distance. It was a dead-end watch.
Yeah, it checks out, Jace. 4 wells, 300 barrels each per day, 1,200 barrel total. And that's what they've hauled away.
Yeah, but since we've been here, nothing's been hauled from Powell's wells at night.
Yeah, gonna keep watching them?
Just for tonight, so we can measure the flow from the wells. You can keep the pumper busy for a while at 9 o'clock while I run a tape gauge into the storage tank.
You'll have to check them again later.
Yeah, I'll wander up and keep the pumper busy around 3 a.m. Then you can make the second check. We compare our figures, and we'll know if those wells are really choked for 300 barrels each or if they're pumping more in the legal quota.
Okay, Jace. Let's hope it works.
We made the check, but we didn't have to do much figuring. The wells were on the nose. 300 barrels a day each, not a drop more.
Yeah, that's it, Chase. And the refinery reports show that it's all going through. There's no hot oil to be accounted for.
Well, it was a thought. Let's get the horses and turn in.
Yeah. Guess Paul just happened to brush somebody the wrong way.
Yeah.
That oil angle would have helped plenty. Too bad.
Hey, wait a minute. There's a car coming.
Hey, yeah. He's turning up the road toward that rigging over there.
Rigging isn't lit. Nobody's working there. It was a dry hole.
Get low.
Yeah. His lights will sweep this way when he turns.
Hey, stopped at the dry hole, all right.
Yeah. And look, Powell's pumpers walking across the field to meet him.
Yeah, they're going up to the knowledge house on the rig.
It's a funny place to be holding a meeting at this time of night. It's a cinch they don't want to be seen. That pumper knows more than he told us. Come on.
What's the plan, Chase?
Maybe we can slip onto the platform of the rigging without them seeing us. If we can get under the knowledge house, we may learn a few things through the floorboards. We crept through the muddy channel that drained into the slush pit and got under the knowledge house. We were hidden, but we could hear them.
Trucks will start making pickups again tomorrow night.
Here?
Why not? Unless you think you're gonna object.
I can't do it. You know Powell changed the joke before
his accident? Yeah.
All right, sir. How can I give you any oil? Wells are only pumping regular quotas.
Have the chokes changed again, so they pump a little extra.
I can't. Not without Miss Powell's okay. I'm working for her now.
Maybe you didn't hear me. I said change the chokes.
Oh, I'm afraid, Stutz.
Must be Stutz Tracy, Chase.
Yeah.
Well, don't look at me like that, Stutz. You know I'm on the spot.
Listen, we've got the operators in this field lined up. We don't intend to have any trouble with a wise guy pumper.
No, wait a minute, Stutz, wait a minute. What'd you have to hit me for?
Just to make you think. That's only a sample. Maybe you'd like what Paul got.
Oh, don't talk like that, Stutz. I'll do what you say. Just tell me what you want me to do.
I've already told you. The trucks will roll tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Don't disappoint us. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
He knows what happened to Paul, Chase. Let's grab him.
No, stay down. He's not the head man. But I wonder why we haven't been seeing him around.
Wish I could have gotten a look at his face. His voice sounded familiar.
Yeah, you've seen mugshots of him in the photos we have.
Hey, a fellow with the broken nose.
That's right. Have you seen him around?
Yeah, I think I have.
Shh. Pumper's leaving. All right. How about it? You seen Stutz?
Yeah, only this afternoon at the hotel. He was talking to Frankie Gennaro.
That's the first time either of us has seen him since we've been here.
I heard him talking to Gennaro. He said he'd been up to Big D.
In Dallas? What was he up there for?
Well, that wasn't mentioned. They didn't talk much. All I know is that Stutz just got back. He'd been gone 2 weeks.
Come on. We can get out of here now. Gone 2 weeks, huh? In other words, since Powell got killed.
Yeah, what do you make out of that, Jason?
Maybe he doesn't know just something about Powell's murder. I got a hunch he was in on it. Powell clipped one of his attackers with that pipe wrench, remember? Must have left a mark.
And if Stutz had that mark, he wouldn't hang around and give people a chance to notice it. Is that it?
2 weeks is just to be about long enough for a scar to heal over. We've got to get a sample of Stutz's hair to match with the hair samples Lab got off that wrench.
Well, how do we get that?
Get our hands on a comb or brush. Anything he's used on his head. But first, we've got to find him.
Well, he may have headed back to the hotel. That's a favorite hangout.
Yeah, we'll try it. But on the way into town, I want to call the captain.
Yeah.
Come on, Charcoal.
Come on, boy. What are you going to call the captain for?
Find out who owns the trucks hauling the oil and what refinery they're going to. See if we can hook the ownership up with any of the people we've been watching here.
Why?
Well, because records have been falsified to cover that hot oil. We find out who's changing them, and we'll know who Stutz is working for and who killed Powell.
Jay's hot oil won't prove murder.
No, but once we link Stutz as an accomplice in the murder, I got a feeling he'll squeal like a pig caught under a gate. I made my call to Captain Stinson. He arranged to have the trucks followed and the ownership checked. Then Clark and I headed for the hotel where business was going on as usual.
There he is, Jace, at the counter. They're using it as a bar.
Herb Enfield and Frankie Gennaro. There's a trio the warden of Huntsville would love to have.
Well, maybe you'll get him later on. Well, what do we do? Just wait around until Stutz combs his hair?
No. Look, on the stool beside him.
What? Oh, his hat.
Is it his?
That's the one he was wearing when I saw him this afternoon.
Good. There'll be enough hair strands in it or little clippings in the band to tell us what we want to know.
Well, Jace, how do we get it?
I'll call for a drink and crowd him. You just grab it and fade.
You want me to take it back to the barn?
No. No, there's a small airfield near the next town. Get it over there and call the Austin lab and have it picked up. They can report to Captain Stinson. When I call him in the morning, he should have enough for us to start dropping the net.
Stutz Tracy is the man Powell hit with that wrench, all right.
Good. You get a line on the trucking company and the refinery?
Yes, you like it. The trucking company is owned under an alias by Herb Enfield and his wife.
Good.
And the refinery is owned by a woman. We checked on her, Jace. She's Frankie Gennaro's girlfriend.
Oh, that does it. When are you coming in?
Well, the whole company's standing by right now, ready to roll.
Well, then come ahead and throw up roadblocks on the way. An awful lot of people are going to want to leave here in a hurry.
We're ready to comb the town, Jace.
You got a section for Clark and me?
Take your choice.
You know who I want.
Good. Well, go ahead. The rest of the men have their assignments. Names you supplied. Listen, you people.
Quiet down now.
All of you. Now, most of you are decent folks. Go home and stay home. The streets may not be safe for the next couple of hours, but by tonight, you'll have your town back. We use the hotel for a jail. All right, let's go. You men in there, you're surrounded. Come out with your hands up. All right, come on. Get moving.
All right, all of you, up against the wall. And don't anybody reach for a gun. Anybody else want to try that?
All right, Stutz, on your feet.
What do you cowpokes want?
We're not cowpokes. We're Texas Rangers.
Rangers? But...
Get up. Get up. You're coming over to the hotel lobby. We'll tell you all about it.
Well, that's quite a haul, Jace.
Yeah, but I can't locate Herb Enfield and Frankie Gennaro. Clark's holding Stutz Tracy in that side room, though. He might know where the others are. You got the photos of the hair samples lab matched?
Yeah, here.
Good. I'll show these to Stutz. They should convince him. He say anything yet, Clark?
Jace, not a buzz.
I'm not going to say anything either.
Stutz, I got something to show you. Ever seen anything like this before? Take a look at this photograph.
What is it?
Just a couple of hairs. One on the left came from your hat. We borrowed it last night.
What's the idea?
And the hair on the right is just like it. Exactly like it. That came from a bloody wrench we found beside the body of Joe Powell. Powell hit you with that wrench, Stutz, and then you killed him.
I was never even near him.
That hair and the scar on your head proves you were.
But I didn't kill him.
You were there. You know who did.
I was knocked out. I didn't see who was...
Come on, Stutz.
Who was with you?
Herb Enfield
and Frankie Gennaro.
Yeah. Oh, he'll kill me. He's gonna kill me.
Gennaro's the boss, then.
Yeah.
He's got a hideout someplace. Where is it?
No, he'll kill me.
I said, where is it?
You gotta protect me. There's a cabin up past the Red Cedars, other side of the oil field. That's where he's been living.
You'll have a clear view of the road up there, Jace.
We won't use the road. We'll ride up from behind. Is Enfield there, too?
Yeah. Yeah, they're always together.
Jace, they may not even know we moved in on the town.
They'll know soon.
Yeah, there's the cabin, Chase. Pretty fancy.
It ought to be. They've milked plenty out of this town.
Yeah. Cows running dry for 'em now, though. Hey, somebody around the side of the cabin there in a hammock.
That's Gennaro. In a nice silk robe. He's in for a change of wardrobe he isn't going to like.
He's getting up, Chase. He sees us.
You looking for something?
Yeah. You're wanted in town.
That's Tracy send you for me?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did. Enfield, too.
Anything wrong in town?
I don't think so. You see anything wrong, Clark?
No. No, I thought everything was fine.
Hey, Herb!
Yeah, Frankie?
Stutz wants us in town. Sent these fellows out to tell us.
Oh? I've seen you two around before, haven't I? Hey, what's that on your shirt, cowpoke?
Oh, that's just a Texas Ranger badge. Come on, both of you. You're going into town.
You shady!
You, fellas mind telling me what you think you've got on me?
Well, let's start with the killing of Joe Powell.
I can prove I was someplace else when Powell was killed. Herb and Stutz and I were playing cards with 3 other men all night long.
Not this time, Gennaro.
What do you mean?
We've already proven where Stutz was, and he's made a full confession. There'll be no alibis this time. Don't move, Gennaro.
Look out for Enfield.
Wait a minute. We don't want to fight.
Shouldn't fool around with a gun, Herb. A knife in the back is your specialty.
Oh, my arm.
Well, I'm glad to see you know that I didn't kill Powell.
Sure, Gennaro. You're the boy with the brains. You don't do the work. You order it.
That's something you can't prove.
No? You don't think Herb is going to take all the blame, do you?
You're not going to set me up, Gennaro.
Shut up. I want a lawyer.
Yeah, I can understand that. I never saw a fellow who needed one more. All right. Get moving.
Take it easy.
Frankie Gennaro and Herb Enfield were sentenced to life terms at Huntsville. Stutz Tracy was given 50 years, and lesser offenders in the Kilman cleanup were given sentences of from 1 to 5 years. Those who were released without being charged left the town of Kilman quickly and quietly. The cleanup was complete.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
Folks, here's a special announcement I think you'll be interested in. You'll next hear Tales of the Texas Rangers beginning Sunday, 1 week from tomorrow. Yes, we're moving to a brand new time on Sundays, beginning Sunday, October 8th. I hope you'll make it a point to hear us at our new time, beginning in just 8 days. Good night, folks. See you next Sunday.
A week from Sunday, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Lou Krugman, Paul Frees, Tom McKee, Herb Ellis, and Byron Kane. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking, and reminding you to be with us again at our new time, 1 week from tomorrow, Sunday, October 8th.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Next Saturday at this time, Dennis Day returns to the air. Dennis Day's comedy is always refreshing because he appears so timid and bewildered. But one thing that doesn't bewilder Dennis is how to sing a popular ballad or rhythmical melody. So for comedy and songs, it's Dennis Day at this time next Saturday. That day also marks the return of the Judy Canova Show. And tomorrow, Phil Harris and Alice Faye return to NBC.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
In a moment, you will hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, just one of the many great stars brought to you on Sundays on NBC. Every Sunday, hear Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in The Marriage, Sir Laurence Olivier on Theatre Royal, Lawrence Tibbett with the Golden Voices, Helen Hayes, Frederick March, Rex Harrison, and Lily Palmer on the NBC Star Playhouse. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company present James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. The Red Cross trains millions of Americans each year in first aid, water safety, home nursing, and as volunteer nurses' aides. Volunteer nurses' aides assist professional nurses in hospitals and clinics. This help requires skill. It is through the Red Cross that you and your neighbor can get that skill, can get that training. Through the Red Cross, you can answer the call of your family and your community. Help make this training possible. Give through the American Red Cross Fund. Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
The trail to Virtue City was over the crest of Bare Neck Mountain and then down the northern slope. That's why you couldn't see the town until you were almost there. That and the clouds. There always seemed to be a stack of thick marshmallow clouds along the side of Bare Neck, and by the time you got through them, the town was right in front of you. Anyway, it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon when I hit the city limits, and at least what had been the city limits 10, 15 years ago. Of course, nowadays, houses on the outskirts weren't much more than just loose timbers, broken windows. When I reached the main street, things looked more normal. Not like a real town, of course, but, well, the mercantile was open, and the bank, and the post office. 10 or 12 stores, maybe, all still doing business. I spotted what I was looking for. Oh, boy. Oh. The sign on the Opera House said Rocky Mountain Western Railroad, Virtue City office. Well, I guess they might as well use the Opera House for something. Jenny Lind sure won't be singing there anymore. Not like she did for the grand opening. Howdy.
Afternoon. Excuse me.
Oh, sure.
Mind handing me that box? That one there on the desk.
Oh, this one, yeah.
Yeah, I want to put these papers in it. Yeah, thanks.
You're cleaning out the office,
That's
huh?
right.
I see. Yes. Moving to another place.
Yeah.
Well, I guess there's plenty of vacancies in Virtue City, isn't there?
Yeah, there'll soon be one more.
Oh, wait a minute. What? You leaving town?
I sure am, mister. In 3 weeks. That's what I wasted here. 3 weeks. Well, I'm not wasting any more time. Tomorrow night, that's the deadline, then I take the stage. Virtue City doesn't deserve a railroad, and they're not getting one. Well, what's on your mind?
Well, under the circumstances, I'm not exactly sure.
That's no surprise. Nobody's sure of anything around here.
No, what I mean is I was figuring on signing up with the railroad. I've laid track before, and I thought that I heard the new line was going through Virtue City.
You heard wrong, mister.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm sorry to have troubled you.
There's other folks who should be sorry. Gave me their word. Said they'd have the right of way free and clear. Ought to sue 'em. That's what we ought to do.
Britt Pumpty. Over here in the courthouse.
What?
It's me, Doc Cross.
What? Oh, hello, Doc.
Come on in. I say come on in.
Oh, well, sure. Doc?
Second office, Britt, on your right.
Oh, Say, I didn't know you were still living on a... What? Well, what in the thunder are you doing on a wheelchair, Doc?
Oh, I fell off my horse a couple of months ago. It was his fault, not mine.
Oh, his fault. Oh, sure, yes. Did you break anything?
Well, I ain't positive. I had to send for Doc Sampson over to Watsonville. He says I broke my leg. Old butcher. Don't think he'd know a broken leg from a floating kidney. If you ask me, he's keeping me off my feet so he'll get a crack at all my patients.
Oh, well, Doc could do you good. Get a little rest.
Maybe. Hey, sit down, Britt. Sit down.
Thanks. Well, I was kind of surprised to see the courthouse still open. I thought they'd moved the county seat over to Fort Gray.
Politicians. Yeah, those people in Fort Gray bribed the legislature. That's what they did. But we'll get the county seat back again. Just you wait and see. Meantime, we're using the courthouse for a city hall. I guess we got just about the fanciest city hall west of Denver.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised.
I'm the mayor now, Britt.
Oh,
yes,
wow. Good for you.
What about you? What brought you to Virtue City after all this time? I hope you ain't just passing through.
No, I'm afraid so, Doc. I was aiming to sign up at the railroad, but since they ain't coming this way...
Not coming this way, but who told you that?
Well, that fellow over at the Opera House.
Oh, that's Nelson. Thad Nelson. Don't pay no attention to him.
Well, he works for the railroad, doesn't he?
Well, yes, he does. But he ain't never wanted the line to go through Virtue City anyhow. He'd rather it went the way of Watsonville. If you ask me, Watsonville is paying him off.
Oh?
That's the reason he's been looking for an excuse to get out of our contract. He figures this trouble with Annie will let him off the hook.
Annie?
Silver Annie. You remember her, Britt. Annie Huxley.
Annie Huxley. Oh, sure. Well, I thought she'd moved away.
No such luck. She's still setting on the old Huxley mine like a hen hatching eggs. Only thing is, there ain't no eggs in that mine, not anymore.
Well, what's she got to do with the railroad, then?
Well, Britt, the route's been surveyed to go through her property. Town agreed to secure all the right-of-ways the railroad would need. We're willing to pay for them and a good price.
But Annie's not satisfied with what you're offering.
We don't know. She won't talk to us. Won't even let anybody near her shack.
Oh.
She just sits there day and night, right by the window with her shotgun poking out. Anybody comes on her land, she lets go. Got some fool notion there's still silver in that mine, and folks are trying to get it away from her. Well, I'm crazy. That's what she is, if you ask me.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Doc. Maybe Annie's living the past a little bit. She's got quite a past to live in, too, you know. Gee whiz, I remember about her wedding to Sin Huxley. About how he put down a street of silver dollars all around the church. You remember that?
Yes, well, that's beside the point. I sent for Clyde Huxley.
Clyde?
Yeah, he's a relative of Sin's, a distant cousin or something like that, but a relative. We had to pay his fare all the way out from Chicago.
Mm-hmm. He's seen Annie yet?
That's where he is right now, and he'll straighten her out. You see, he's a lawyer, and he's not the kind to put up with any nonsense. So, well, Mr. Huxley, I didn't see you ride up, and I've been watching the street.
I didn't ride. I walked.
Oh, now, don't tell me that horse of mine threw you, too. I'm just
didn't throw me. Where will I find the chief of police?
What?
I'm charging that woman with attempted murder.
Oh, you don't mean Annie.
I certainly do mean Annie. She ought to be locked up. And if I've anything to do with it, she will be.
Oh, then she wouldn't sign over the right-of-way. Not even for you, her own kin.
I didn't get a chance to discuss it. She shot at me point blank.
Well, don't look like she hit you.
It was a miracle she didn't.
Well, I guess she just didn't know who you were, Mr. Huxley. She didn't recognize you.
I told her who I was. Right after that, she fired.
Yeah, some folks just don't cotton to relatives, seems like.
Well, she tried to kill me.
Oh, no, she was just defending her property, Mr. Huxley. If she'd wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be walking around now. Annie knows how to handle a gun.
Well, now, we got to do something, Britt. If we don't have that right-of-way by tomorrow, Nelson, he's the railroad man, Nelson will leave town. The railroad will go through Watsonville, and that'll just about wash up Virtue City once and for all.
Well, now, there must be some way of explaining things to Annie, Doc. I throw her in jail. That's just apt to make her more cussed than ever, you know.
But, say, maybe there is another way. Sure. Somebody she trusted, somebody who didn't have no axe to grind. She'd listen to him.
Now, Doc.
You got those papers all ready for her to sign, Mr. Huxley?
Doc.
Well, then give them to Britt.
Doc, now this ain't my affair, Doc. Now, I don't want to get mixed up with this.
Oh, I know you, Britt.
No,
you
but
wouldn't let us down, not at a time like this. Go on, Huxley, give him the papers.
Now, wait a minute.
We'll never forget what you're doing, Britt. The whole town will be in your debt. Just get her to sign them. The places are marked with an X.
Doc. Next thing I knew, I was riding up to the Huxley mine. Annie's shack was next to the main shaft, about 100 yards off the road. I slid down out of the saddle and tried the gate. Holy smokes. Padlock big enough to protect the Denver Mint was chained around the post. Well, I had nothing else to do but climb over the fence. Getting on toward dusk. Now, I didn't know whether to sneak up on Annie unawares or just walk up to the front door in plain sight and take my chances. While I was making up my mind, I flattened down behind a pile of wooden boxes. Well, at least one thing was certain. I wasn't going to sneak up on her unawares.
Go on! Beat it! Next time I won't miss.
I'll put that thing down, Annie, or I'll shoot it out of your hands.
Well, who's out there? Who is that?
Britt Ponsett.
Britt?
That's right.
I'm on a nose. None of the flea-bitten skunks from around here would have nerve enough to talk to me that way.
All right, I'm coming in, Annie.
I guess there's no stopping you. Not that I believe you'd ever try to shoot this gun out of my hand, Britt, no matter what you say.
Well, that makes us even, man. I don't believe you would aim it at me either. How are things, Annie?
Well, not too bad. Not too bad. To close that door, will you?
Sure.
Fact of the matter is, Britt, I've been working the southern shaft lately. Found a vein that looks real promising. One of these days, the Huxley will be going full force again.
Mm-hmm. Now, Annie, you don't really believe that.
Why, of course I believe it. Why shouldn't I? We took $250,000 out of this mine, Sin and me, and there's plenty more. It's just a question of finding it. Here, you want some coffee?
Yeah, thanks. Now, these hills have been worked dry, Annie. There's no silver in them, not anymore. And that's why I came up to talk to you.
Here. Drink your coffee.
Thanks.
It's about the right of way for the railroad. You're just wasting your breath.
No, but Doc Cross said you didn't know anything about the railroad, that nobody had been able to explain it to you.
Oh, nobody had to explain it. There's nothing goes on in Virtue City that I don't get wind of. I ain't lived here 35 years for nothing.
Doc says the town needs the railroad, needs it bad.
Why, I got no objection to a railroad into Virtue City. Probably need it myself to haul the ore out when I strike a rich vein. But the line don't have to go through my property.
Mm-hmm. A mountain country like this, railroads don't have much choice. I asked Doc Cross. The only other route would cost a whole lot more money, more than the Rocky Mountain Western's willing to pay.
Well, that ain't my problem. All I care about is the Huxley. And they not laying any tracks across it.
All right, Annie. All right. That's the way you feel. Thanks for the coffee. Oh, I guess maybe I ought to warn you. Your cousin's talking about putting you in jail.
He ain't my cousin. He's Sin, and Sin never had no use for him neither.
Well, whoever he is, he's...
And as for putting me in jail, he'll have to find somebody to come out here and arrest me first. From what I've seen of him this afternoon, there ain't much chance.
There she is.
Hey!
Give me that gun, Annie. Don't make no trouble.
What's going on here, Huxley?
I told you I was going to swear out a warrant for arrest. Thanks to you, the sheriff was able to serve it.
Rick Ponsett!
Oh, wait a minute.
Of all the low-down mean...
Annie?
Keeping me occupied so they could sneak in here. Why?
Come on, Annie, let's go.
Listen, Annie, I can swear
I've
to you that...
done enough listening to you already. Take your hands off me, Sheriff. I ain't one of the girls from Crawford's saloon. I'm Silver Annie Huxley, and when I go to jail, I go under my own power.
return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in a moment. First, a word from Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment.
When winter comes, does your house shrink like this?
Well, I guess it's time to close off the 2 back rooms. There's just no way to heat them.
Don't deprive yourself of valuable living space. Get a Coleman floor furnace or wall heater and enjoy new warmth and comfort in the hardest to heat rooms.
A Coleman floor furnace or wall heater takes up a minimum of space, yet it gives you constant circulation of fresh, warm air, just as a big basement furnace does. You'll be snug and comfortable all winter long.
And if you're interested in economy as well as comfort, listen to this. Coleman floor furnaces and wall heaters are low in price, low in operating cost, because Coleman gives you maximum heat from the fuel you use, either gas or LP gas.
See your Coleman dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name and address in your telephone directory. Remember, comfort costs so little with a Coleman.
Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
Well, they put Annie in a buckboard and started out for town. I rode alongside for half a mile or so and tried to tell her I wasn't part of getting her arrested, but she wasn't listening. So I gave Scarry's head. It was about 9 o'clock when I got back to Virtue City. The place looked even stranger by night than by day. Just a light here and there where folks were living. And then whole blocks of darkness in between. Sort of like the candles on a cake when part of them had been blown out. I stopped off at the Mansion Hotel long enough to get me a room, and then I headed over to Doc Cross's house. He was sitting in the living room eating a box of hard candy when I got there.
Come on in, Britt. Come on in. How'd you make out? Get her to sign on the dotted line?
No.
Sorry to hear that. Oh, my gosh. I ought to know better than to eat this stuff with my teeth. Sure is good, though. Have a piece?
No, thanks.
Well, now, you mustn't feel too bad, Britt. I was afraid you wouldn't have much luck with her. So was Mr. Huxley. He went ahead and got that warrant drawn up.
Yeah, I know.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I was there when the sheriff arrested her. She thinks I was in cahoots with him and Huxley.
Oh, well, now that's a shame. But don't you worry. I'll see she finds out the truth.
No, I guess it served me right for getting mixed up in her affairs.
No, you wasn't mixing, Britt. You was just doing us a favor, and we're all much obliged. Mm-hmm. You know, sending for Clyde Huxley was just about the smartest stunt I ever pulled.
Maybe so, but you haven't got the right of way yet.
We'll get it, Britt. We'll get it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think jailing is the answer. Besides, you'll have to turn her loose anyway. Huxley can't make that charge of attempted murder stake.
No, he's not charging her with anything, Britt.
What?
It's just a question of whether she's got all her faculties or not. That's what the hearing will be about.
You mean he's claiming she's crazy?
Well, you said yourself she was peculiar.
I said she lived in the past, that's all. Everybody's got something to remember, does that, more or less?
Well, in her case, it's more, not less. Of course, it's up to Judge Drayton to decide.
Well, hasn't there got to be medical testimony and a sanity hearing?
Yep. Huxley subpoenaed me this evening.
Doggone it, Doc, now. This just isn't right.
Huxley's her only relative. He looked up our state law. It says the nearest relative can demand a sanity hearing if there's sufficient cause.
You take that mine away from her, you'll break her heart.
Now, wait a minute, Britt. You said yourself this wasn't none of your business, that you were sorry you mixed into it.
Sure, but it just looks like I got mixed up in it. All right, good night, Doc. I'll see you later.
Mrs. Huxley, I want to get this clear. You admit firing a shotgun at various people who have approached your place of residence at various times.
I've shot at people trying to get into the Huxley mine, if that's what you mean.
That's right. Now, how often has this occurred?
As often as they tried it.
Yeah, now, order. Now, you come to order. It's a very serious matter. Now, let's see, where was... Oh, yes. Surely you must admit this behavior of yours isn't exactly normal?
It's normal for me.
Now, order. What I
I mean is the average person doesn't use firearms on harmless visitors.
The average person don't own the Huxley mine. I do.
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Huxley.
This is the crux of my poor cousin's delusion. This feeling of hers that the Huxley mine is of some great value, that it still contains silver, when we all know that it's worthless.
And just how do you know that?
You proved it to us. For 10 years you've lived there and searched the shafts every day. Have you found silver? Even a trace of it?
No, I ain't.
You see, Your Honor.
If that makes me crazy, then Sin must have really been out of his head. He spent 12 years prospecting that mine before he made his first strike. I still got 2 years to go before I'll be even with him.
Yes, but there was silver there then.
There is now.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Huxley, but after what Doc Cross said and then what you yourself say, well, I'm afraid that the law allows me no alternative but to...
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Now, see here. We're not going to have any more interruptions. Who is that man, Doc?
Britt Ponson.
Ponson, the six-shooter?
Yes, but now don't you let him talk to you.
Well, if there's something you wish to say, Mr. Ponson, this here court will be happy to hear you.
Oh, thanks, Judge. I've been listening to this hearing, and like Mr. Huxley says, it all seems to hinge on whether or not there's any silver in the Huxley mine. What I mean is, if there was silver, then Annie's actions wouldn't seem so strange, would they?
No, I suppose not. She'd be protecting a valuable piece of land. But...
Yeah, well, now, I think maybe you ought to see this report here. You see, I took some ore samples from the Huxley mine over to this assay office this morning, and, well, here's one of them.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you, Mr. Ponson.
Well, if you'll just read that report, Your Honor.
Let's see now. Samples tested show a value of approximately $125 a ton.
What? 125?
Yeah, I figured they'd run a little higher, but I guess
here.
The assay...
Let me see that, Judge.
I can't believe it.
Well, that's what it says, all right. 120... Britt, this ore come from the Huxley?
Yeah, that's where it came from.
Listen, everybody. Everybody, Annie's found silver again. For all we know, the whole town's been sitting on it, just like in the old days. Silver!
Yeah, but what about the railroad? You've got a contract with my company.
We don't need your railroad, Nelson. We've got silver. Yep.
Please. Order.
Now, I wouldn't be too hasty, Doc. Of course, there's no possibility of bringing the line through the Huxley now, I suppose. But there is that other route. It'd cost Mr. Nelson's company a little more money.
That might be arranged. Of course, I'll have to check with the main office.
Oh, you would? Oh, well, that seems a shame. Too bad you can't sort of make the decision right now on the spot, before another railroad hears about the silver and tries to beat you in here.
Oh, no. On second thought, there really isn't any reason to delay the matter. If you'll just drop by my office, Dr. Cross, I'll send the contract and give the order to begin construction on the other route. I think that'll be...
Well, I guess that takes care of everything, except Annie and the sanity hearing. You were just about to hand down a ruling, Judge, weren't you?
Now, you come to order. Well, there's no question about her sanity. And I'm surprised at you, Mr. Huxley. A lawyer of your standing, pressing a complaint like this. Why, Silver Annie Huxley is one of Virtue City's outstanding citizens. Always has been. Always will be. Court's adjourned.
Well, inside of 5 minutes, the only people left in that courtroom were me and Annie. It's a funny thing, She was the only person who hadn't been excited about the silver. She just kind of stared at me without budging. And then the corners of her lips sort of wrinkled up into a smile.
Britt Ponson?
Yes, ma'am.
You better get out of town before they find out. They'd tar and feather you for sure.
Well, what are you talking about, Annie?
Why, you think I didn't recognize that piece of ore? I ought to. I've been looking at it for 30 years. Them samples have been sitting on my dresser ever since Sin found them in his first strike.
No.
You saw them last night. You knew they were souvenirs from the old days.
Well, they could have been something that you dug up recently, couldn't they?
I'm not saying you lied, Britt. All you told them was that the ore was from the Huxley. That's true enough. It's just a good thing they didn't ask you when.
Yes, I guess it is. Yeah. Well, anybody can make a mistake, you know.
You knew what you were doing. And you knew the railroad would be coming through the other route before they got wise.
No, I wouldn't exactly say that, but under the circumstances, I kind of think maybe I'd better leave town. Don't you think that would be... So long, Annie.
Wait a minute, Britt. I want to thank you.
Oh, well, nothing to thank me for, Annie. It just looks like I can't tell old ore samples from fresh ones. That's all. It was a month or two later before I heard about Virtue City again. Bumped into a fellow in Idaho Springs who was heading up that way. Said there'd been a big silver strike near the town. I tried to talk him out of going over there. I told him it's probably just a false alarm. He wouldn't listen. He said there'd been a false strike 3 or 4 weeks ago, and everybody went out prospecting. And the first thing you knew, somebody found silver. The real thing. Fellow had a newspaper from Virtue City to prove it. Editorial on the front page was by Doc Cross about moving the county seat back to where it belonged. Things sure have a funny way of working out, don't they?
Here's a tip for more great dramatic entertainment each week on the NBC Radio Network. Direct from his great hit in From Here to Eternity comes a new dramatic Frank Sinatra to play the hard-hitting adventure role of Rocky Fortune every Tuesday evening. And if comedy is your weakness, you'll want to know that Fibber McGee and Molly are now heard every day, Monday through Friday, on the NBC Radio Network. Remember, you'll hear more of America's greatest radio programs if you keep your dial set to this same station of the NBC Radio Network. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company have presented James Stewart as the six-shooter. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Dan O'Herlihy, Herb Vigran, Robert Griffin, and Parley Bear. The Six-Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions and is based on a character created by Frank Birch, and the transcribed story is written by him. Special music was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Hal Gibney speaking. Listen to Last Man Out, next on the NBC Radio Network.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, just one of the many great stars brought to you on Sundays on NBC. Every Sunday, hear Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in The Marriage, Sir Laurence Olivier on Theatre Royal, and Lawrence Tippett with the Golden Voices, Helen Hayes, Frederick March, Rex Harrison, and Lily Palmer on the NBC Star Playhouse. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as The Six-Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you will hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. A lot of vacations start as a daydream and end as a daydream for lack of money. That need not happen to you. You can have extra money when you need it. Simply join the payroll savings plan for buying United States savings bonds. When your bonds mature, you'll get back $4 for every $3 you invest. And there's your extra money, your vacation, both guaranteed. Ask your employer about buying United States savings bonds through the payroll savings plan, and then join. Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
The wind had died down, and it was quiet now. The only thing I could hear was the creek trickling away about 20 feet down from where I'd made camp for the night. I shifted my blanket, turned over on one side. The moon came out, and I could see the water skimming along, washing the pebbles clean. And, gee, it's funny the way the sound of a creek always makes you drowsy. I started to close my eyes, and then I got that same feeling again. That feeling I'd had all day. Scar fella, too. Ever since we turned off the main road into the trail to Petersville, I'd had a hunch that there was another horse not very far behind. Whoever was riding him managed to keep out of sight, but it was the same kind of a hunch you get when you feel a pair of eyes drilling into the back of your neck and then turn around and spot somebody staring at you. Scar hadn't been traveling very fast. Anybody could have caught us. It was real easy. The fellow back there hadn't wanted to catch up. That is, if my hunch was right. It wouldn't be the first time I played the wrong hunch. No point of losing sleep over it, anyhow. It was Scar that woke me up. I could see a shadow over by my pile of grub, not more than 6-8 feet away. I inched my hand from under the blanket, and I got a grip on my gun. Oh, you looking for something, mister? Now. Hold on. Oh, just a minute. Hold on now. There. That's better. I'd kind of like to find out why you're pretty young to be roaming around this country, aren't you, son?
I'm 11.
Ah. You the fellow's been following me all day?
It's a free trail, ain't it?
Yeah, yes it is.
Then you ain't got no right to interfere with my riding over it.
Oh, that's true enough. But, you haven't got much right stealing my grub, either.
I didn't steal any.
Well, that's what you were fixing to do, isn't it?
Maybe.
Ah. Now, if you're hungry, you're welcome to it. I got plenty of grub here, but you just didn't have to come sneaking around to...
I didn't know who you was. I was afraid you might try to send me back home.
Uh-huh. Well, just where is home?
Crescent.
Oh. Well, if you'll stir up the fire, I'll see what I can do about heating up some beans. How's that sound?
I'd appreciate it.
Good. All right. Hand me that pan over there, will you? There we are.
You won't tell nobody you ran into me, will you, mister? You won't tell them you seen me.
Well,
You're not taking me back to Crescent. No matter what happens, I'm not going back there. You understand that?
No, take it easy now. You're not the first boy to run away from home. Far from it. Most of them hike off when they're about your age. But they don't usually miss more than one meal before they turn back. At least I didn't. What happened? Your dad give you a whipping?
No, sir. My pop wouldn't hurt me either. He's a fine man. The finest man that ever lived.
Sure, yeah. Well, here's your beans.
I'm heading for Petersville to find my father. He told me when I was big enough I could join up with him. Well, big enough now, ain't I?
Yeah, you're a real good-sized boy for 11. Say that much. How come you haven't been staying with your dad?
He moves around a lot.
Oh, I see.
So I've been living with Aunt Aggie ever since Ma died. It's not the same as being with your own pa.
No, I guess it isn't.
And I made up my mind. As soon as I found out where he was, I was going to him.
You sure your dad's in Petersville?
Aunt Aggie got a letter from here last Monday. I heard her talking to Uncle Ray about it and heard him mention Pa's name. He sounded kind of worried, like something had happened to him. Then when they saw me, they shut up. You reckon Pa's sick? You reckon that's what they were talking about?
Oh, I don't know, son. It could be that.
I asked them what was in the letter, but they wouldn't tell me. Now I'm going to find out for myself.
Well, seeing how I'm heading for Petersville, too, I guess there's no reason why we shouldn't ride along together. And if we're going to be traveling companions, we ought to introduce ourselves, don't you think?
My name's Larkin. Rink Larkin.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Rank. I'm Britt Ponsett.
Britt Ponsett?
That's right.
Fellow they call a six-shooter? Gee whiz, Mr. Ponsett. I didn't mean to talk back to you the way I did. If I'd known who you was. Say, would you mind showing me your gun? I've heard folks talk about that gun of yours ever since I was a kid.
Yeah, sure. Here, catch.
Boy. Ain't near as heavy as it looks.
Well, you know about guns, Rank?
Some. Want to see me give it a twirl?
Sure, let's see. Oh, hey, that's fine. Whoop.
Of course, it ain't the way you do it, though. But here, Mr. Ponsett. Thanks for showing it to me.
Sure. Well, I guess we still got a couple hours before sunup. Why don't you bring your horse over here by the fire? Maybe we can get some shut-eye.
Good idea. Oh, Mr. Ponsett.
Yeah?
I'm right pleased I bumped into you tonight.
So am I, Rank. So am I. We got an early start the next morning. That is, considering that it took me almost half an hour to get Rank awake and on his feet. It was about 4 o'clock when we got into Petersville. I'd been through that way for a couple of years, but the town, it hadn't changed much. About the only thing different I saw was a new livery stable and a fresh coat of green paint on the Jackson Hotel. Men playing checkers in the front porch, they hadn't changed at all. Except maybe their beards a little grayer. Of course, my hair wasn't exactly the same shade it used to be, you know. But that was from being out in the sun so much. At least that's how I figured it. Well, we pulled up beside a yellow adobe building right next door to the hotel and climbed off our horses. Well, come on, Rank. Let's go inside and see what we can find out about your father.
That's the sheriff's office.
Mm-hmm. Sure, he'll know where he is, if any... What's the matter, Rank?
I don't like sheriffs, that's all.
Huh. Haven't been giving you trouble, have they?
I don't like him neither. Heard him say so once. He was talking to a friend of his and heard him say how he hated some sheriff.
Oh, well, I don't imagine he was talking about Sheriff Jay. There's good sheriffs and bad sheriffs, you know, like everything else. But most of them are good. Come on now, come on.
Britt Ponsett.
Hello, Sheriff. Hi.
What in thunderation you doing in Petersville?
Well, the widow Jenkins is going east for her daughter's wedding. She asked me to look after her place while she's away.
Well, it sure is good to see you. Say, who's your friend here?
No, this is Rink, Sheriff. He was coming to Petersville, too, so we decided to ride along together.
Pleased to meet you, son.
Howdy.
Matter of fact, that's why we stopped in to talk to you. Rink wants to find out about his father.
I'd be glad to help out if I can. What's his name, son?
Larkin. Earl Larkin.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. You're just a couple of hours too late.
Too late?
I wrote to your pa's sister in Crescent. Her answer came in on the morning stage. She said she didn't want your pa's body for us to bury him here. Funeral was this morning.
Pa's dead?
But, wait, you knew about him being killed, didn't you? Your aunt told you.
I guess she didn't, Sheriff.
Oh, I didn't mean to blurt it out, Britt. I figured...
How...
I thought...
How did it happen?
We don't have to talk about that now, son.
I want to know. What happened?
Look, suppose you come up to my house for supper, huh? After you've had a nice home-cooked meal.
It won't do you no good to stall, Sheriff. I want to know who killed him.
You'll find out anyway, Sheriff.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he will. All right, son. It was me.
You?
Marshal over at Atterbury sent word that Larkin and his pal Cliff Traeger were heading this way. I'd heard about him before. I knew what to expect. He rode into town about noontime. I was waiting inside the bank. I had deputized some of the boys, and they were with me. Your pa and Traeger didn't have a chance, son, but they shot it out anyway. Wouldn't drop their guns, even though we had the draw on them. Traeger, he got away into the hills. But Larkin... I'm really sorry, son. Sorry I had to be the one to do it, and even sorrier I had to tell you about it.
You're a liar. A dirty, stinking liar. My pa never tried to rob no bank. You take it back, what you said about him. I'll make you take it back, every word.
Now, you...
Dirty, rotten...
Now, Rink, here, get a hold of yourself here now.
Go on me. He killed my pa. He's a murderer.
Now, Rink! I didn't want to hit you, Rink, but I...
Why shouldn't you hit me? You're his friend, ain't you? He killed my pa, and you're his friend.
I think I ought to go after him, Britt. Try to explain.
No, I expect it's best to leave him by himself for a while.
But this wasn't the first holdup Larkin and Traeger tried to pull, not by a long shot. I didn't have no chance.
Yeah.
Well, someday the boy will understand. Someday when he's older.
Yeah. Well, the trouble is, things don't wait for a person to reach the understanding age. They happen anyway, whether a person's ready for them or not. It doesn't look like Rink's ready. Not for this, anyway.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Monday night brings magnificent musical programs to the NBC radio network. It's an evening designed for restful relaxation. A time to sit back in your favorite chair and listen to melodies old and new on such famous programs as The Voice of Firestone, The Railroad Hour, and The Telephone Hour. The Voice of Firestone continues to enchant radio audiences from coast to coast, and the program is now in its 25th year. Also on Monday evenings, enjoy the operettas presented on the Railroad Hour. Gordon MacRae is your Railroad Hour host, and each week he is joined by a charming guest artist in the stellar productions of this fine show. You'll also want to hear the Telephone Hour every week, as it presents the music of Donald Voorhees and the Bell Symphonic Orchestra and Chorus, as well as superb guest soloists. Listen Monday evenings on the NBC Radio Network. Now, Act Two of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
After I made sure of a room for the night, I started out looking for Rink. I had a hunch I wouldn't have a hard time finding him. There was only one cemetery in Petersville, a sloping hill west of town. Pines all around it and soft green ferns mixed in between the trees. Rink was there, sitting on his haunches right beside a mound of fresh earth. He wasn't crying, but his cheeks were streaked with wet dust where the tears had been. Oh, Rink. Say, if these things were your paws, I thought maybe you might like to have them here. You, want some supper?
I'm not hungry.
Yeah, well...
You believe what the sheriff said, don't you? You believe he was right to kill Pa?
Well, I wasn't there. I didn't see how it happened.
But you're on his side anyway.
Oh, people don't have sides, Rank, not on a thing like this.
I do. I'm on Pa's side. He was a good man. Never did anybody harm, never. No matter what that lying sheriff says.
Well, maybe you saw your dad different from other folks. And that doesn't mean you're wrong. Maybe with you, he was different.
I want to make it up for him, Mr. Punson. I'm going to get even with that sheriff. I will, so help me.
Now, you listen to me.
Let me alone, Mr. Ponset. Just stop John and let me alone.
All right. All right, Rank. Now, if you change your mind, you know where the hotel is, huh? Good night. I thought he would change his mind. I thought it'd get cold out there in a couple hours and he'd come sneaking into the hotel room, but he didn't. He didn't change his mind. I had the room all to myself. I didn't sleep very much, though. You know how it is when you're expecting something to happen, you sort of keep thinking about it in spite of yourself, and you just don't sleep very sound. Anyway, Yeah? Who is it?
Me, Britt. Sheriff Jay.
Oh, come on in, Sheriff. Oh, morning.
Hope I didn't wake you.
No, I wasn't asleep. I should have been up a long time ago, but hand me my boots, sir, will you?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. Thanks.
Hey, boy's not with you?
No. No, I haven't seen him since last night. Don't know where he went.
Oh?
Something the matter?
Thompson's hardware store was robbed about 3 a.m. No money missing. Just a revolver and some bullets, as far as Brad Thompson can tell.
Oh, I see.
Got in through the back window. Found some boot prints outside. Small boots. Size a boy'd be wearing.
Wait, you find anything else?
Yeah. There's a pretty clear trail leading away from behind the store. Be real easy to follow. Almost as if the fellow who robbed the hardware store left the tracks intentional, so somebody'd come after him.
What happened to that towel? Oh, here it is.
It was the Larkin kid, wasn't it, Britt?
Oh, it could have been.
Don't tell me he's got some fool notion of revenging his father.
Well, he did say something about getting even, Jay.
So he figures when I go riding after him, he'll get a chance to kill me. That how you see it?
It's pretty hard to be sure what's going on in a youngster's head sometimes.
Doggone it, Britt. Sometimes I wonder why I keep on wearing this star. No matter what you do, it's wrong. Earl Larkin ain't the first man I've killed, not by a long sight. And he deserved it more than most. Killing him didn't end nothing. Just turned his kid bad. I guess I should have... Well...
Let Larkin kill you?
Oh, no.
You going after Rink?
Oh, maybe the kid will come to his senses.
When you're 11 years old and you get set on accomplishing something, you don't change your mind very easy, you know.
What do you expect me to do, Brett? Go up in those hills and shoot it out with an 11-year-old boy? I got a son of my own. Ned's just about the same age as Rink.
Oh?
If Rink was covering me right now, there in that door, if I saw his finger starting to squeeze the trigger, I wouldn't be able to shoot. No matter what, I wouldn't be able to shoot.
Where's his trail lead?
East, over toward Skull Mountain.
Oh, Widow Jenkins' ranch right over that way. I'm riding out to see her this morning.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter whether I go after Rink or he comes after me. Might as well get it over with. That's what you think I ought to do, ain't it, Britt?
Oh, no. No, not necessarily. All I was thinking was that if you did happen to decide to follow Rink, well, we could ride out together, part way at least. We're getting pretty close to Black Canyon, are we?
Yeah, it's only about half a mile.
If somebody wanted to set up an ambush, that canyon would be a good place, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, here's the turnoff to the Jenkins ranch.
Huh? Oh, yes, yeah. That's right. Well... Ma Jenkins wasn't expecting me before sundown, so I didn't need to turn off just yet. I could ride along with Sheriff Jay a little bit further. We were moving through Black Canyon now, rocks on both sides, plenty of cover for a person who wanted it. Rink's trail went right straight ahead. And And that's why we didn't pay much attention to what was happening behind us. Not enough attention, anyway. I did hear something, a little scratching noise. By the time I turned my head, the barrel of a revolver was poked out through a crevice between two boulders. And it wasn't Rink who was holding the gun.
All right, boys.
What?
And don't reach.
Traeger!
Told you not to reach. Next time won't be your hand. Who are you?
My name's Ponsett. Britt Ponsett.
Oh. Sure took your time coming after me, Sheriff.
Oh.
Were you waiting for somebody like the 6-shooter to give you a hand?
I never thought you'd be fool enough to hang around. I give you credit for having good sense.
I'd have been glad to move on, but my horse went lame on me. Besides, you put a bullet through my shoulder, remember? Just hold still, Sheriff. The wound is healed now. Okay, climb out of the saddle. But don't hurry things. Come down slow, one at a time. You first, Ponce. Your turn, Sheriff. Now, walk forward a couple of steps. Away from your horses. Hold it. Oh. Why, forget it. What happened to Locke? I said...
He died a couple of hours after you and him held up the bank.
Well, that's the way it goes. All right, now let's...
You haven't seen his kid, have you?
What? Larkin's kid?
Yeah, a boy about 11 years old.
And what would I be... You mean he's in these parts?
Yeah, he's gunning for the sheriff here.
Sure takes after his old man, don't he?
What do you mean, Traeger?
Huh? Well, that was Larkin's trouble. Liked the gun too much.
Oh?
Sure. Wasn't so bad when we first teamed up, but after a while he wasn't happy unless he could start a gunfight. Ask the sheriff. You know how he was there at the bank. Now, if it had been up to me, we'd have given up when we saw you had us cornered, but not Earl. Anyhow.
You might have been better off if you'd given up.
No, not me, Ponce. Earl, maybe, but not me. Anyway, he'd have been killed sooner or later. Fella's always blazing away. Someone's always going to blaze back at him.
Uh-huh.
Now, me, I'm different. I don't enjoy killing the way Earl did.
Uh-huh. No,
of course, there's times when a man don't have no choice.
Traeger.
Like today, maybe. I gotta have a horse, and I gotta make a break out of these hills.
Now, look, Traeger.
Well, as I see it, there's only one way of getting a horse, and of making sure you boys don't follow me.
Traeger!
At least that's how I see it. So I guess it don't leave me much choice, does it?
He cocked his gun, and a ray of sunlight glinted off the barrel as he tilted up just a fraction of an inch. And then his trigger finger started curling back real slow, like he was playing with us, making us wonder which one of us. I wasn't sure which one of us was going to get it first. If it was me, Sheriff J might have a chance to draw before Traeger could fire again. If it was the sheriff, then his aim was right between us. He was taunting us, and he knew it. And the slightest move by either one of us...
Yeah, that's right. Keep on wondering. Keep shaking. Nerves. Which one you thinking? But it's going to be both of you. Because you're nice and you're close.
And his trigger finger kept tightening. Slowly.
And boys, it's going to be now. So...
For a split second, Trigger just stood there, not moving. Then he fell down on his face. And I saw Rink rise up from behind a rock about 8 feet away.
Rink!
Hello, Sheriff. Mr. Ponce.
Hello, Rink.
You... Holy mackerel, son. You sure turned up at the right time. You've been hiding behind that rock all the time?
You see me, didn't you, Mr. Ponce? When I snuck up behind that rock? That's why you kept talking about Pa.
I thought I saw somebody. Figured it might be you. Sure hoped it was.
I'm glad I heard what he said, Mr. Ponce. Otherwise, I'd never have believed about... I'm sorry I called you a liar, Sheriff. I'm sorry I tried to get you out here so I could...
No, don't you worry about that, Rick. We're mighty grateful for what you did, both of us. You sure know how to handle a gun.
Pa taught me. I still don't see how he could have been the kind of man who was also so good to me.
Sure, Ray. Sure, I know.
Well, sounds like Traeger's still got some life in him.
Oh, yeah. Well, we better be getting him back to town. Come on, Ray, give us a hand. Well, since I was going to be alone on the Jenkins place while Maul Jenkins went east, there didn't seem to be any good reason why Rink couldn't stay along there for a while, too. At least until the time for school to take up again. So I wrote a letter back to his aunt explaining things. And she wrote back. She didn't seem to have any objections. But somehow, reading between the lines, I got the feeling she kind of missed that boy, Rink. And, well, it wasn't very long before he began to miss her, too.
One of the finest things you can do is support your local community chest or United Fund. Through them, you can make just one yearly contribution that takes care of many needs. Since only one campaign is staged, much time and effort are saved. Your money is collected and administered honestly and efficiently. So give generously to your community chest or your local United Fund. The Six Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Sammy Ogg, Russell Thorson, and Tony Barrett. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. This is Hal Gibney speaking. Here's Stroke of Fate next on the NBC Radio Network.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
The Romance of the Ranchos. Beverly Hills, 1852. Indians besiege widow at Rancho. Beverly Hills, 1919. Douglas Fairbanks buys hilltop land for home. Beverly Hills, 1941. Beverly Hills, one of the world's wealthiest cities. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, dramatizing the romance and adventure of the history of our Southland. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, uncovers another fascinating story of events and people that make up the romance of the Ranchos. The interesting historical facts which form the background for our drama tonight were obtained from the vast files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. And those files are growing at the rate of approximately 1,500 documents every business day. For the essential facts affecting land ownership must be gathered from these recordings and from the records of some 50 different public offices and transferred to the Title Insurance Company records daily in order that the company can ensure your ownership of property against any other's claims. However, it is from the older records that the facts forming the basis of these radio stories are taken. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight deals with a part of the Southland we know as Beverly Hills, but which was once the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas, or the gathering place of the waters. Let's relive the romance of this rancho. It was about the time of the end of Spanish control of California, 1821, that Maria Rita Valdez and her soldier husband came to live on the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas. They built a home near the present location of Sunset and Alpine in Beverly Hills. For a few years, their life was peaceful. Then, one day in 1828, Jose Antonio Carrillo, alcalde of Los Angeles, visited the rancho.
Doña Maria Rita, buenos dias.
Don Jose Antonio Carrillo, welcome to my home.
Gracias, gracias.
Oh, this is an honor. The alcalde of the pueblo calling on me. What brings you so far?
I had to journey this way on a boundary dispute, so I thought I would pay my respects to you. Express my sorrow at the loss of your late esteemed husband, Sargento Villa.
Thank you, senor.
I would have been here before, but my duties kept me so busy.
I know, senor. It is quite all right.
Is there anything I can do to assist you?
No, I do not think so, senor. Unless you could help me to get a grant for this land. You see, I have no real title to it, although we have made it our home for these 20 years.
See, of course. I shall be glad to do whatever I can.
Oh, gracias, Don Jose. I should feel safer.
You are alone here?
No. My kinsman, Luciano Valdez, he lives on the land, too.
But here in this house?
Oh, no, senor, you forget. I have children.
See. 9, is it not?
It is not, senor. It is 11.
The widow finally received her first title to the land of Rodeo de las Aguas in 1831, when citizen Vicente Sanchez, who was the alcalde of Los Angeles, granted the land jointly to Maria and her kinsman Luciano. But this arrangement could not last very long, for Luciano was a hard neighbor to get along with.
And over there, Mariano, we shall plant a long line of vines. Oh, this cañada will be our vineyard, and you shall help me care for it.
Oh, see, Mama, it will be very fine.
Here, Maria. What is going on here?
Buenos dias, Luciano. What do you mean, what is going on here?
Are you planning to plant vines in my cañada?
Your cañada? I don't know what you mean. This is my land as much as yours. I have spent 3 months clearing this cañada so that I may plant my vines.
You shall plant no vines here. This is my cañada, and I mean to keep it for my own use.
Luciano, oh, how can you do these things to me? I say nothing when you move your house near mine, obstructing the front of mine. I even let it go when you run my cattle off the only watering place on the land, and they wander off onto my neighbor's ranchos. But this is too much.
Too much? See, it is too much. When I find you trying to use up my land...
It is not your land. And if it were, you did not try to stop me from clearing it. Oh, no. For 3 months you have watched me and my family working on it. Only now, when I want to plant the vines, I make a place for it. Do you object?
You wish to complain about me, huh? Well, go ahead. I dare you to. Who would listen to you? A foolish woman. Why, you cannot even read or write.
Just because you can read and write. Just because you were once schoolmaster of the pueblo. Is that any reason for you to lord it over everybody else?
I am a man of culture. It is beneath me to associate with persons of such little education. You will kindly remove yourself from this cañada. I have told you it is mine, and that is enough.
Madre de Dios, what am I to do?
Oh, Maria, don't cry. I'll fix him. You leave Madre alone, Diablo. You leave her alone.
No, Mariano. No, Mariano, don't.
Me, huh? Here, stop that young rascal.
Mariano, you must not. No, stop.
You leave Mother here. You leave my Madre alone.
Oh, my head. Stop moving, Mother.
Oh,
He won't come back for a while, Madre.
Mariano, you should not tell.
No, Madre. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Unless he comes back.
Doña Maria Rita Valdez de Villa finally took up Luciano's dare and registered a complaint with the governor. It was subsequently turned over to the Los Angeles Ayuntamiento. And one day, Maria heard their verdict.
And so, in view of the complaint against him, also in view of the fact that he does not own enough cattle to receive ownership of land anyway, the said Luciano Valdez is ordered to vacate the property of the widow Doña Maria Rita Valdez de Villa, called San Antonio, or Rodeo de las Aguas.
Oh, gracias. Gracias, Your Honor.
However, Maria Valdez must pay Luciano Valdez for the property which he'll give up. Therefore, the council has appointed two appraisers, Jesus Diaz and Tomas Talamantes, to place a value on said property. The appraisal of the property shall be carried on at the earliest possible moment.
And besides, senor, this peach tree, that is mine. See, and here are two poles I use for farming purposes. They must be counted, too.
What do you say, Jesus?
Oh, very well, Tomas. 2 pesos for the tree and 50 centavos for the poles.
Very well. 15 pesos for the house. That makes total of 17 pesos and 50 centavos. Is that satisfactory?
See?
Luciano?
Not much, but very well. See, I take.
For $17.50, the dispute was settled. And now, Doña Maria Rita Valdez was sole possessor of Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas. But her only title was from the Los Angeles City Council, and she wished the legal protection of a grant from the governor. And so it was that she talked with Francisco Villa, major domo of the Mission San Gabriel.
But, senor, the governor, he will not make a grant to me unless there are 150 head of cattle grazing on the rancho.
And there are not, senora?
No. I have little over 100, and I have no money to buy more. Do you think the governor might overlook the cattle?
I hardly think so, senora. It is the law. However, there may be another way to arrange it.
But how?
Suppose I arrange for you to borrow enough cattle to make up the difference.
Oh, senor, is it possible?
I think so, senora. I shall take up the matter immediately. And, too, I have another idea. We shall send your kinsman, Captain Villa, straight to Governor Alvarado to present your petition, and that should help your case.
Ah, senor, I do not know how to thank you.
You needn't, senora. I am happy to help you. You have spent many years on this land. You have put much work and toil into it. It is only right that it should be yours. And I shall see that it is.
Capitan Villa journeyed northward toward Monterey, armed with Doña Maria Rita's precious petition. On the way, he stopped at San Juan Bautista to see General Jose Castro, prefect of the district.
So you see, Jose, I go to present the petition of the widow Valdez to Governor Alvarado.
So the widow Valdez. Why, I know her well. When I was south with my troops, I was guest at her home. Oh, she's a fine woman. I like her. Capitan, I tell you what I will do. I go with you. I shall speak to Alvarado myself. Perhaps I can help and repay her kindness to me.
With such powerful friends helping her, the grant for Maria Valdez was assured. And soon, Capitan Villa brought the precious title papers back to Los Angeles. The future looked brighter for Maria Valdez, but more misfortune came quickly. In 1846, news came that the American armies were closing in on Los Angeles. At the time, Maria Valdez was staying in a house she owned on Main Street in Los Angeles. Late one evening, her son rushed to her.
Mama, we must fly. The Americanos, they're coming. We must flee as fast as we can.
Oh, but Mariano, they will not hurt us.
There may be a battle, Mama. Guns, cannon, the city may be destroyed. Oh. We must flee for our lives, Mama. Hurry, there is no time to lose. I have an ox cart waiting.
Oh, but Mariano, my clothes, my belongings.
No, Mama, there is no time for that. Leave everything. Take only what you will need to keep you warm. Hurry, Mama.
Wildly, many Los Angeles residents fled before the American army. With them, Doña Maria Rita Valdez. Behind her, she left everything she had, including the title papers to the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas. As soon as she saw there was no danger, she came back. But it was to find her house had been broken into by looters. It had been robbed, pillaged.
Mariano, they have taken everything. Oh, but no. No, they can't have taken my papers. The papers for the rancho.
Where do you give them, Madre?
In the trunk, the big trunk, in the corner.
Oh, here is the trunk.
Oh, see, are the papers?
No. I'm sorry, Mama. The trunk is empty.
Title papers were gone. Victim of wartime looters. California, Indian, or American, no one knew which. Their loss was felt deeply. When after California became a state in the Union, the Board of Land Commissioners met to pass on all land titles in California. Maria Valdez had no proof of ownership. But once again, loyal friends came to the support of the aging widow. One by one, they testified on her behalf. Jose Antonio Carrillo.
See? The Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas has belonged to Doña Maria Rita for many years, at least since 1828, for it was in that year that I visited her. Her soldier husband had just died, and there she was with her 11 children.
Francisco Villa.
It was in 1839, some years after her relative Luciano had moved from the rancho, that Doña Maria Rita wished to obtain a grant from Governor Alvarado. I had already obtained for her enough cattle to make up the necessary 150 head.
Jose Castro.
See, Capitan Villa and I went to see the governor in Monterey, and he graciously acceded to our request. He gave me the title papers, granting to Doña Maria Rita about 1 league of land.
One by one, friends and relatives offered their help. And finally, after many weary days of waiting, the board announced the decision.
Doña Maria Rita Valdez de Villa, it is the decision of the United States Board of Land Commissioners that your claim to the title of the land known as the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas is confirmed. The land is yours, madam.
Yes, Doña Maria's loss of her title papers almost cost her her rancho. Her title was in doubt for years until the Land Commission finally determined that it was valid. This was not an uncommon situation in those early days. There were no public offices in which title transfers could be recorded. In fact, ownership of land frequently passed by a mere transfer of possession without any written document. When California was admitted to the Union in 1850, one of the first acts of the state legislature was to set up public offices in which records of title transfers might be kept, and to require that all transfers must be by deed or other written instruments. The theory was that an intending purchaser of property could then examine the public records and determine that the seller actually owned clear title to the land. Unfortunately, it is often impossible to establish true ownership of property from these public records. Deeds and other title documents are sometimes lost or destroyed, sometimes never placed on record, sometimes defectively acknowledged or executed, sometimes forged or executed by minors or incompetents, so that even though they have the appearance of valid legal documents, actually they are not. For these reasons, some further assurance of ownership is required by persons dealing in land today. The policy of title insurance meets that need. It stabilizes land titles, makes them marketable, enables you to know that you really own the title you pay for.
Now, the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas, which she calls San Antonio, really belonged to Doña Maria Rita, and she settled down with a great army of relatives to raise her cattle and cultivate her garden. But trouble still pursued her. Early one day in 1852, the workers in the garden were startled by...
Indians! Indians! Run for the house, run!
Hurry inside. Get inside. Pedro, call everybody into the house. Now lock all the doors, barricade the windows, get down the guns. See? Inside, quickly. The guns are in the racks, powder in the cask in the corner. Hurry. Here, close the door. Now there, put that table across the window. Leave enough room to sight the rifle. Hurry.
There they are, behind the sycamore.
Oh, be careful.
So, you want to fight, do you heathens? All right, our bullets are as good as yours. Talk, will you? I get you next time.
Pedro, a rifle for me, and keep bringing up the ammunition.
Si, senor.
Look out, here they come out in the open. They've blocked.
We have driven them back to cover, but they will try again. Hurry, Pedro, more ammunition. Pedro, more ammunition.
We've held them off for 3 hours, but I don't.
The ammunition is running low.
We cannot hold them off much longer, senor.
We must. You know what it will mean if we do not.
But our ammunition won't last much longer.
Then save it. Don't waste a shot. Hold your fire until they try to attack again.
What with our help?
Senora, I'll go for help.
No, Pedro, you cannot.
I can do it, senora. If I can sneak out without them seeing me, I can crawl down the ditch to the swamp and get away to the nearest rancho.
No.
Perhaps you could, senora.
No, I will not listen. They will kill you, and he's just a boy, a young boy.
They will not see me, senora, because I am just very small.
It may be our only chance, senora. I try myself.
No one shall go. Perhaps our shots will attract attention and help will come, but no one will go. It will be suicide.
Here they come again.
Back to your post quickly. Pedro, more ammunition.
We've driven them back into Grove again. Thank heavens there are only 3 of them.
We must be prepared for their next assault. Pedro, bring more powder. Pedro! Oh, where is he? Pedro! Oh, senor.
He has gone. He has slipped out the door while we were busy fighting. Look, there he goes, creeping down the trench.
Madre de Dios, do they see him?
I don't know. They haven't made any move yet.
Oh,
they're shooting at us.
He's almost to the swamp.
They can't see him from there. He's hidden by the trees now.
He's getting up. He's running.
They haven't seen him. They haven't seen him, senora. Now we have a chance. We have driven him back again.
Senor, have you any ammunition left?
Yours one shot. Here, somebody bring up more ammunition.
There is no more, senor.
What? No more? Then when they attacked again...
See. Oh, what has happened to Pedro?
He has only been gone an hour. It might take him that long to get to the nearest rancho.
No, he is a fast runner. He should be back by now.
But he is not.
No.
Senora, this one shot. If you wish, I can spare you any...
I am not afraid, senor. I have not lived here all these years without being used to facing death.
You are a brave woman, senor. I salute you.
They're creeping up again, senor.
We cannot fight them now. This is the end, senor.
No, listen. What is that?
The Indians have stopped. They're running the other way. They're making for the hills.
Look at horses. It's help coming. Pedro got through.
Look at them. The rancheros charging at full speed.
We're saved.
This was the last of such harrowing experiences for the owners of Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas. But even so, the courageous Doña Maria Rita Valdez found managing a great rancho too much for her declining health. And so, in 1854, she sold her land to 2 neighbors, Benjamin D. Wilson, famous in early California as Don Benito, and Henry Hancock. The full price for the site of what is now Beverly Hills was roughly about $1,300. And now, at last, the Americans took over its development. They planted 2,000 acres of wheat, and the first year reaped a golden harvest. Then came drought, 2 years without water.
Oh, just look at it, Bill. A withered plain. The swamp's dried up. No flowers, nothing.
Yeah, Ben's pretty sad. Your wheat crop's ruined.
Ruined? Well, there isn't any wheat crop. I'm afraid this ranch is going to be a white elephant.
Don Benito,
Yes,
senor.
yes.
I've been looking for you.
Yes, what is it, Jose?
Two senores from Los Angeles. They're at the house to see you.
Yeah, well, what do they want?
They're from the Pioneer Oil Company. They want to see you about this land. They think there might be oil here.
Oil?
Man, oil here? Why, Ben, you'd be rich.
Holy smokes, oil.
Where are they?
But the oil bubble burst quickly. Wells were drilled, but nothing of any consequence was found. And then, slowly, newcomers came to live on the ranch. New names appeared to be associated with Rodeo de las Aguas. Workman, Whitworth, Edison A. Benedict, who acquired Benedict Canyon, Edward A. Pruce, Luland, Bune, Eberly, Francis Temple. Finally, in 1869, Pruce and Temple sold their land to the De Las Aguas Land Association. Ambitious plans for a town called Santa Maria were never realized. The association gasped for life for a short time and then peacefully expired. The rancho went to Hamel and Denker, two Los Angeles businessmen who prospered for a while by raising lima beans on their land. With the coming of the railroad, the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas was flooded with eager lot buyers. Little towns mushroomed around the railroad stations. Morocco, Cahuenga, Sunset. More ambitious plans were made. The boom of the 80s, however, collapsed, and the towns faded back into obscurity. It was not until 1906 that the heirs and successors of Henry Hamel and Andrew Denker handed over their rancho to another group whose plans were to prove successful.
Here's the Rodeo Land Water Company, Mr. Clark. There's a map of the town laid out. Beverly Hills.
Well, looks well laid out, Mr. Green.
Thanks. It ought to be. Got the best man we could for the job. Wilbur Cook, landscape architect from New York, planned it. Dan Halliday, engineer, did the actual laying out.
Pretty name, too, Beverly Hills.
Yeah, I had something to do with that myself. See, I read a newspaper account of President Taft's visit to Beverly Farms in Massachusetts. Well, I liked the name so much, I just rushed right down here and persuaded my associates to name our town Beverly Hills. Since this was Hurley land we were subdividing.
Well, yes, it's fine. I'll tell you. I like your new town. I'll take 2 lots I looked on. Let's see, it's Crescent Drive, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
So, well, I guess I'll be your first customer. I'll buy 'em.
Henry C. Clark became the first homeowner of the new town of Beverly Hills in 1907. Rapidly, the subdivision grew. Then, one day, a real estate man and his potential customer walked up a hill overlooking Doña Maria Rita Valdez's old land.
Let's just climb up there a little further to the crest. Must be a wonderful view.
Okay. I don't see how you do it. You take these hills like they're nothing. Wish I was in your condition. I must be getting old.
You should be in the moving picture business. That's strenuous enough to keep you in trim.
Well, it must be the kind of pictures you do.
Here, let me lend you a hand.
Thanks.
There. We're up.
Yep, thank goodness. Well, what do you think of that view?
Just look at that. I've never seen anything like it. It's perfect. I think of having a home here.
It's just what I hope you're thinking of. Just imagine how it'd look landscape. A home right over there, overlooking the entire valley. That's a real bargain.
You don't have to sell me. I'm sold. Just make out the papers to Douglas Fairbanks.
When Douglas Fairbanks bought the site for Pickfair on April 22nd, 1919, he started the great movie star invasion, which has made Beverly Hills one of the most celebrated residential communities in the world. Quickly, more and more famous people made it their home. The population grew by leaps and bounds. In 1924, the population was 5,000. Quickly, the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas blossomed into hundreds of mansions, villas, homes. The building boom finally reached such proportions that it prompted one prominent resident of Beverly Hills to say,
Well, lots are sold so quickly and often out here that they're put through escrow made out to the 12th owner. Now, they couldn't possibly make out a deed for each purchaser. Besides, you wouldn't have time to read it. In 10 minutes, you own the lot. You're having no money, don't worry agents. If they can just get a couple of dollars down or an old overcoat or a shotgun or anything to act as first payment, second-hand Fords are considered A1 collateral, too.
Will Rogers may have been spoofing a little, but the boom brought almost 30,000 residents to live in this, one of the most beautiful and one of the wealthiest of residential communities. Today, the land which was once the domain of the widow Valdez and her 11 children is the pride of the Southland, the home of many of its famous people, the distinguished city of Beverly Hills. Such is the romance of the ranchos.
Frank Graham will be heard in just a moment, but first here's something to think about. In these days of rising costs and taxes, every dollar counts to all of us. Doubly interesting, then, is the fact that the rates at which Title Insurance and Trust Company is able to offer you necessary title protection are very considerably lower than those prevailing almost anywhere else in the United States. There are two factors that make these low rates possible. First, the size and completeness of Title Insurance and Trust Company's record files and the efficiency of its hundreds of trained workers. Second, the fact that this company writes a greater volume of title insurance than any other title company in the world. Whatever the value of the property you're interested in or the type of policy you require, the rate you pay for title insurance is less than it would be elsewhere because of these considerations. And the protection it brings you is not surpassed by comparable policies issued anywhere. And what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we're going to take you for a visit to the ranchos San Pedro and Palos Verdes, where a dispute between two of the great families of early California blazed for many years. It's a story I know you'll want to hear. So be with us again next Wednesday night. Until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
Romance of the Ranchos is a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The Romance of the Ranchos.
Whittier, 1847.
Americans break opposition in Battle of San Gabriel.
Whittier, 1867.
Great flood menaces home of Governor Pio Pico.
Whittier, 1941.
Whittier, the center of a great fruit-growing area. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, dramatizing the highlights of history of Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, unfolds another tale of the romantic, adventurous early days of some particular section of our Southland. Practically all of our stories of early California contain a good many incidents having to do with ownership of land, the original grants, transfers by sale or foreclosure, boundary disputes, and so on. This is because land ownership is a fundamental element in the shaping of all history, the motivating factor behind many of its most important events. The urge to own land is a basic human desire as old as civilization. Through the ages, land has been coveted, stolen, fought over, defended, even at the cost of life itself. Today, force of arms and physical combat are seldom required for the defense of private land ownership. The common risks are those that arise from forged instruments, forgotten mortgages or other liens, improperly or fraudulently executed documents, claims of undisclosed heirs, and similar title defects. The modern system of title insurance provides protection against these and other risks. And here to tell the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight, we're going to trace the history of the Rancho Paso de Bartolo Viejo, the favorite rancho of Don Pio Pico, part of which has become the present city of Whittier. Many of you may have visited Pio Pico's ranch house, which is still standing as a national monument near Whittier. But whether you have or not, I'm sure you'll find in its story much of the romance of the rancho. For the beginning of our story, we must go back to the year 1771, the year in which the Padres of New Spain first established the Mission San Gabriel. A few miles from the new establishment, nestled in the foothills near the San Gabriel River, then called River San Miguel of the earthquakes, was an Indian village, and the elders of the council were agog with the news.
My brothers, the crow has spoken truly. I have seen with my own eyes. Strangers come. Men with white skin build a great hut of brush. They have great animals bigger than the deer. They come to stay.
But already there are too many here. In this village there are too many. We cannot live. We cannot find food enough.
Perhaps these white men have food. Perhaps they can help us.
No. I have seen them scraping the ground looking for acorns under the ground.
They do not even know where to look for acorns.
Perhaps they do not search for acorns. Perhaps they know how to find food in the ground.
No, these men, they cannot help us.
Let us follow the paths of our brothers and find the fertile valleys to the south. There we will find better hunting grounds for the rabbit. We have heard our brothers tell it.
Yes, brothers. We must leave this place of the wild bees and travel to the valley of much water.
You may go. I stay behind. White men have strange ways, but perhaps they can help us find food. I will stay and speak with white men.
Many Indians left the dry little village of Sejat, but others stayed behind to become the neophytes of the Padres at Mission San Gabriel.
You see, my children, there is ample food for all. The great Padre, in his mercy and kindness, has provided bountiful gifts, if only we will take them. For him who is wise enough to spend his day in the planting seed and caring for the cattle, his harvest shall be great, and he shall not want. And in his spirit he shall be content. So for these great gifts of earth and water and air, and the life which flows in our bodies, we must give pious thanksgiving. It is right that we gather at the evening bell and sing praises to him.
For years, the Padres of San Gabriel taught the newly converted Indians of the land around Lomas Muertas, or Dead Hills, known now as Puente Hills. Everywhere, the product of their great work was apparent in the tilled fields, the orchards and vineyards, the irrigation ditches. The Indians who stayed behind in the village of Sejat were happy and prosperous. But presently, a controversy arose. One day in 1784, word came to the mission.
Padre, I bring news from Santa Barbara.
See, what is it, my son?
This land to the east and south, across El Camino Real along the San Gabriel River, it has been given to a soldier for his rancho.
But this is mission land. It cannot be given away.
That may be. But the military governor, Don Pedro Fajes, has granted a certain soldier of his, one Manuel Nieto, the right to live and keep his cattle there.
But that land is the property of the mission, held in trust for its rightful owners, the native Indians. In a few years, when they are able to govern themselves, we must give it back to them.
But the governor has already acted. The land south of the Lomas Muertas are no longer the missions, but Manuel Nieto's.
For the first time, the secular power had infringed on what was considered the domain of the church, but it was not to be the last. It was the start of a long series of controversies which left missions shrunken to nothing, missions themselves abandoned to decay. But in this case, the Padres of San Gabriel won at least a point. At their request, the 300,000-acre grant to Manuel Nieto was cut, and its northern boundary made the El Camino Real and the San Gabriel River, thus returning the land which became Whittier to the control of the mission. But it was along this same El Camino Real, the main road from San Diego to the Pueblo de Los Angeles, that the first word came of events that sounded the death knell of the missions. It was in the year 1822 that a horseman sped up to the banks of the river San Gabriel.
Hola, senor.
Hola. You have ridden far, mi amigo.
Si, from San Diego. Is there water for my horse near here?
Si. I can get it for you at my hacienda. Or you can go on to Mission San Gabriel, a few leagues more.
If I may trouble you, senor, I'd rather not go on. I had expected to find water in the river.
Not this time of year. But if you'll come with me.
See, may we hurry? I have important news to deliver at the Pueblo, Los Angeles.
Important news? About what?
This, senor, is now a part of an independent republic. What? Mexico has declared her independence from the King of Spain.
Now the missions were cut off from the paternal hand of the Spanish king, and the new Mexican government soon passed laws providing for the secularization of all mission lands. Soon the government was distributing this land for private ranchos all over the Southland. In September of 1833, Juan Crispin Perez petitioned the governor for a grant of his own. A few months later, he appeared before members of the Los Angeles Ayuntamiento who were investigating the claim. The alcalde of the Pueblo called the council to order.
A case of Juan Crispin Perez.
Si, senores, I am here.
You have petitioned the governor for a grant of land.
Si, I wish it for my rancho.
Senores, you have all seen Don Juan's claim to the land. This rancho you wish is located north of El Camino Real and extending from the hills, sometimes called Lomas Muertas, to the river San Gabriel.
Si, that is it. It is called Paso de Bartolo Viejo. I have lived there with my cattle for the space of some 30 years, more or less.
Who owned the land when you first settled there?
Manuel Nieto. Later it was returned to public land, and I served as mayordomo for the Mission San Gabriel. But now this land is open to private ownership. I feel that it should be mine, as I have cultivated it these many years.
And the Mission San Gabriel has no objections?
As long as the law is as it is, they have none.
Very well, Don Juan. If we shall pass our recommendation on to the governor. I think we are all agreed, are we not, senores, that this land should rightfully be granted to Don Juan Crispin Perez?
Gracias, senores, gracias.
Governor Figueroa followed the recommendation of the Los Angeles Ayuntamiento and in 1835 granted to Juan Crispin Perez the Rancho Paso de Bartolo Viejo, or the ford of the Elder Bartholomew. The next 10 years were unsettled ones for California, culminating in the news in 1846 that Mexico was at war with the United States. Many of the Californians had more sympathy for the Americans than for their own bungling government. Nevertheless, they determined to defend their homes because of the uncertainty as to what might develop. But Commodore Stockton and General Kearney were at San Diego, and one day news reached Los Angeles.
The Americanos are coming, marching north from San Diego.
Feverishly, preparations were started. The call went out to the citizenry, and soon an ill-equipped band of militia swelled the ranks of the insurgent forces under General Jose Maria Flores. Then, on January 7th, scouts brought the information.
You see, General Flores, they number about 600 men, dragoon sailors from the frigates anchored at San Diego, and some of our own Californians.
Californianos fighting with the Americanos?
Si, they have joined them, about 30, I should say.
Madre de Dios. Our own brothers.
You say they are camped at Rancho Los Coyotes?
Si, for the night. Only a few miles from the Pueblo. And they will continue the march tomorrow.
Then tomorrow is the day. Tomorrow we must meet them and stop them. If we don't, Los Angeles is lost.
But, General, where can we make a stand?
At the river San Gabriel. They are following El Camino Real. They will probably try to cross the river at Curung, near the Puente Hills.
Si, on the Rancho Juan Perez.
But we will be there to stop them.
Shall I give the orders?
Si, we will move before daybreak.
The morning of January 8th, 1847, the Americans, 600 strong, marched along El Camino Real. The Californians drew up their lines at Paso de Bartolo Viejo from the banks of the San Gabriel, which is today called Rio Hondo. Across the land, which is now Whittier, came the Americans. At the Indian village, they stopped.
General Kearney, we're almost to the San Gabriel.
Yes, they'll probably make their stand there.
If they make a stand.
I think they will. Everything our scouts have told us would seem to indicate that they have force enough.
We can still see their scouts all around us.
And have you noticed there are many more than before?
Yes, their main body's probably near, at the river.
Then we better form in line of battle, men.
Right. We can probably expect their attack any time now.
All right, men, take your battle positions. The volunteer riflemen will lead the scouts. Then I'll bring up the dragoons. Martin, your musketeers will follow with the Marines and sailors bringing up the artillery. Baggage in the center. Rear guard with the cattle and 2 field guns. All right, men, give the orders.
And look sharp, men. If we get through here, our fight's won. Forward!
There they are, Commodore. Drawn up on the opposite bank of the river.
Must be 400 of them. Thank goodness the river's almost dry. We'd have a hard fight crossing water. As it is,
we may have a hard fight anyway. They have a cannon on the bluff.
Look, here come some of them crossing the river.
Must be about 100. They're trying to threaten our advance. All right, men, hold your fire. But advance steadily. Just move ahead. We're going over.
They've gone back on the other side.
They thought they could pile us up.
Now they're shooting.
Well, they can't do any damage. They're too far away. Their grape is falling short.
It looks like they have a couple of cannon.
Yes. That may give us some trouble. Keep moving, men. Right ahead to the first bank of the river.
At least we can take this in 2 jumps. The river first, the bluff afterward.
Yes, if we can get across to the opposite bank, we should be able to make a stand there for a while.
We'll soon know. We're almost to the bank.
We're almost in range now. All right, men, return their fire and keep going. We're going to take the first bank opposite.
Down the first bank, across the dry stream bed, advancing steadily, came the Americans. Up the opposite bank, the enemy only a few yards ahead, and...
There they go. They're retreating. Charge, men. We've dislodged them. Drive them off the bank.
The Californians were driven from the first bank of the stream bed. Quickly, they formed another line on the bluff as the Americans prepared to storm the height.
That one was close. Those cannon of theirs must be stopped.
All right, boys. Bring up that 9-pounder. We'll put them out of commission in no time. We can hit a sombrero at 1,000 yards with this cannon. Let's take out that first gun over there at 300. Is she all set, boys?
Ready to fire, Commodore.
Well, let me get the sight on her, boys, and we'll show the Army what marksmanship is, eh?
Look out! Say, that was close. Hurry up, Commodore. Put that gun out of commission before it does some damage.
A hand here, men. A little twist to the right. There. Hold it. All right, boys. There's the aim. Let her go.
Got it! Got it! By gee, Hawk, that Commodore, you knocked it sky high. You weren't fooling about marksmanship, sir. Congratulations.
No time for that. Now's the time for a charge.
Ready, men. We're going on over. Be careful. We're under full fire. Let's see you end this battle right now. All right. Charge! All right, men, hold your fire. No use wasting grape. The way they're riding, they're out of range already.
Well, General, we made it. Here we are on the heights.
Yes, we should have no trouble at all from here on in.
How about casualties, Captain?
Bring them up now, sir. There's several wounded, and Fred Strauss...
Dead?
Yes, sir.
We can be thankful there weren't more. But even one.
His name will be long remembered, for he died in the service of his country on the battlefield that won California for the United States.
Yes, the Battle of San Gabriel marked the winning of California for the United States. And after California's admission into the Union in 1850, an early decision by the newly formed United States Land Commission changed the boundaries of Rancho Paso de Batola, as Frank Graham will tell you in just a moment. Admission to the Union also led very soon to the passage of laws providing for the public recording and preservation of all written instruments having to do with the transfer of land titles. And those laws really started something. Today, there are more than 2 million deeds on file in the Los Angeles County Recorder's Office, more than 750,000 mortgages, and scores of thousands of other written instruments of various kinds. Since 1907, an accurate count of the numbers of documents recorded in the county has been kept. From that year to the end of 1940, a grand total of almost 10.5 million documents were recorded. All facts contained in these millions of documents which pertain to the ownership of land are transcribed and segregated according to the particular properties they affect in the offices of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. That is why, for so little cost and with so little delay, you may obtain from this company a policy of title insurance for your protection when you buy, sell, lend, or borrow on real estate.
The Battle of the San Gabriel at Paso de Bartolo Viejo was one of the last battles of the war, and was the last time the Californians put up a stiff resistance to the Americans. Shortly after, a distinguished Californian returned to Los Angeles from Mexico.
We're glad to have you back, Don Pio.
See, we are all hoping for your return, Governor Pico.
Please, senor, is not governor. I'm no longer governor of this department. In fact, it is no longer a department of Mexico, but a territory of the United States.
See, but if things have been different.
No, mi amigo. Things couldn't have been different. I don't think I should have cared to have them different. I felt that. Even when I left to go to Mexico, I said then that resistance was useless.
Then why did you go?
Because I felt it was my duty as governor to see what could be done. And I found only indifference at the Capitol. And they cared nothing for Alta California. And they were willing that the Americanos should have it.
And they do have it now.
See, and that is for the best. The Americanos want California. Mexico did not. The Americanos will build up this great country of ours. And I, for one, will give them every ounce of my support.
Don Pio Pico, the last Mexican governor of California, came back to become a loyal and distinguished American. And in 1850, he added to his already enormous land holdings the Rancho Paso de Bartolo Viejo, which he bought from the heirs of Juan Perez. On the banks of San Jose Creek, which is now known as the San Gabriel River, he built an adobe mansion, and his reputation for the most lavish hospitality grew.
Don Pio, I've never seen such a wonderful ball.
You like it, senor? I am glad. I want everybody to have a good time when they come to El Ranchito.
El Ranchito? Why do you call it that?
Why? Because it is so small.
Small? I'd say this was quite a mansion for this country.
You see, the house, it is comfortable. But the rancho, it is very small. Not a rancho at all, just a ranchito.
Oh, I see. Well, I suppose, compared to your other ranchos, like Rancho Santa Margarita to the south, this is pretty small.
Oh, see, Santa Margarita, 133,000 acres. Paso de Bartolo, 9,000. You see, a ranchito.
It's beautiful, nevertheless.
Oh, see, I like it better than the others. I live here. Let my mayordomos take care of the rest.
Well, I don't blame you. It's practically perfect. The courtyard looking out over the Puente Hills, and the ballroom looking out over the creek.
See any fine place to race the horse? Oh, senor, you have never seen a California horse race, have you?
No, I can't say I have.
Well, just you wait until tomorrow. You shall see a real horse race. Between my Azulejo, some no-good horse of Diego Sepulveda.
Is it going to be run tomorrow?
See, for 1,000 yards at 2 o'clock sharp.
I wouldn't miss that for anything.
And, senor, if you don't want to lose your money, be sure to bet on my Azulejo.
Oh, betting, too, eh? Well, maybe I might put up a $5.
$5, senor? You mean $5,000, of course.
What? Oh, no, I meant $5.
Oh, but, senor, I doubt if you can find anyone willing to bet so little.
Well, how much is bet on this race?
Oh, I should say about $40,000. That is, of course, not counting the cattle and the horses, the sheep, the ranch lands, and...
Holy smokes. Maybe I'd better just watch this one.
The lavish, splendid extravagance of the Dones manifested itself in horse racing with terrific stakes involved, as well as in great fiestas and entertainments. But a new era was about to dawn, and slowly the noose of debts tightened about the necks of the old Californians. As Pio Pico's debts mounted, his land shrunk. But before his beloved El Ranchito was gone, two things added to his woes. The first was the great flood of 1867.
Don Pio,
Don Pio, the water is still rising. It is almost washing against the foundations of your house.
Oh, my orchards, my beautiful orchards. They are ruined. Look at them. Water rushing through them, tearing out the trees, carrying away the fertile land.
I'm not so worried about them as I am about us. The water may keep on rising. It may crumble the walls of this adobe. We better get out of here.
Look, here comes a man.
It's Ramon.
Ramon! Don Pico, I was coming to warn you to get out of here, but I was afraid it's too late.
Too late?
See, the water back there is worse. My horse lost his footing trying to cross the irrigation ditch. I was thrown to the bank. The horse swept away. We couldn't get through the hills now.
Then we'll just have to stay here and hope for the best.
If the roof doesn't come down on us...
I've never seen such a flood.
There never has been such a flood. I've been up on the hills. From there, you can see water sweeping through the entire valley. It looks to me like this flood is changing the course of the San Gabriel River. In fact, the whole river's coming right down San Jose Creek and your big irrigation ditch.
Madre de Dios, and here we are. May God have mercy on us.
The San Gabriel River did change its course to the channel we know today. Its old course is known today as the Rio Hondo. Don Pio Pico escaped the water's wrath, but another blow had come to him. The United States Land Commission, in determining the boundaries of the original grant of the Rancho Paso de Bartolo, had excluded that section of the land which was to become Whittier. The rest of the land Don Pio kept until 1892, when creditors finally dispossessed him. But in the meantime, the land which had been returned to the government was sold to various individuals. And finally, in 1881, an Indiana farmer, John M. Thomas, bought it up and built a house. In 1887, it was the scene of a conference between two men.
You say your name's Pickering?
Yes, A.H. Pickering of Chicago. My wife and I are out here in California looking for a place to buy.
Oh, you're planning to settle down here then?
Well, not exactly. I want to buy land as a site for a town. You see, I represent the Society of Friends.
Oh, Quakers, you mean?
Yes. My wife and I have been from Sacramento to Ensenada, and this is the finest spot we have found. And since I understand it's for sale...
Why, sure. Come right on in. I'm sure we can make a deal, all right.
The deal was made, and the Quaker colony was started. The leader, Jonathan Bailey, moved into the old Thomas house, and on its porch the next Sunday, services were held.
And thank thee, O Lord, for this great, bountiful country which thou hast provided for us. Bless it and this new town of Whittier, which we have founded in thy name.
Whittier, named for the great Quaker poet James Greenleaf Whittier, was founded. In May 1887, the first lots were sold. The new town was established just in time to get in on the boom of the 80s, and land prices soared. Quakers poured in from every part of the country, and a new city was on its way. Today, Whittier is the center of a market area of homes and industry with 32,000 happy citizens devoted to pleasant and productive living. And on this place of the wild bees, where stood an Indian village, and where a great battle was fought, this land is today covered with miles of fertile orchards, yielding valuable harvests of California's crop of gold. Such is the story of progress and the romance of the ranchos.
In a moment, Frank Graham will tell you a little about next week's exciting story. The purpose of the Title Insurance and Trust Company in sponsoring these broadcasts is twofold. First, to enable you to share the thrills and inspiration that come from knowledge of our community's romantic and adventurous past. To be familiar with the people who lived here and the things they did long before our time makes living in Southern California actually more fun, makes names and places twice as interesting. Second, by means of these programs, the Title Insurance and Trust Company hopes to acquaint you with the nature and the value of title insurance and the work that must precede the writing of a policy, so that you will not hesitate to avail yourself of this necessary protection whenever you deal in real estate. And now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we'll have a story about a famous battle of Southern California in which the total casualties were 2 horses and 1 mule. It took place in San Fernando Valley on the Rancho Ex-Mission de San Fernando, and it's a story you'll want to hear. So until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as your wandering vaquero, comes to you each week at the same time. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Presenting Joel McCrea as Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Living Death.
It is 2 a.m. on the morning of October 3rd, 1948. A man stands in the brush on the American side of the Rio Grande, watching another man wading rapidly across the river from the Mexican side.
Come on, hurry up. Senor Green? Senor Green, where are you?
Over here. And shut up.
Oh.
I almost fallen.
Never mind. You crazy wearing a white sombrero with that moon?
What is the harm, Senor Green? Nobody see the ego but you.
Don't be too sure of that. Somebody followed me down here. I don't know whether I shook him or not.
The Border Patrol?
No. Hijacker, maybe. You got the package?
Oh, see. Right here. 20 ounces.
Okay, here's your money. 200 an ounce. $4,000.
Oh, gracias. Will be another shipment next week.
Yeah, I know. I'll meet you here again on the 12th. Same time. And be a little more...
You all right, amigo? Someone does follow you?
Quiet. Sound came from over there. He's moving this way. You'll have to crawl through that clearing first, and the moon's right on it.
You going to use a gun?
What do you think I got it for? Keep quiet.
There he is, coming into the moonlight.
Yeah, and he doesn't see us. Just like a sitting duck.
Oh! You hit him, senor?
Yeah. But it looks like I didn't hit him good enough. Yeah, that's better. Grab his leg.
Senor,
Grab his leg and get him out of this clearing into the brush. The longer it takes to find him, the better.
Senor Green, we shouldn't have met this place again. It will not be safe.
All right, drop him here. No, we can't use this place again. It'll be too hot.
I must get back across the river. Where do we meet next time?
Next time, use our old crossing, near Lajitas. I'll get lost. Fast!
The body of the slain man was discovered, but for 2 months there was no clue to point to his killer. And then suddenly another man was shot to death on the streets of a small town in West Texas, and Captain Stinson of the Texas Rangers radioed Ranger Jace Pearson to meet him at the county morgue.
Body's on this slab, Jace.
Shot right through the heart, Captain?
Yep. And here's our ballistics report. .45 caliber slug. Look at the markings on this photo of it.
Uh-huh.
All right. Now look at this ballistics photo. This is a report on the slug they took out of the man who was killed near the border 2 months ago.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Both slugs came from the same gun.
Mm-hmm.
Autopsy report on this man completed yet?
Being typed up. We'll have it in a minute. Clyde Mooney's waiting for it.
Mooney? Oh, is he here?
Yeah, I sent for both of you. Mooney worked on the border killing. Since it's tied up with his second killing, I thought you'd better tackle it together.
Suits me fine.
You got some special reason for wanting to see the autopsy report, Jace?
Yeah. Look at the body. Marks on the left forearm. Look like the kind we usually find on drug addicts.
Well, we'll know in a second. Now, here's Clyde now.
Howdy, Captain. Hi, Jace.
Howdy, Clyde. Good to see you, boy.
Heard you talking as I come in, Jace. You hit it all right. Here's the autopsy report. Man was a drug addict.
Yeah, he's probably just as well off dead, then. Bullet ties this one right up with your border case, Clyde. Guess we're both after the same killer.
Yeah. I've been hunting wetbacks for 2 months trying to find the man who was toting the gun those slugs came from.
Anything else you boys want to see here?
No, Cap.
No, Cap.
Well, let's get out of here, then.
Any identification on this man we just saw, Captain?
Not a thing. Was dressed like a hobo. Doesn't fit any of the descriptions on missing persons reports either.
Might help a lot if we knew who he was. 'Cause I can't see this killing as a job done by a wetback.
Why not, Jace? It was somebody sneaking across the border. Tracks weren't clear by the time the body was found down there, but there were tracks.
Both your cars in back near mine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Jace, go ahead with your theory.
Well, a wetback sneaking into the country to earn a few dollars working is usually too poor to own a gun, unless he's carrying something across with him.
You thinking of those hypo marks, Jace?
It adds up to me. Narcotic smuggling.
Might be. Man who was killed in my territory could have been shot because he spotted somebody crossing with the stuff.
Well, that's possible. But how about the dead man we just left? He wasn't shot near the border.
It looked like he was down and out. Had the habit, but not the price. Might have tried to get some narcotics by threatening to expose the peddler.
I'll buy that, Jace. How about you, Clyde?
Best bet I've had so far.
All right, Jace. Where you planning on starting?
Back along the border.
What, my area?
No. Killing was made that spot too hot for them. They'll go back to some old crossing that's cooled off. I know a few, and you probably know a few.
Well, yeah. Place west of Laredo. Then there's Devil's River. That's been quiet lately.
Yeah, and the Castellon area and the Big Bend, up through Lajitas and Redford. It's a big border.
Yeah, so the sooner we get started, the more of it we can cover.
You're dragging a double trailer, Jay. Suppose I load my horse in with charcoal. We'll use one car.
Good. Let's go. Mooney and I covered the old smuggler crossings one by one. But weeks passed, and we hadn't found anything by the time we reached the Big Bend. We were riding the river near Lajitas.
Getting kind of late, Jace. We ought to make camp, turn in.
Yeah, might as well quit this spot tomorrow. Move on toward Redford. There's a good campsite ahead, clearing near that clump of honey mesquite.
You've got eyes like a cat.
We can make radio contact when we get back to the car tomorrow. Captain may have something for us.
Yeah. What was it he said he'd check on?
Narcotic possession cases. Trying to pin down areas where the drug traffic seems to be the heaviest. Man who's smuggling narcotics must be picking up for a central distributor.
Well, it could be just a small operator.
A small operator's business wouldn't warrant the risk of crossing the border. Whoever makes the pickup is working for a boss.
Well, why couldn't he be the distributor making his own pickup?
Big boy'd play it safe. Stick somebody else's neck out, not his own. Here we are. Ooh, Charlie.
Ooh, boy. You want to get the bedrolls off, Jace? I'll strike a fire, get some chuck cooking.
No, let's skip the fire and eat cold.
Well, why? We're moving out of here tomorrow.
I'd like to watch one more night. It's too quiet here. Haven't been reports of any trouble in this section in almost 3 years. We haven't even spotted a wetback trail.
Okay, no fire.
Might as well let the horses drink before we hobble them. Come on, Charcoal.
Come on, boy.
I want to rub Charcoal's legs down tonight. Lechuguilla's been cutting him up.
Yeah, I got a few nasty scratches myself. Attaboy. Drink up. You looking for something over there, Jace?
Yeah. Let the horses go for a second. Come here. Bring a flashlight.
What is it?
Slight depressions in this mud bank. Just barely saw 'em. Flash the light.
Yeah. They were tracks, all right. Not much left, though.
Something else here. Piece of paper half buried. Must have been stepped on.
Brown. Looks like that brown stickum paper they use to seal packages.
No. This is the kind of paper a bank uses to wrap money. Look. There are traces of blue on here from an ink stamp.
Yeah, can you read it?
No. Maybe the lab at Austin can. Anybody who tore a band from a packet of money in this spot must have been counting it.
Yeah. This isn't exactly a business neighborhood.
Let's stake out, boy. We found some kind of a crossing, and it may be the one we're looking for. We didn't dare move out of the area. We took turns sleeping and keeping the horses out of sight as much as possible. At night, we crept out along the river, moving slowly under cover.
5 nights now, Jace. Maybe they won't cross again in the same spots.
I know. A mile above or below us, and we'd never even see them.
We found tracks in a couple of places along here. They might... What? Oh. One of our horses. Thought we had something for a minute.
Clyde, that isn't one of ours. It's coming from the wrong direction. Put your ear to the ground.
I don't have to. I can hear him coming now.
It can't be our horses. They're hobbled, and the one we hear is moving free. Come on. Don't show yourself on the riverside. That's where his contact will come from.
Coming now. There's something moving in the water out there.
A few hundred yards down. Our horses would have to be up the other way. We'll have to try it on foot. We haven't time to go back and get mounted.
If they make a fast pass, we'll never get there in time anyhow.
We'll have to risk a little noise. That moving horse will cover our approach until he stops. Step it up.
The contact is across to this side by now. I can't see him out there anymore.
Wait. The horse is stopping, too.
Diego? Oh, here, senor. Come on, give me the stuff. Here's the money.
They're not wasting any time, Jace.
No. Let's go.
Stay where you are! Both of you! Keep going, Diego. Run! Get boy!
I'll get the one in the river, Jace. Stop that horse! Come out of that water!
You get him, Clyde?
He shot at close range, Jace. I had to kill him.
We got to leave and get after that rider. Let's get to the horses.
Right. Only we've been 50 yards closer to him back there, Jace.
He went over the ridge up ahead. We can pick up his trail up there. I could swear I hit him when I fired.
I hope you did. Narcotic traffic's the filthiest thing on earth. Oh, here's the ridge, Jace. Whoa, boy.
Whoa, Chaco. Boy. Yeah. Look where we have to track. Mesquite and greasewood. Ground as hard as rock.
Won't be much of a trail here, Jace. It'll take us hours to cut back and forth looking for soft spots.
No time for that. Get off.
Yeah.
It's going to be too bad if I didn't hit him. A blood trail's our only chance.
Yeah. They'll find another contact for narcotics across the border.
Sure they will. Unless we get to the man we're after. He's the only one who can lead us to the ring on this side of the border. And we've got to get to him before he gets rid of that package.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Today marks our first Sunday broadcast, and we sincerely hope that all our old friends who listen to us on Saturday night will be with us at this new Sunday time. Also, we extend a cordial welcome to our new listeners and hope that you'll be with us every Sunday at this time. Now we continue with tonight's case, Living Death, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
We combed the ground for a blood trail, and we found it. Not much, but enough to follow. It led through the mesquite and greasewood, but the rider knew the country. He'd been weaving through the roughest spots.
He's a smart one, Jace.
Yeah, slowing us down all the way.
Got a good hour on us by now.
And an hour's too long. He's probably just using that horse to get to a car someplace.
We can't waste any more time trail cutting then.
No. He must have headed for cover someplace to take care of that wound. General direction seems to be northeast. We'll have to gamble on it.
Okay.
Let's ride.
Get up, Charlie.
reached a road and picked up the trail again. We had horse tracks to follow now, and they led to a dilapidated barn near a rundown ranch house. He was here, all right, Clyde. Blood in the hay and this torn cloth, ripped a piece off his shirt to make a bandage. He knew this spot and headed right for it. Must have been here before.
Yeah, but we're still way behind him. Main road's only a mile or so from here. He's gotten to his car by now.
The ranch house is dark. Let's wake him up. They might have seen something or heard something. Leave the horses here.
Okay. This place sure has gone to seed, Jace.
Yeah, it's a big house. It's falling apart.
Fences sagging, no stock. Must have been a nice ranch once, though.
It isn't anymore. A man gets his living from the earth, you'd think he'd take better care of it.
Here's a house.
Open up. Hey, wake up in there.
Who is it?
Texas Rangers, ma'am. We'd like to talk to you.
Just a minute.
There was an electric power line to the house, but when she opened the door, she was carrying a candle. The inside of the house was almost barren.
What do you want?
We're looking for a rider. Came through here tonight.
He stopped in your barn. You see or hear anything?
No, I didn't.
You rent out a horse to anybody?
A horse? Range, if I had a horse, I'd have sold him for food for my kids.
Sorry we have to bother you, ma'am.
It's all right. What difference does it make?
You know anybody around who... Ma'am, would you mind holding your candle over the mantel of this fireplace?
Why?
Jace, that picture.
The picture was a photograph of a man. The face was younger, full and healthier than when we'd seen it last. But there was no doubt about who it had been.
Jace, that's a picture of the man we saw with the cap, the body in the morgue.
Oh, no.
Take it easy, ma'am. Take it easy.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
When? When did you see him? Oh, he can't be dead. He can't be.
I'm afraid he is, ma'am. And you'll help us a lot if you'll tell us who he was.
Jack Prentice. My husband. Oh, my poor kid.
Oh, why didn't you report him missing?
Because he left me 2 years ago. He'd sold and lost everything we owned. He was sick, half crazy, acting like a madman. I don't know why I didn't do anything. He'd never been like that before.
You got any idea at all what started it?
A friend of his. Jack was all right. He was a good husband and father till he took up with Virgil Green. Then he spent more time with him than he did with us. He must have been gambling or something. We had a good place here. Then it was all gone.
This isn't going to be easy to take, ma'am. Your husband wasn't a gambler. He was a drug addict.
Oh, why didn't he tell me? I begged him to go to a doctor, but he wouldn't.
When did you see him last?
I told you 2 years ago. When Virgil Green left here, Jack left right after him.
You seen this Virgil Green since then?
No.
You know where Green went after he left here?
No, but it must have been Chino. I got a couple of letters from Jack, came from there. And then he stopped writing. Not even a word to his kid.
Ma'am, I hate to leave you like this, but we'll see if we can get you some help later on.
Nothing can help anymore. Not for me. But I'd beg for my kid.
You won't have to. You'll hear from us. Come on, Clyde.
We got to get the boy who gunned her husband, Jace.
We got to get more than one. We got to get them all. The whole ring. Or there'll be 100 more like her husband, dying slower and worse than he did.
You think this Virgil Green is the link?
It must be. Fits the cards we've been playing. Jack Prentice couldn't raise money to buy from Green, threatened to expose him, and Green killed him.
Then he killed a man near the border, too.
Got to try to pick up Green at Chino. He knew this place. It's a fair bet he's the man we've been chasing. Get up, Charcoal.
Oh, boy. Taking him is going to be a pleasure.
We can't take him. Not until we find out if he still has that package. We better knock on these ponies until we get to our car.
Get up, Charcoal.
We got to the car, but before we headed for Chino, I put in a phone call to Captain Stinson.
All right, Jace. I'll have a ranger plane pick up that bank wrapper and send it to the lab.
It may be a bank in Chino.
Well, that fits with a few other things. My checkup shows a heavy drug traffic in and around the Chino area. And the town where Prentice was killed is only 60 miles from Chino.
Good. That narrows it down. See if you can dig up a Chino address on Virgil Green while we're driving up there. He's only 2 hours ahead of us. If we can burn up road, we may reach there almost as soon as he does.
Let you know by radio, Jace. I'll head for Chino myself.
Thanks, Captain. We'll see you there. We were less than an hour out of Chino when our short wave came through with Green's address.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead.
Address of subject Virgil Green is Greendale Ranch, State Highway 39, 14 miles west of Chino.
Got it. Any report from lab on bank money wrapper?
Stamp on money wrapper restored by Austin Lab. Money and packet came from Chino State Bank, corner Main and Crockett in Chino.
10-4. Unit 10, clear.
KTXA, Austin.
That's all we need, Jace.
Yeah, we can get Green in sight before he unloads that package. It was dark when we reached the Greendale Ranch outside of Chino. We'd made up time on Green's head start because we saw a car and horse trailer pull into the ranch just ahead of us. A man got out of the car and limped up to the house, and he was carrying a package.
Walks like a man's been shot in the leg, Jace.
Yeah. Don't turn in after him. Go on past the ranch.
Okay. Where do you want to stop?
Where we can watch the house and keep the car shielded.
Well, there was some heavy brush on the other side of the road just across from Green's place.
All right. Turn around and go back. And keep an eye on him from there. We kept a watch on Green's house all night, but nobody showed to pick up the package. The next morning, Green came out and got into his car. We followed him into Chino.
He's pulling into a parking space up near the next corner, Jace.
Yeah, slow down.
He's getting out. He's got the package, all right, sticking out of his pocket.
Park here, quick. He's going into that building on the corner. Come on, before we lose him. Hey, the street sign, Main and Crockett.
And he went in there, Jace. Chino State Bank. That's where the money wrapper came from.
Don't go in. Just walk around the corner. We can look through the bank windows.
There he is, Jace. Last counter, the rear of the bank.
Safe deposit boxes. Going through the rail into the vault.
Must have a box he's going to plant the stuff in. We going to grab him?
No. Wait till he comes out.
But he won't have it on him then.
We got enough on him. We can pick him up any time. We got to stay with that package until we know who gets it next.
Hey, he wasn't in there long. He's coming out.
Yeah, the package isn't in his pocket now. All right, get out of sight.
Yeah. He was in there just long enough to open up the box and drop it.
Yeah, you've seen the package now. Drift around to the front of the bank. See that nobody leaves that vault with it unless you follow him.
Okay, where are you going?
To meet the captain and get a court order to open that vault. We got the order. Then we waited until the bank closed and the employees were out. We got the president of the bank at his home and took him back to open the vault.
Narcotics, most distressing, gentlemen. Oh, come in, please.
All right. Which box is Green's?
421, right here.
Want to open it for us?
Why, of course.
What?
Say.
It's empty.
Now, couldn't you have made a mistake, Ranger?
No. Clyde, are you sure that package wasn't taken out?
Positive, Jace. I watched every single person went in or out till the bank closed.
Our order covers the rest of these boxes, doesn't it, Captain?
Yes.
All right. Let's open them all. We found what we were after, but not the way we expected to find it. The stuff was there, all right, but it had been split up into smaller quantities. Owners of these boxes must be names you have on your list of dope peddlers, then, Captain.
I'll check that on the bank records.
Yeah, but how'd this stuff get split up? Green wasn't in here long enough to do it.
No, he couldn't have done it. Miss Key had only given him access to his own box.
They have to be done by somebody with a set of duplicate keys. Somebody working here.
Well, that's impossible. Only the head cashier and I have duplicate keys.
Were you in the vault after the bank closed?
No, sir, I haven't been in here all day.
That's truth, Jace. I could see him through the window.
And then the head cashier's our boy. He's the distributor.
And a pretty clever distribution scheme, too. No direct contact, and he has access to the vault after the guard has left.
If he's handled those packets, there'll be fingerprints on them. What's his name and where does he live?
His name is August Weber. He's got a big ranch over near Estrella on Highway 39. And I know how he got it now. He said he was making money on investments.
Investments? He meant a black market in human souls. Come on, Clyde. Let's get him and Virgil Green. We found the house. An elaborate building on a fine ranch. There was another car in the driveway when we pulled up.
Hey, Jace. That car in front of the place.
Yeah, we're in luck. It's the car Virgil Green was driving.
Light around the side of the house by that French door. Maybe they didn't hear us drive in.
Good. Let's slip up on that side of the porch and find out.
Might be able to take him easy.
Don't count on it. Cold-blooded killer like Green. He'd keep on killing as long as he has a gun. We slipped up to the French door. It was locked, and we couldn't see through it. But their voices drifted out through an open window.
I'm telling you, Weber, my leg is infected. I gotta see a doctor.
Have him report a bullet wound?
You want me to die? I could put a bullet in you, too.
Well, let me know when you want to try. I've done a little killing myself, Green. Only I've been smarter about it.
Nobody's caught me yet.
All right, Clyde. Let's kick a hole in this door.
All right, don't move.
Ranger! Don't reach for...
Clyde, you hurt bad?
My side. You're hit too, Jace. Blood on your head.
Yeah, just a nick. Come on. I'll get you to a hospital.
How about them?
Leave them for the coroner. They're both dead.
The gun found beside the body of Virgil Green proved to be the murder weapon the Rangers had been seeking. Narcotics peddlers having safe deposit boxes at the Chino State Bank were rounded up, and they admitted they had been supplied by August Weber. They were tried and sentenced. The traffic in living death was halted.
And here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
A friend of mine returned recently from a visit to Texas. While he was there, he'd seen a Texas Ranger, and he asked his host, a rancher, what the requirements were for a man who wanted to be a ranger. The host looked thoughtful for a moment and said, well, I'd say if a man could ride like a Mexican, trail like an Indian, shoot like a Tennessean, and fight like the devil, he might have a chance to get in. Well, I hope you'll be with us again next week. Same time, same station. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Barney Phillips, Larry Dobkin, Byron Kane, Ken Harvey, and Lillian Byam. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joe McCrae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, dead giveaway.
It is 1:30 a.m., December 4th, 1945. A single light glows in the living room of a farmhouse 4 miles from the town of Ashton in West Texas. Inside the house, a frantic young woman tries to place a telephone call.
Operator. Operator. Oh, please.
Operator.
Thank heaven. Operator, get me the sheriff, quickly.
Is that you, Mrs. Deneen?
Yes, hurry.
Oh, this is Mary Lou, Mrs. Deneen. I'm working nights now. Is something
Mary Lou,
wrong?
stop talking and get me the sheriff.
Oh, all right.
Oh, dear.
Sheriff Ross speaking.
Sheriff, this is Mrs. Deneen. You've got to come out to my house right away. Right away.
Now, take it easy, Mrs. Deneen. What seems to be wrong?
Somebody's prowling around outside, trying to get into the house.
Isn't your husband there?
No, he went to Abilene on business. Something woke me up, and I thought at first it was the bake. And then I heard a noise outside. Ah!
Mrs. Deneen, what is it?
Somebody came in.
I'll be right there.
Who are you? What do you want? Please! Ah!
It took Sheriff Ross less than 15 minutes to get to the Deneen farm. But Mrs. Deneen and a 4-month-old baby were dead when he arrived. The sheriff called for the assistance of the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned.
Jace Pearson? Yeah, Sheriff.
You got here right quick. Yeah, I was over the next county when your call came through.
Well, I hope you got a little sleep, because you won't get much now. Better come in out of this cold.
How long ago did it happen?
About a half hour ago, 1:30. Miss Deneen called me, woke me up at home, said somebody was trying to bust in. Right in here, Jace.
Shot right through the chest, huh?
Yeah.
She leave the phone hanging off the hook like that?
Reckon so. Whoever broke in, they broke in just before I hung up. Nothing's been touched, Jace.
I know. I had a time getting past your deputies down the main road.
The phone operator's been buzzing everybody. We don't want half the county barging in here messing things up, so I blocked them all.
Good. Where's the baby?
In there, the front bedroom. You can look if you want to, Jace. It's a little more than I can take twice.
How old?
Only 4 months, Jace. Little girl.
Where'd he break in?
Side door, I'll show you.
Where's the husband?
Abilene, on business. I called the chief of police there. He's going to check the hotels and notify him. Now, here's the door. It was wide open. That's how I got in to open the front door.
Lock doesn't seem to be broken. Must have been picked. Deneens keep much money around the house?
As little or as much as most folks, I guess. But I don't think any's missing. There's Miss Deneen's purse on the kitchen table.
Killer couldn't have missed that. You check it?
Yeah, about $40 in it. It hasn't been touched.
Motive wasn't robbery then, Sheriff.
No. There's no sign of any other motive. But there's got to be one, Jace.
Yeah. The toughest motive of all. Because it's the easiest hidden. Hate. The kind of hate the devil wouldn't hold. We went through the rest of the house, but we didn't find anything that would help us until we got outside.
It's cold tonight, Jace. Ground's frozen hard.
Yeah. If we find a trace, it won't be much. Keep your flash close to the ground.
All right. Why are you working back of the house here, away from the driveway?
Because I think the killer came in from this direction, probably on foot.
Why?
Why, you said Mrs. Deneen told you she woke up when she heard somebody prowling around outside.
Yeah?
A horse or a car coming up the gravel road around front would have made even more noise. Woke her up sooner.
Say, that's right. I heard your car coming from quite a ways off. That's why I was standing out in front to meet you when you drove up.
Wait a minute.
What is it, Chase?
Piece of baling wire. Bent in the shape of a key.
Well, that must be what he used to get in.
Maybe. Or maybe that's what somebody wants us to think. Let's take another look at that door.
Yeah. What makes you think the wire was planted there, Chase?
I'll tell you better when we try it in the lock.
It beats me why a killer'd leave something deliberately.
That's what makes me think something's wrong. This wouldn't have been dropped so close to the house. And grab the door and hold it up high. You don't want to mess up any prints around the lock.
Got it.
Now, let's see how this wire fits.
Yeah. Goes in perfect, Jace.
Yeah. Watch when I turn it.
Yeah. Hey, wire's just twisting.
And it'll keep on twisting. This wire isn't strong enough to turn the tumbler in the lock.
Then how did the killer get in, Jace?
If you ask me, Sheriff, I think he had a regular key. I put in a call for a fingerprint crew, and the sheriff called to have the bodies picked up for autopsy. Then we went outside and started trailing again. We found a few directional traces, but they petered out in the darkness.
Can't see anything at night on this ground, Jace.
Try cutting back and forth a little further.
Yeah, all right.
Man we're following was weaving, trying to throw us off.
It just makes it tougher to track.
He's got to be headed for someplace, some definite direction. We might as well establish which direction.
Yeah. Guess there's nothing much we can do except this until we have some daylight.
Save us an hour in the morning. Then we can track on horses without wasting time finding out which way to go. By sunup, we knew the killer's general direction had been west. The sheriff got his horse from town. I unloaded charcoal from the trailer, and we rode.
He kept heading west, all right. But there's nothing out this way for miles once he got into those hills up ahead.
Any kind of a road between here and the hills?
Yeah, old wagon road just beyond the scrub on the rise we're coming to.
Does it connect with a state road?
It does, but nobody uses it.
Maybe somebody did. Is it in good enough condition for a car to run through?
Reckon it is. You figure he had a car waiting for him?
Had to have a car or a horse staked out someplace. Come on. Let's make right for the road.
Yeah.
Wagon road lead to any other farm in the area?
Used to lead to the old Mullen place, but that's burned out.
Nobody living there anymore, huh?
No, no old folks dead. Young Ted Mullen moved away a couple of years ago. Oh, here's the road. Boy.
Ooh, charcoal. Headed pretty straight last tracks we saw. Must have reached the road right near here.
Yeah, we'll find some mark if he crossed it and kept going.
Oh, he didn't keep going. Look.
Tire track. Had a car staked out all right.
Turned the car around here to head back for the highway.
Could have been somebody else waiting in the car for him.
Maybe, but I don't think so. Yeah, look at the heel marks. Walked around to the driver's side of the car to get in.
Yeah.
And there's something else here, too. Dropped this cigarette butt and stepped on it.
Yeah, sure didn't smoke much of it.
Didn't even burn down to the brand mark. Well, at least we know what brand he smokes.
About all we do know, Jace. Won't be anything to follow at the main road. He sure won't leave a trail there.
No. Mount up. Let's get back to the house. We rode back to Deneen's. As we came to the farm, we saw a couple of cars that hadn't been there when we left. Looks like company, Sheriff. The car next to mine belongs to our lab. The others must be the coroner's.
Oh, coroner ought to have been and gone by now. No, that isn't the coroner's car, Jace. Blue sedan, that belongs to Walter Deneen.
The husband?
Yeah, must have got back from Abilene. Yeah, it's Deneen, all right. There he is, sitting on the side porch.
Walter Deneen sat with his face buried in his hands until we dismounted and walked up to him. The lab crew was in the house looking for latent prints.
Howdy, Walter.
Oh. Howdy, Sheriff.
Walter, I can't tell you how...
Don't say anything, please. Ask me anything you like, but I don't want anybody else telling me how sorry they are.
Better let me talk to him, Sheriff.
Sure, Jace.
Mr. Deneen, it'd help us a lot to know one thing. You or your family have any enemies?
Enemies? Could there be an enemy as bad as this?
We know the house wasn't robbed. Have you ever had any trouble with anybody, no matter how small it seemed? Now's the time to remember it.
If there was anybody, I wouldn't tell you. I'd take care of it myself.
That's no way to be, Walter.
Don't go telling me how to act, Sheriff. You didn't come home to your house 10 minutes ago. You didn't find your wife and kids the way I found mine.
Mr. Deneen, why don't you try to get a little rest? We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, okay.
Anything I can do, Walter, just holler.
Yeah.
You been able to think of anybody who might have had it in for him?
Not a soul, Jace. Unless it was Ted Mullen.
The one you told me about? Family that was burned out?
Yeah. But, Jace, that was 5 years ago.
Sometimes hate doesn't die with age. What happened?
Well, old folks just got to brooding and died off after their house burned. Young Ted blamed Walter.
Why?
Windmill at the Mullen place was busted. They tried to borrow from Walter to get it fixed, but he turned them down. Ted said if the mill had been working, it would have pumped enough water for him to put the fire out.
Young Mullen the kind to hold a grudge?
Well, after 5 years, Jace. And he moved out a long time ago.
Where?
Who knows?
Come on. I'll call my headquarters by radio. Maybe they can get a line on Mullen.
All right.
If they find out where he is, it won't do any harm to check on where he was last night.
It won't hurt any. But I can't believe that a man after...
Hey, hold it, Sheriff.
Well, that's only Walter's car, Jace. What are you looking at?
The design of the tire tread. Look at him.
Oh, that may be.
It's the same design we saw in the dirt road where the killer picked up a car to make his getaway.
But, Jace, that was hard ground. Could barely see the tread. And tires like that are standard on lots of cars.
Yeah, I know. Just the same, I want to look this car over. Left his ignition keys in.
You going to start it?
No, just want to take a look at the dash. He said he got back from Abilene 10 minutes ago, didn't he?
That's what he said.
Take a look at that temperature gauge.
Let me see. Register's cold.
Yeah. Only it should be pretty warm if he finished a drive of a couple of 100 miles just 10 minutes ago.
Could have dropped back, Jace.
Not in 10 minutes, Sheriff. It's a cold morning, but not that cold.
Well,
I want to talk to Deneen again.
You see something else?
I sure do. Look at this on the frame of the door.
Service station lubrication sticker.
Yeah. Dated December 2nd, day before yesterday. 18,412 miles. The mileage on the dash shows he's driven less than 200 miles since then. He couldn't have been in Abilene.
Well, wait a minute, Jace. I admit that looks funny, but the man we were chasing, he ground out a cigarette, remember?
Well, what about it?
I've known Walter since he was a boy, Jace. He don't smoke.
Sheriff!
Oh, Mary Lou Simmons, phone operator. Who let you in, Mary Lou?
I told the deputy I put Mrs. Deneen's call through to you last night. He thought you might want to talk to me. Ain't it just awful?
You talk to her.
I was still on the line after you hung up, Sheriff. I heard it all, the shots and everything.
You hear any voice beside Mrs. Deneen?
No, I just heard her say, "Who are you? What do you want?" And then the shots. That was all.
You sure she said, "Who are you"?
Oh, cross my heart. I heard it as plain.
Guess you don't want to talk to Walter now, do you, Jace?
No, I guess not.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. And now we continue with tonight's case, Dead Giveaway, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I didn't want to question Walter Deneen until I'd had a chance to check on his movements. The sheriff and I drove into town and called the Abilene police. The answer didn't fit.
Don't think there's any doubt about who he was, Ranger.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. Well, guess that does it, Sheriff.
Deneen was in Abilene, huh?
Uh-huh. Checked into the Harris Hotel yesterday about noon. Checked out again at 2:10 this morning, right after the police notified him of the murder.
Police could have spoken to anybody on the phone.
And they didn't tell him by phone. Police sergeant went up and told him direct. Description of Walter tallies, too. Yeah, but there's something that doesn't tally, though. Mileage on that car.
Could be something wrong with the speedometer cable. Happened in my car a few weeks back.
Maybe. Yeah, I'll be back sometime tomorrow.
Where you going, Jace?
Abilene. As soon as I hit the highway, I put in a shortwave call to headquarters, station KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA. Go ahead, Unit 10.
This unit en route to Abilene. Request Abilene police secure names of all contacts made by subject Walter Deneen, registered Harris Hotel there yesterday.
Will do, Unit 10.
Unit 10 sent piece of wire back to lab for examination. Any report yet?
Not yet. Wire and fingerprints both under study. We'll keep you informed.
10-4, Unit 10, clear.
KTXA, Austin.
When I reached Abilene, I got a complete rundown on Walter Deneen's activities. It was too complete. Like he was making sure his time in the city would be accounted for. One of the people who'd seen him was his attorney.
Why, yes, Ranger. Mr. Deneen spent several hours with me yesterday afternoon. We had dinner together last night. Went to the theater.
What'd he come to see you about?
Well, some investments. He's been doing a little speculating cotton.
Good or bad?
Well, it's client business, and I don't think I have the right to discuss it.
I can find out by checking with the exchange. I'm just asking you to save time.
All right. His losses have been rather heavy.
More than he could afford?
Much more.
He carry much insurance on his wife and child?
A normal amount, nothing large.
All right, thanks. One more thing. Are you sure Deneen doesn't benefit financially by his wife's death?
Oh, Ranger, he couldn't have gotten back to Ashton by 1:30 last night after we'd been out.
That isn't what I asked.
Well, Mrs. Deneen had a good bit of money in her own right. In case of her death, though, she had it tied up in trust for the child.
But the child is dead, too. What happens now?
Well, in that case, the entire estate will probably go to Mr. Deneen.
I made one more stop before I headed back to Ashton. I paid a visit to the garage at the Hotel Harris.
I keep the location of all guest cars on this index rack so we'll know which stalls they're in when they want them.
Was Walter Deneen's car in here yesterday?
Deneen? That's D-I-N, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
No, there's no record of it. Was he a guest at the hotel?
Yes. Is there any parking lot around here he might have used?
Not convenient to the hotel, and parking is free here for guests, so I don't think he'd use a lot.
Neither do I. Thanks. Before I left Abilene, I called my headquarters. They had a report. No strange prints had been found in Deneen's house. The wire key looked like a plant. I hung up and made another call to Sheriff Ross.
I'm beginning to wonder about Walter myself, Jace.
Why?
He's been kind of curious about where you are. I told him you went to Abilene, just to see if it'd draw him out.
Good. How'd he react?
Kind of nervous. Then he said something about flying up to Abilene and back. Of course, he never did say he drove it.
No, but he gave the impression that he drove.
Even so, he was there when the killing took place.
Yeah, but the killer had the use of Deneen's car. Can you get your hands on the car?
Well, it's over in back of the funeral parlor right now. That's where Deneen said he was going just a few minutes ago when he stopped by to ask about you.
Well, grab that car and check it for fingerprints. I'll be there as fast as I can roll.
Oh, howdy, Jade.
Car all worked over, Sheriff?
Yeah, ought to have reports on the prints soon. Send them to Austin.
Find any strangers?
Quite a few of one set that weren't Deneen's.
If they belong to a professional killer, there's a good chance he'll have a record. Where's Deneen?
My deputies are out looking for him.
Why? I thought he was at the funeral parlor.
So'd I, until I went in to look for him after we finished on the car. The undertaker said he'd left more than an hour ago by the front door.
Must have spotted you working over the car. Come on, let's find him.
Yeah. Not at the house, not any place in town. Where could he be if he hasn't run out?
Trying to cover up for a couple of mistakes? He won't run, not yet.
Why?
Because his alibi is airtight. We can shake it, but unless we find the killer he hired, we can't shake it enough. He took a big gamble, and he's got too much at stake to run off.
His wife's money?
How'd you know about that?
Just thinking back. A little late. Folks knew Mrs. Deneen's family left her well off. Walter married her not long after they passed on. A lot of people thought the money had something to do with it.
I wish you'd remembered that sooner.
Well, Jace, they seemed close. And then there's the baby.
Baby was just something extra that got in Deneen's way.
Oh.
Never gotten any of the money of it.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Maybe a report on the prince.
Unit 10. Go ahead, KTXA.
Have report on prints lifted from car at Ashton, Texas. One set identified as belonging to Joe Crofton.
Joe Crofton. Any line on his whereabouts?
Finished serving parole 4 months ago. Last address known to parole office was shack located western slope of Casket Mountain.
10-4. Unit 10, clear.
KTXA Austin.
Crofton must be the killer then, Jace.
I'll bet on it. How far to Casket Mountain?
About 20 miles, then turn south another 5. After that, well, we'll need horses if he's far up.
Should have brought your horse along the trailer with charcoal.
I can borrow one.
Crofton's going to be tough to take.
You sound like you know him.
I wrote the ticket for his last trip to Huntsville 6 years ago. That was murder, too, but he copped out with a manslaughter plea.
Better not take any chances, Jace. He starts shooting, we'll have to toss it back dead center.
No. We got to take him alive. He'll talk to keep from burning once we get him.
Yeah, I see. If Walter Deneen paid him to do the job, he's the only one who can break Deneen's alibi.
That's right. So no matter what happens, we got to take him alive. Crofton's cabin was up, all right. Way up. The sheriff borrowed a horse from the man who directed us.
Quite a climb, Jace.
Well, not so bad following this wash, though.
Suppose he isn't there.
I got a hunch he will be. I don't think Deneen had enough money to pay for this killing. He was almost broke.
You mean he planned to pay off out of his wife's money when he got it?
Yeah.
Wonder how Walter arranged for him to get the car that night.
Not much to arrange. Left it near the airport with the keys in it. Crofton brought it back and left it in the same spot. Probably left a house key for him, too. Glove compartment, maybe.
Yeah. With the airport 40 miles from Ashton, nobody recognized the car or a strange driver. Come in at night, used an abandoned road.
Sheriff, look.
Huh? Hey, another horse left tracks in here, too.
Yeah. And they're fresh.
Ooh, boy. That must be Crofton's horse.
No. Rider was taking the rough way. Just cut into the wash here to find a better trail. Crofton lives up here. He'd know the best trail.
Who else would be coming up here?
Deneen, to shut him up. Come on.
Yeah, here, give off. Not too fast, Jason. We'll spill.
You gotta risk it. Too slow, we'll be too late. We reached the shack and crept up on it. There was no horse around and no sign of life. Tried to draw a fire by showing ourselves, but none came. We had to go in. All right. Hold your gun ready, Sheriff. And don't come in till I call you.
Right, Jace.
All right, Sheriff. Come in.
Nobody here, huh? Oh, wait a minute. Oh. That Crofton?
Yeah, that's him. Deneen got here first.
Jace, this fella looks like he shot himself. Gun's in his own hand. Now, what's his paper beside him? Let's see. Jace, he did kill himself. This note says so. Confesses the murders, too.
Sure it does. But Walter Deneen wrote that. And that note's gonna hang him.
How do you know? You ever seen Deneen's writing?
No, but I've seen Crofton's before. He signed his name with an X. Prison records show he's illiterate. Never could read or write. Come on, Sheriff.
Gonna put out a pickup for Deneen?
We'll pick him up ourselves. He can't be far off.
But if he'd headed back down the wash, we'd have passed him on our way up.
He must be going across the top of the mountain to go down the other side. Come on.
Yeah.
We raked our horses as fast as they could move. We spotted a rider ahead of us as he topped the slope. He heard us because he looked back, then whipped his mount and disappeared.
He knows we're on him.
Got about 300 yards. We'll get him. Keep pounding leather.
Yeah. We're coming to the top now.
Keep low in the saddle. Watch out for an ambush.
There he is.
Don't go down too fast, Sheriff. Your horse will tumble to the downgrade.
Deneen was pressing too hard, Jase. He fell. Look.
Yeah, he scrambled behind the rocks. Whoa, Charcoal. Come on, Sheriff.
Boom. Hit the dirt.
Let your mouth go. Go on, Charcoal. Go on.
He's down under that rock shelf. Perfect cover.
Not too perfect. Bullets will ricochet back from that ledge behind him. See that dent in the ledge?
Yeah.
Draw your gun and we'll empty it on him. Hit right below the dent.
Aye.
All right. Let's hope for a billiard shot. Start firing.
I'm hit! Stop it! I'm bleeding!
Throw your gun out, Deneen.
All right! Don't shoot anymore! Here it is!
Okay, Sheriff. Let's take him.
I'm hit.
And I was sorry for you, Walter, up until a few hours ago.
You gotta get me to a doctor.
You're not hurt badly. We'll get you to a doctor. All I want to know is how you met Crofton.
Come on, Walter, talk up.
I saw his picture in the paper when he got out of jail. I made a deal with him a couple of months ago.
Yeah. A deal to wipe out your own wife and kid. Must be great to be as brave as you are. Get up, Deneen. You got a long way to go.
Walter Deneen confessed and made a plea for clemency. It was not granted. And on the 11th day of October, 1947, he died in the electric chair at Huntsville.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea, with another interesting anecdote about the Texas Rangers.
When the Allies invaded Normandy in World War II, they got an idea as to how far the fame of the Texas Rangers had spread. Both surrendering Nazis and liberated Free French said they knew the war was as good as over because the Texas Rangers had landed. Of course, it was the heroic American Ranger troops who made the landings. But nothing could convince the Nazi war prisoners that these were not the terrible Texans they'd heard about in many American legends. Good night, folks. See you same time next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Tramp. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Lorene Tuttle, Mike Barrett, Hal March, and Paul Frees. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Monday means music, fine music on NBC. Listen tomorrow for these great musical programs, the NBC Symphony and the Band of America. Be sure to listen Monday as Milton Cadams conducts the NBC Symphony Orchestra in a full-hour concert of the finest music on the air. And listen, too, for Paul Laval conducting the Band of America every Monday on NBC.
Phil Harris reminding you that next it's Theater Guild on NBC.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.